Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Dispelled his shadow clones, and walked over to Tsukumo's real body to give some final advice. Understood. I'll make time as soon as possible to visit and pay my respects to Master Kashiro. Tsukumo Hatake's face lit up with joy as he bowed to Kaido, full of gratitude. Knowing from the information Kaido had shared just how terrifyingly powerful great swordsmen were in the pirate world, he couldn't help but feel elated. Someone like Kashiro, a top-tier great swordsman, was already considered an elite in the pirate world. It had been over 3 years since Kaito signed the contract with Kashiro, and the man's strength had only grown significantly since then. Not to mention the immense boost Kashiro received from refining his chakra through the primal chakra refinement jutsu. On top of that, the life force technique and crystal meditation had all improved his body's foundation, bloodline, spiritual energy, and even his soul. His potential had skyrocketed. These enhancements had propelled his physique, haki, and swordsmanship to unprecedented heights. With these advantages, Kashiro was confident in eventually standing at the very pinnacle of the pirate world. Alright. Kaito nodded before adding warmly, also, I've set up several training bases in the pirate world over there. Most of them are located on uninhabited islands full of fierce beasts or on sky islands with thin air. If you're interested, you can visit those training bases to hone your skills. Additionally, when you feel ready, you can head out to sea to hunt down the pirates of that world, challenge swordsmen and great swordsmen from different dojos, or even slay sea kings. Any of these would greatly benefit your growth. For the next few years, I suggest focusing primarily on the life force technique and other body strengthening methods. Eat and digest large amounts of sea king meat and fierce beast meat daily to strengthen your fragile body and improve your vitality. Once your foundation is solid, you can then complement this with meditation and swordsmanship training. This will yield the best results. Oh, and make sure to switch to the prime chakra refinement jutsu as soon as possible. I'm sure you already understand why, so I won't elaborate. That's all. I look forward to the day you become the greatest swordsman across both worlds. With those parting words, Kaido teleported away, returning straight home. You're back? Perfect timing, come help set the table for dinner. As soon as he arrived home, he saw his mother and Mikoto setting the table. Naori Uchiha waved at him. Alright. Kaido smiled warmly, washed his hands, and started helping with the dishes. As their physiques grew stronger, their appetites naturally increased as well. Each meal required more and more food to prepare. Their diet was already centered around seeking and fierce beast meat, or they'd need even more food otherwise. It was no wonder the people in the shinobi world generally had weaker physiques than those in the pirate world. The environmental conditions simply didn't allow for it. The world was different. Without sufficient high-nutrition food or supplements, trying to improve one's physique might just lead to starvation. Time to eat. Soon, all the dishes were served on the now expanded dining table, and Naori Uchiha called everyone to eat. While they ate, Naori Uchiha asked curiously, "Where were you this afternoon? I saw your shadow clones everywhere but couldn't find the real you." Ah. Kaito swallowed a bite of meat and replied, "Remember how I agreed to exchange swordsmanship with Tsukumo a few days ago? Today was the day we finally met to make the trade. Plus, since his goodwill meter maxed out, I also signed the contract with him. Tsukumo's one of us now. Tomorrow, he'll likely head to Isshin Dojo in the pirate world to train with Master Kashiro. Minato, you should help introduce him when the time comes. And by the way, you guys should take some time to learn from Tsukumo's Hatake swordsmanship and wind lightning blade jutsus. Especially the blade jutsus, you've all been waiting to learn them for a while, haven't you? These techniques, which perfectly combined ninjutsu and swordsmanship, were incredibly important and practical for Minato, Mikoto, and the others, who were all working hard to master swordsmanship. Oh? You've already signed the contract with Tsukumo-senpai? Minato's eyes lit up, and he nodded eagerly. No problem. I'll make sure to take good care of him. Chapter 168, Establishing a Country in the Pirate World? Hatake's Kenjutsu? Not bad. I'll pick it up too later. Hearing this, Naori Uchiha nodded knowingly, clearly interested. After all, she had been dedicating time and effort over the years to practice the swordsmanship of the pirate world. No problem. Kaito nodded in agreement, saying, I can teach you that. I've already mastered it to a high degree. Give me a few more days, and I'll probably reach perfection. Or, he added, you can have Sakamo teach you as well. He and I have already discussed it. He'll make time later to come over to the Uchiha side or the pirate world base to teach Hatake-style swordsmanship. This had been part of the agreement even before the contracts were signed. After all, the swordsmanship system of the pirate world was far more valuable than Hatake-style and Shinobi Kenjutsu combined. The potential was on a different level. Oh? You've reached mastery so quickly? Didn't you just start learning it? Both Naori Uchiha and Mikoto were shocked to hear this. Kaido shrugged, popping a piece of meat into his mouth as he replied, with a foundation in pirate world swordsmanship, learning other styles becomes much faster. So, focus more on mastering the basics of swordsmanship and the essence of the blade. He advised. Work hard to achieve perfection in both. Once that's done, learning other styles, extracting their essence, and forging your own path of swordsmanship will become much easier. Mastering the basics is crucial. Even his teacher, Koshiro, hadn't perfected the basics yet, he had only reached mastery. However, Kaido had already reminded him, and over the past 2 years, Koshiro had been consciously dedicating more time to refining the basics. I see. Looks like I'll need to focus more on the basics of swordsmanship as well. Naori Uchiha said, nodding in realization. Minato and Mikoto also mentally noted this advice, planning to allocate more time daily to practice their foundational swordsmanship. At the moment, they had only reached the proficient level in basic swordsmanship, still far from mastery. Speaking of contracts, a significant number of shinobi returning from the front lines have met the requirements, right? When are you planning to complete their contracts? This way, we can move forward with further development in the pirate world. Naori suddenly brought up the topic. There wasn't any rule stating that they had to unify the shinobi world before fully developing the pirate world. Both could progress simultaneously. Each could complement the other. As Hidden Leaf Village's influence expanded, the demand for resources from the pirate world, especially seeking meat and beast meat, would only grow. Simultaneously expanding the pirate world's territory and influence was crucial. On the shinobi world side, both the Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Stones villages would likely remain quiet for the next few years. Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Mist Village were also in a state of observation. Hidden Leaf Village should have a period of stable development for a few years. This provided an opportunity to divert some focus to the pirate world. Kaido pondered for a moment before replying, let's start the day after tomorrow. I'll summon these people in batches and complete their contracts as quickly as possible. As for development in the pirate world, what do you think about occupying and taking over a country? He was considering the feasibility and necessity of such a move. Having a complete nation as a base in that world offered many advantages. In such a nation, they could structure everything the way they wanted. It would also allow them to test various reform plans for unifying the shinobi and pirate worlds and governing both in the future. It wasn't practical to wait until they conquered both worlds to figure out how to build power systems, governance frameworks, policies, and laws. He needed a testing ground. Moreover, having a complete nation in the pirate world would make it easier to train administrative and managerial talents. It would also help cultivate professionals across all fields. At the same time, it would enhance Kaido's reputation among the local population, making it easier to forge contracts with them. This setup would be beneficial for the future when the shinobi world needed skilled individuals to govern nations or develop various industries. It would reduce reliance on officials from the old regime, avoiding unnecessary risks. Of course, Hidden Leaf Village's reforms to its ninja academy and establishment of schools for civilians were also aimed at producing talent early. However, Kaido was concerned that this alone wouldn't be sufficient. In his plan, unifying the shinobi world wouldn't take more than 10 years. 10 years wouldn't be enough time to train enough officials, law enforcement, and professionals to manage the entire shinobi world solely through Hidden Leaf Village's efforts. But if they simultaneously occupied a country in the pirate world to train talent, it would definitely be enough. The pirate world's population and territorial scale were far larger than the shinobi world's. The capacity for talent in a country couldn't be compared to that of a single village. Even if, 5 years later, Hidden Leaf Village developed into a city with a population exceeding 1 million, it still wouldn't match. Huh? Mikoto and the others were shocked by this suggestion. But Naori Uchiha considered it and said thoughtfully, occupying a nation, huh? I get what you're aiming for, it's definitely feasible. It would benefit the development of both worlds. But where do you plan to establish this nation? Which country would you target? The Four Seas? The first half of the Grand Line? Or maybe the New World? Each location posed different challenges and considerations. We'll need to think this through carefully. How about Drum Island? Kushina suggested at that moment. That's not really suitable. Kaido shook his head. Not only is Drum Island a member of the world government, but they wouldn't just sit back and let us overthrow its kingdom. Even if the world government didn't care, the island isn't ideal. First, it's a winter island with harsh weather, unsuitable for the development of various industries. Second, it's too small, with too few people. Third, unless we plan to stay as a member country and pay the hefty heavenly tribute annually, the world government wouldn't tolerate it. For now, we should avoid exposing our true power under the world government's nose. In summary, nations affiliated with the world government aren't suitable for us right now. Only independent nations would work for our current goals. He had already considered recruiting Monkey D. Dragon and letting him officially form the Revolutionary Army to openly challenge the world government, drawing their attention elsewhere. For now, he needed to keep a low profile. What about Skypiea? Minato suggested. Skypiea is far removed from the Blue Sea and the world government's influence. With all the Sky Islands combined, the population should be fairly substantial. I feel like it's the best option for establishing a nation and developing discreetly. The only issue is that true Sky Islanders have wings, and our people don't. Would that cause any problems in terms of integration? Over the past few years, Kuro the Ninja Hawk, the Millennium Dragon, and later the Uchiha and Senju clans, had scoured the ninja world for intelligent flying beasts. After contracting them under Kaido, these creatures had been mapping both the pirate world and the ninja world. In the pirate world, most of the inhabited and valuable Sky Islands had already been charted. The total population of all the Sky Islands was estimated to be no less than 200,000. It wasn't a huge number, but not insignificant either. Even Hidden Leaf Village only had a population of around 300,000 to 400,000. Skypiea, huh? Kaido and Naori Uchiha considered the suggestion, exchanged a glance, and nodded. It's worth putting on the list of options. As for the cultural differences you mentioned, Kaido mused before adding, that's not a big issue. If we provide better guidance and living conditions for the ordinary citizens, it won't be a problem. Agreed. Minato replied with a smile. Over the years, he had interacted with many Sky Islanders and understood that, for most people, a ruler who improved their quality of life was a good ruler. Rebellions typically only happened when people couldn't survive or were oppressed. Racial tensions were usually the result of either unfair governance or the actions of privileged elites whose interests were threatened. By clearing out the old elites and implementing fair, beneficial policies, such conflicts could naturally be avoided. I have another suggestion. Mikoto interjected. We could consider Wano country in the New World. Wano's cultural environment is very similar to the ninja world, with a strong emphasis on ninja-like traditions. Although they don't have real ninjas, it would be a highly compatible location for our initial nation-building efforts. Currently, Wano is in isolation, completely cut off from the outside world. Even if we cause a major stir or implement radical reforms, as long as we secure the country's sole entrance, word wouldn't spread easily, nor would the world government catch wind of it. Moreover, the people of Wano are suffering under the oppressive rule of the four emperors and Kurizumi Orochi. They're deeply resentful, making it easier to win their hearts. The only issue is that to take Wano, we'd have to confront Emperor Kaido and his pirate crew head-on. To succeed, we'd need to completely defeat or even kill Kaido and dismantle his crew. Naori, do you think we can match Kaido right now? Mikoto turned to Naori Uchiha. Well. Naori hesitated before replying, we could try, but without having fought a top-tier opponent in the pirate world before, it's hard to say for sure. Kaido is known as the strongest creature alive. His physical strength and regenerative abilities are extraordinary. Even if we could defeat him, killing him might be a different story. And we don't know how resistant he is to Genjutsu. If Genjutsu has a strong effect on him, things could be much easier. But this wasn't something they could test lightly. Besides, Naori continued after a pause, there's a significant difference between defeating Kaido to take Wano and outright killing him. The former might not draw much attention from the pirate world or the world government. But it would leave us with Kaido's undying hatred and constant threat. Given his vindictive and cunning nature, he'd likely team up with Big Mom for revenge. That would mean constant turmoil. On the other hand, killing Kaido would eliminate his threat, but it would almost immediately alert the world government and the Navy. The CP0 would undoubtedly be sent to investigate us in detail. However, it might still be more discreet than just defeating him. As long as we maintain Wano's isolation and implement strict security to keep CP0 and other spies out, we could manage. So, Kaido, what's your decision? Do we take a shot at Wano? Naori asked as everyone turned to Kaido. Chapter 169, How to penetrate major pirate powers that could be a backup plan. Kaido pondered briefly before nodding. If possible, it's best to kill Kaido directly to prevent any future problems. We don't want to create more trouble. But like Mom said, Kaido isn't easy to kill. How strong are 4 Emperors level fighters in the pirate world anyway? Maybe we should ask Rayleigh to test the waters with Kaido first. We need to understand how 4 Emperors level strength compares to the Super Kage level from the ninja world before deciding whether to deal with Kaido. From Kaido's perspective, defeating Kaido might be possible with the combined strength of his mother, Uzumaki Mido, and the first Hokage. Killing him, though? That's uncertain. I wonder how effective sealing jutsu would be against Kaido? Maybe it's time to research sealing techniques that could neutralize devil fruit powers. If we succeed, Kaido would become much easier to handle. As for subduing Kaido and making him sign a contract, Kaido never considered it. Kaido is not someone who can be subdued. Not just him, many of the powerful figures in the pirate world are like that. Their personalities are too strong, and their wills are too independent. Without a life debt or years of building a bond, it's impossible to gain their loyalty. Even if you did manage to earn their favor, it doesn't mean they'd agree to a contract. The ninja world has similar types of people, like the Kages of the various villages, staunchly loyal to their villages and unwavering in their beliefs. These people are nearly impossible to recruit or contract. However, such individuals can't simply be wiped out. Everyone has their uses. In the future, if Kaido wants to win over the people of the ninja world's villages and nations, he can't just eliminate their loyalists and leadership. But those people won't earn Kaido's trust either. They'll be sidelined over time. Once Kaido's contract-bound allies grow strong enough, and the people of the various nations rally behind him, those loyalists will be completely obsolete. Sealing techniques, huh? Naori Uchiha raised an eyebrow. I had almost forgotten about that. We really should dive deeper into researching it. Sealing jutsu might yield unexpected results. Right now, we have ways to seal life force and physical strength, but they're not strong enough to limit someone like Kaido. We need to improve these techniques to handle monsters like him. It's like they could just revive Madara Uchiha at his eternal Mangekyō peak, then control him using enough sealing jutsu. But Madara with a Rinnegan? Forget it. That's at least half a step into 6 paths level strength. Alright, let's work on it together later. Kaido nodded and then added, actually, I've been thinking, should I form a powerful pirate crew, carve out territory in the New World, and claim the 4 Emperors title? Right now, Shanks hasn't become a 4 Emperors yet. So technically, there are only 3 4 Emperors. There's still plenty of territory in the New World up for grabs. In our territory, we can experiment with governance and reforms without interference from the world government. After all, top pirate factions can do anything within their territory without raising suspicions. As long as we don't openly align with the Revolutionary Army and declare war on the world government, they probably won't pay much attention to us. Aside from building a stable state, I also plan to infiltrate major pirate factions and kingdoms. We'll send our people to gain key positions within these powers. We'll subtly assimilate and recruit talented individuals from these factions and kingdoms, gaining their loyalty and eventually contracting them. This will help us overthrow the world government and quickly reorganize the pirate world under our control. What do you all think? Sometimes being too sneaky only invites suspicion from the world government. But acting boldly under the banner of a pirate crew won't attract as much scrutiny. Pirates doing rebellious things? That's normal. Oh? Naori Uchiha and the others were stunned for a moment, then began considering the feasibility of Kaido's plan. After a while, Naori spoke first. This might work. It sounds better than simply defeating Kaido and occupying Wano. It's worth a try. That said, we'll need to quickly contract the first Hokage and even the second Hokage to lead the charge. In fact, every piece of territory we take will need at least 1 Super Kage level fighter stationed there. Otherwise, it could easily be taken back. Of course, if you can contract Madara Uchiha in the short term, that would be perfect. The first Hokage is already busy rebuilding and expanding Hidden Leaf Village, but Madara could be sent to the pirate world to hold down the fort and expand our influence. His personality makes him a perfect fit for that role. The second Hokage is also skilled at governance and management. Additionally, if you want to form a 4 Emperors crew, you should consider recruiting Koshiro to serve as one of your top fighters. Or maybe you could contract some pirate world heavyweights. For example, Mihawk or Fujitora, they seem like ideal candidates. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Kushina chimed in boldly, why not recruit some top marine officers too? Like Zephyr. Promise to revive his loved ones and create a pirate-free world, maybe he'd agree to join us. Or even Garp. She added. Could we pull him in through his son, Dragon? Kaido couldn't help rolling his eyes. Why don't you just suggest recruiting the future admirals and Fleet Admiral Sengoku while you're at it? Be realistic. The Marine top brass aren't so easily swayed. For now, let's just brainstorm. Kaido paused, his tone slowing as a new thought struck him. If I joined as a new rising star and a potential future pillar of the organization, maybe then I could win over some of the Navy's elites, gain their goodwill, and bring them under contract. Huh? His eyes brightened as he rubbed his chin. Actually, this doesn't sound like such a bad idea. Kushina immediately smirked in triumph. See? I told you. Shut up. This wasn't your suggestion. Kaido shot back, rolling his eyes again. What I'm talking about is using my clean record and reputation to infiltrate the Navy, work my way up step by step, and network with their elite forces. What do you think, Mom? He asked, turning to Naori Uchiha. It's a solid idea. Naori agreed thoughtfully. With your talent and charisma, you could establish a new faction within the Navy, something fresh and idealistic. As long as you set the right tone from the beginning. A radical group within the Navy, one that stands firmly against evil, would be very appealing. The only issue is, this would require you to dedicate a significant amount of time to the pirate world, and specifically to the Navy. Given the current situation, that doesn't seem feasible. The ninja world can't do without you right now. Plus, you have so many secrets, especially your unique techniques, that can't be exposed to the Navy or the world government. If they demand you hand over your techniques, what would you do then? Even your day-to-day training would become difficult to keep under wraps. And shadow clones? You know as well as I do that advanced observation hockey users can see right through those, even if they're specialized clones. True. Kaito admitted with a hint of regret. Maybe you could assign other contracted talents to infiltrate instead? Naori suggested. After all, your original infiltration plan includes the Navy as a key target, right? You'd need to send plenty of people there anyway. In that case, the candidates are pretty clear. Kushina, Mikoto, Minato, Might Dewey, Kuina, and Nami would all be great fits for this role. Speaking of which, Naori added as something came to mind, have you gotten around to contracting Might Dewey yet? I noticed his gratitude toward you is through the roof, so his goodwill level should be more than enough by now. Plus, he recently got married and had a son, Might Guy. Both father and son have immense potential in taijutsu. They'd thrive in the pirate world. Kaido's face lit up. Oh, Guy's been born already? I almost forgot about them. Thanks for the reminder. I'll add Dewey to my list of people to contract soon. As for Guy, we'll have to wait a few years, he's still too young. And Mom, your idea of having Minato, Kuina, and the others join the Navy? I like it. Minato, what do you think? Kaido asked, looking at him and the others. I'm fine with it. Minato said with a cheerful smile. The Navy seems like a good environment. Besides, the ninja world won't need me much in the near future. And even if it does, I can always come back to help, so it's not a big deal. Kushina, however, shook her head firmly. No way. I'm not joining the Navy. Why should I waste my time serving the celestial dragons like a lapdog? I'd rather team up with Kuina and the others to form our own pirate crew. Or better yet, join the 4 Emperors crew you said you were planning to build, Kaido. Either way, I'm not going to the Navy. Everyone laughed at her defiant stance. Kaido chuckled. Alright, fine. If you don't want to go, you don't have to. But you've got the wrong idea about the Navy. He added. Not everyone has to deal with the celestial dragons. Unless something unexpected happens, it's mostly rear admirals and above who interact with the celestial dragons or the world government. Really? Kushina asked, her expression softening slightly. Even so, I'd still rather be a pirate. She declared, turning to Mikoto. What about you? Wanna join me? Mikoto, let's be pirates. Chapter 170, The Potential Chaos. Mikoto Uchiha chuckled softly and said, I'm fine with anything. Whether it's the Navy or pirates, it's not a problem. But, Kaido, Auntie. She continued, I think if our people are going to join the Navy or other factions, it's best to hide our chakra, ninjutsu, and obvious Kekkei Genkai abilities, like our Uchiha Sharingan. Alternatively, for infiltration missions, we could just use contractors from the pirate world. Otherwise, if the ninja power system gains fame in this world, it'll easily attract the attention and suspicion of the major factions. They might even figure out that we're all connected. The world government isn't foolish, they'll do whatever it takes to acquire these powers. Unless we're willing to start spreading the techniques for chakra refinement and ninjutsu across the pirate world right now. But the cost of that would be immense. It would significantly boost the future strength of our enemies, which is not acceptable. The basic chakra refinement techniques won't enable people from the pirate world to extract chakra. From what she knows, only Kaido's primal chakra refinement method can achieve this effect. But the primal chakra refinement method is far too precious. This is a foundational technique that allows individuals to continually extract chakra through daily practice, improving its quantity and quality, ultimately elevating their energy levels and even influencing their life force. There's no way it should be shared with non-contractors. Or maybe, Kaido, could you create a simpler chakra refinement method? Something based on the ninja world standard techniques but modified to let ordinary people form their own chakra seeds and extract chakra. Mikoto turned to look at Kaido as she spoke. Kaido shook his head firmly. That won't work. Anything that involves forming one's own chakra seed touches the foundation of the chakra system. It's tied to the essence of the primal chakra refinement method. Smart people could very likely use that as a stepping stone to develop a true primal chakra refinement method or something with similar effects. I never underestimate the intelligence of others. So, spreading chakra under the guise of confusion isn't feasible. In the pirate world, only contractors can use chakra and ninjutsu. At least for the foreseeable future, that's how it will stay. The main reason is the abundance of physical training resources in the pirate world. The people there have bodies and life forces far stronger than those in the ninja world. If the primal chakra refinement method were spread widely, or if someone like the Sage of Six Paths disseminated chakra as he did in the ninja world, the pirate world would inevitably descend into chaos. Chaos so extreme it couldn't be suppressed. It would be like opening Pandora's box, a box that should never be opened. Kaido does want to change the pirate world and establish a new order. But even a new order wouldn't eliminate the evil in human nature. When people gain extraordinary power, they often become restless, wanting to take shortcuts or break rules. The efficiency of turning chakra talent into strength is far higher than physical training, hockey or swordsmanship in the pirate world. Thus, it must not be spread. Kaido explained his thoughts to Mikoto and the others. Hiss. That's terrifying. Mikoto gasped, feeling a chill of fear. I can't even imagine the chaos that would erupt if something like the primal chakra refinement method and ninjutsu were spread in a world as vast as this. It'd probably make the Warring States period in the ninja world seem 1,000 times more chaotic. Consider this, in the pirate world, the world government alone has 170 allied nations. Non-member nations, including those under the four emperors, number over 100. In total, there are more than 300 nations in this world. Far more than the ninja world. Not to mention the countless small islands, towns, and villages. And if sea kings, beasts, and other creatures could also master chakra. The thought alone is horrifying. Can you imagine the scale of chakra those massive sea kings and beasts could extract? It'd be immense. At that point, all sea beasts, sea kings, and predators would become exponentially stronger. Humanity might even face extinction. It's not an exaggeration. High-level sea kings and beasts are already as intelligent as humans. If they could enhance their species' power, do you think they wouldn't spread chakra among themselves? The primal chakra refinement method absolutely cannot be shared. Mikoto declared firmly. Chakra must not be spread. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Only contractors bound to Kaido in the pirate world should have access to chakra. This rule must be written into the contract's prohibited clauses. Naori Uchiha nodded solemnly, his face grave as he clearly understood the catastrophic potential. Done. Kaido confirmed, nodding decisively. With a thought, he added this clause to the space-time gate contract. In an instant, all contractors received the update. Initially, some were confused, but after learning the reasons, everyone understood. People like Koshiro and other residents of the pirate world even strongly supported it. Since we can't freely spread the chakra refinement method, Kaido concluded, those infiltrating the major factions in the pirate world must either conceal their chakra and ninjutsu or use native beings from this world. As for whether Mikoto and the others join the navy or the pirates in the future, that decision can wait a few years. You're all still young and don't need to rush. Kaido made the final decision. The navy in the pirate world does have age requirements for recruitment. They don't accept children who are too young. Unlike the ninja world, where it's not uncommon for 5 or 6-year-olds to graduate and become ninjas. Fair enough. Naori Uchiha agreed with a nod, there wasn't much to debate here. By the way, Naori suddenly remembered something. Yesterday, the toads from Mount Myabaku mentioned that the Great Toad Sage had some connection with the Sage of Six Paths. Apparently, he was tasked with monitoring and maintaining some balance in the ninja world. While the Great Toad Sage promised not to reveal the current situation in the ninja world to the Sage of Six Paths and would cover for us, we can't rule out the possibility that the Sage of Six Paths has other ways to monitor the ninja world. We should prepare for the worst. If he discovers something suspicious and decides to intervene, we need a way to counteract him. What do you think? Naori had intended to bring this up earlier but had been too preoccupied with other matters. You're right. Kaido's expression turned serious. This is definitely something to address. Here's what I'll do, I'll add a safety feature to the teleportation mechanism. If anyone encounters an unbeatable opponent, the system will trigger an automatic teleportation to the space-time gate dimension. I'll also designate a special area within the space-time gate as a base for living, training, and operations. This way, if neither world is safe to escape to, contractors can retreat there. It'll serve as our ultimate safe haven. As Kaido grew stronger, the space-time gate dimension expanded accordingly. Currently, its diameter exceeded 120 kilometers, with a height of over 100 kilometers. It was massive. The storage spaces allocated to contractors took up only a tiny fraction of this area. Building a base capable of sustaining a population of 1 million was well within its capacity. Wait, really? Is there enough space for that? Naori asked, clearly unaware of how large the dimension had become. Mikoto and the others also looked over curiously. Plenty of space. Kaido chuckled. Don't forget, the space-time gate expands as I grow stronger. Right now, its diameter is over 120 kilometers, with a height exceeding 100 kilometers. If I use my permissions creatively, I could even stack multiple layers, creating countless spaces if necessary. However, constructing a functional and fully equipped base will require a lot of materials and furnishings. We'll need to source these from both the ninja world and the pirate world. Alternatively, we could set up furniture and construction material factories in Hidden Leaf Village, hiring workers to produce what we need. This approach might even boost Hidden Leaf Village's economy and industries. It's worth planning out properly. There's no need to rush, though, we can build the base gradually. As for the main structures, I could handle those myself using my permissions or enlist Hashirama's wood-style abilities. Speaking of which, Kaido checked on Hashirama's favorability toward him. It had reached 81 points, just enough for a contract. Suddenly, Kaido realized how useful Hashirama was. He was practically an engineering marvel. Resurrecting Hashirama was undoubtedly one of his best decisions. I need to give him more and more tasks. Meanwhile, on a construction site in Hidden Leaf Village's old district, Senju Hashirama sneezed several times in a row. He rubbed his nose and muttered, "Who's talking about me? Why do I have this bad feeling that something troublesome is about to happen?" Sighing, he glanced at the ongoing construction. When will this project ever be done? If only the Senju clan had more people who awakened wood style. Then again, I heard that Tobirama recently proposed restarting experiments to awaken wood style. Apparently, they won't use random test subjects anymore. Experiments will be limited to enemies, criminals, and mainly Zetsu clones. That's at least more humane, so I can accept it. Hashirama wasn't usually one to approve of Tobirama and Orochimaru's experiments. But this time, he felt it might be worth considering. After all, the benefits would undoubtedly go to the Senju clan first, significantly aiding its revival. It was clear to Hashirama that Tobirama's primary motivation for pursuing these experiments was to restore the clan's former glory. Considering the Senju clan's decline, which was partially due to his own decisions and policies, Hashirama felt a strong sense of responsibility. If the Senju couldn't recover, Tobirama might never truly forgive him. Chapter 171, A New Sage Art Jutsu. Back to the topic at hand. The scene shifts back to Kaido. Construction materials and furniture industries? Sure. Naori Uchiha listened, thought for a moment, and nodded in agreement. This sounds promising. We don't lack gold, so we can absolutely use funds to stimulate domestic demand, buy these products, and help the villagers of Hidden Leaf Village become wealthier. This will boost the economy here. Also, Hidden Leaf Village's expansion and population growth will require a lot of materials, furniture, and household appliances in the future. It's a huge market. Moreover, if our construction material group gains a reputation and establishes supply chains, we could even expand to external markets later. A win-win situation. I think you should take some time to draft a plan. Tomorrow, during the village assembly with all the Jonin and clan representatives, you can present this idea at the meeting. Get more people and families involved in investing. The village can take the lead, making this a village-controlled industry. In the ninja world, money was issued under the leadership of the daimyo of each nation, so there wasn't a risk of Hidden Leaf Village causing internal inflation. Sounds good. I'll get it ready soon. Kaito nodded in agreement and added, building a safe haven and planning an escape route should only be a last resort. If possible, we should focus on increasing our strength and aim to defeat the Sage of Six Paths head-on as soon as possible. Agreed. Naori Uchiha said with a nod. I think my Mangekyō Sharingan will probably evolve into the Eternal Mangekyō within 6 months. What about you? Any idea when you'll unlock the Eternal Mangekyō? As for Uchiha Mikoto, Nori didn't bother asking. She still had a long way to go. She hadn't even mastered the Sharingan meditation method yet, let alone perfected it. Not everyone was as overpowered as Kaito. While the meditation method gave Mikoto and many Uchiha clan members the potential to unlock the eternal Mangekyō, the process was bound to take a long time. 10 or even 20 years wouldn't be surprising. It depended on individual effort and innate talent. For me? It's probably about the same, 6 months to a year to fully develop my potential. Kaito estimated. Once he unlocked the eternal Mangekyō, his power would skyrocket. Good. Let's just hope the Sage of Six Paths doesn't notice anything strange about the ninja world for the next year or longer. Naori Uchiha said, half praying. The eternal Mangekyō, huh? I'm so jealous. Who knows how many years it'll take for me? Mikoto sighed. Well, at least you've got potential. Minato and I don't even have bloodline limits. Kushina pouted. The Sharingan is basically a cheat code for power. It's such a massive boost in strength. Didn't Kaito say the research department is working on creating bloodline serums? Someday, they might let others gain bloodline limits too. When that happens, save me a bottle of Uchiha bloodline serum. I want to play with the Sharingan too. Kushina laughed. Kaito chuckled, flicking her forehead lightly. The Sharingan isn't something to mess around with. But if the research succeeds, I'll definitely get you a bottle of Uchiha bloodline serum. Still, you shouldn't envy others too much. Your Uzumaki Sage body gives you a huge edge in physical training and armament hockey. You're way ahead of Mikoto and Minato in those areas. Everything has its pros and cons. Minato, on the other hand, doesn't have any bloodlines and relies purely on his own talent. He hasn't complained, so how can you? Kaito had once asked Uzumaki Mido to investigate whether Minato might be descended from the Senju clan who had merged with Hidden Leaf Village's civilians. After all, there were rumors about this in his past life. But the results were clear. No, he wasn't. Minato was 100% from a civilian background. Of course, over the past 1,000 years, who knows if any of his ancestors had been from a bloodline clan or a strong ninja. What mattered was that Minato's last 3 generations had been ordinary folks. Genetics is a wild card sometimes. Huh? Really? Poor pretty boy. Kushina looked at Minato with mock pity. Minato scratched the back of his head, smiling wryly. No need to pity me. Even without a bloodline, I'm confident I can become a top-tier ninja with just my own talent. And isn't that a kind of inheritance in itself? Compared to those with no talent at all, I'm already incredibly lucky. He knew how rare it was for a civilian to rise as a prodigy. The last 2 were Jiraiya and Orochimaru. So Minato never felt any regret or resentment about not being born into a major ninja clan with a bloodline limit. Compared to most people, even those from non-bloodline ninja families, he was already blessed by the heavens. Huh? Something feels off. Are you bragging? Kushina squinted at him, realizing his words sounded a bit smug. This was basically a humble brag. It was like Minato said, even without a noble birth or a bloodline, I, Minato, can still dominate the world. Damn. For real. Haha. Mikoto laughed, covering her mouth so she wouldn't spit out her food. Minato waved his hands awkwardly. No, it's not like that. I'm just stating facts, not showing off. Sure, if only your smirk didn't give you away, I'd believe you. Kaito shook his head, amused. As expected, Minato was a low-key, awkward guy with a flair for dramatics. Just look at the crinny names he gave his jutsu or his blade. After dinner, Kaito went to the training ground in the backyard, taking out the Sage Art Scroll from Mount Myabaku. He carefully reviewed it, analyzing every detail. After setting up a barrier, he sat cross-legged, easily entering a state of unity with nature through meditation. Soon, he sensed the presence of natural energy in the air. In fact, he'd been able to sense it for a while and had suspected it was natural energy. But without a Sage Art training method, he hadn't dared to absorb it or try to create his own technique. It was too risky. Natural energy in the ninja world was incredibly violent. One wrong move, and you'd be petrified, or worse, dead. Kaito suspected this violent energy was related to the divine tree absorbing the planet's essence and natural energy long ago. Maybe the planet's will had grown angry and hostile because of it. Nature's wrath. Seemed like a fitting term. This was the reason why natural energy had become so chaotic. Now that the Sage Art training method of Mount Myabaku existed, Kaito no longer had to hesitate. He could begin experimenting. With his level of chakra control and mental strength, as long as he didn't get greedy, he could start small, absorbing only trace amounts of natural energy using Mount Myabaku's method to test its fusion. If anything went wrong, he could immediately teleport to the time-space gate dimension and forcibly purge the natural energy using his spatial authority. If the natural energy from the ninja world had been present within the time-space gate dimension, he would have trained there directly. Without delay, Kaido carefully followed the Mount Myabaku's sage art training method, cautiously guiding his mental energy to draw in a small amount of natural energy from the surroundings into his body. The moment the natural energy entered his body, it suddenly became incredibly violent. It rampaged through his system, attempting to disrupt his cellular structure and induce mutations. Moreover, this natural energy tried to act as a catalyst, drawing in even more natural energy from the outside world into his body. Suppress. With decisive action, Kaito used his pure and powerful mental energy to envelop and subdue the chaotic natural energy within him. Instantly, the resonance between the natural energy in his body and the external natural energy was forcibly severed. The influx of external energy ceased, and the immediate crisis was averted. Next, using the circulation method from the primal chakra refining jutsu, Kaito began to guide the energy along his meridians. He soon discovered that as he circulated the energy, it started to be eroded and assimilated by his mental energy and chakra. After completing one full cycle, the natural energy successfully merged with his chakra, or rather, with his mental energy and cellular energy, to form a new type of chakra. This new chakra was no longer violent. It became gentle and carried some of the unique characteristics of natural energy, significantly amplifying the effects of ninjutsu. Did I actually succeed? Is this sage art chakra permanent now? Is this a perfect fusion? So, does this mean I can keep fusing sage art chakra and gradually replace all the chakra in my body? Eventually, will all of my chakra become sage art chakra? Excitement surged through Kaido as he thought about the possibilities. He opened his attribute panel to check. Sure enough, in the skills section, a new entry appeared, Sage Art Chakra Refinement Jutsu, huh? It's not called the Mount Myabaku's Sage Art Training Method? Well, that makes sense. Aside from borrowing their method to attract natural energy, I didn't follow the conventional Mount Myabaku method at all. Instead, I used the primal chakra circulation technique to refine and synthesize Sage Art Chakra. It's entirely different from the Mount Myabaku method, which forcibly fuses mental energy, cellular energy, and natural energy. Maybe my Sage Art energy is even more stable and gentle? I can't rely on speculation. I need to verify this with Jiraiya or Fukasaku. For now, Kaido didn't rush to find Jiraiya or Fukasaku. Instead, he continued refining Sage Art Chakra using his newly discovered method, constantly experimenting to improve it. With time, his proficiency in the Sage Art Chakra Refinement Jutsu began to rise rapidly. You have explored and created the Sage Art Chakra Refinement Jutsu using the Primal Chakra Refining Method and the Mount Myabaku's Sage Art Training Method. Proficiency +1, you trained in the Sage Art Chakra Refinement Jutsu and attempted to improve it. Proficiency +15, you trained in the Sage Art Chakra Refinement Jutsu and encountered a failed attempt. Proficiency -7, you trained in the Sage Art Chakra Refinement Jutsu and successfully improved it. Proficiency +25, thanks to the feedback from the Heaven Rewards Diligence Talent, Kaido could easily distinguish successful experiments from failures. This feedback accelerated the improvement of his Sage Art Chakra Refinement Jutsu, making the process increasingly efficient. As his proficiency grew, the Sage Art Chakra in his body also increased. However, it remained distinct from the pure chakra he had stored in his chakra nodes. The two types of chakra were fundamentally different and incompatible. Meanwhile, Kaito noticed that as he continued circulating natural energy and refining Sage Art Chakra, his meridians began to expand and strengthen under the combined pressure and nourishment of the natural energy and Sage Art Chakra. Both their capacity and resilience improved rapidly. Additionally, the Sage Art Chakra seemed to exert a subtle influence on his life force, enhancing it. Although this effect was still weak due to the small amount of Sage Art Chakra in his body and the short duration of practice, Kaido's exceptional control and the talent panel made it possible for him to detect these changes. It's true. The reason Jiraiya grew stronger with age and maintained his peak condition was because of Sage Art. It was the Sage Art Chakra nourishing his life force and body. It enhanced his vitality, physical strength, chakra capacity, and even extended his lifespan. Otherwise, there's no way he could surpass Orochimaru and Tsunade later on and grow so powerful. And not just powerful, he kept getting stronger. Thinking back to the original Naruto storyline, Kaido realized that Jiraiya was the only ninja who defied the usual trend of declining strength with age. This anomaly made sense now. Where there's an effect, there must be a cause. And Sage Art was the cause. The essence of Sage Art is to absorb higher-level energy from nature to strengthen oneself, achieving continuous evolution. The three great sage lands' longevity and power likely stemmed from their mastery of sage art chakra. It made sense that these once ordinary creatures, through thousands of years, had achieved such extraordinary lifespans. Understanding this, Kaido felt a deep sense of clarity. Why, then, does training in Mount Myabaku's sage art result in frog-like features? Even with perfect sage mode, there are still traits like toad eyes and facial markings. Why do Uchiha cave practitioners develop snake-like traits? Each sage land's sage art seems to carry unique additional traits. Mount Myabaku enhances strength, speed, and reflexes and grants abilities like frog kata. Uchiha cave enhances inorganic manipulation and perception. So why doesn't my sage mode have any toad or snake-like traits? Not even facial markings, aside from a small red dot on my forehead when activating sage art chakra. Testing confirmed this minor detail. Chapter 172, So many tasks Kaido couldn't help but ponder. Is it because I didn't follow the complete Myabaku sage art training method? Or is it because I didn't use toad oil? Maybe it's because I didn't rely on the toad sage to inject its sage chakra. With these thoughts, Kaido temporarily stopped his accidental discovery of the sage chakra refinement technique. Instead, he began absorbing a small amount of natural energy into his body. This time, he didn't circulate it using the primal chakra technique. Instead, he forced it to merge with his mental energy and cellular energy by sheer willpower. To avoid any danger, Kaido wrapped this process in a protective layer of the permanent sage chakra he had previously refined. This acted as a barrier to prevent any unexpected damage to his body. The process of forced fusion wasn't as smooth or stable as the previous refinement. The natural energy resisted and repelled his mental and cellular energy intensely. Following the Myabaku mountain training method, Kaido attempted to harmonize with nature, integrating his body, mental energy, and cellular energy into this state. Suddenly, the natural energy within him calmed down, no longer violent. He instinctively allowed the three energies to merge. This time, it went surprisingly smoothly. Before long, the natural energy actively accepted the portion of Kaido's mental and cellular energy, successfully transforming into sage chakra in a 1:1:1 ratio. Kaido immediately tested and compared this new sage chakra. He discovered that his control over this sage chakra was far inferior to the one refined through primal chakra technique circulation. He couldn't wield it as effortlessly as he could with the refined version. This new sage chakra, in essence, wasn't fully refined by him. It was merely usable for ninjutsu or temporarily strengthening his body. Its fundamental nature was still somewhat volatile. It only became non-violent because it fused with his mental and cellular energy, treating his body as nature. In essence, he had gained usage rights for this sage chakra, but the ownership wasn't entirely his. It was like owning only a part of a company's shares, while the remaining shares belonged to someone else. He could use the company for some purposes, but not absolutely anything he wanted. Moreover, this new sage chakra remained distinctly separate and incompatible with the previous refined sage chakra. Kaido continued replicating the process. After multiple attempts, he managed to accumulate a certain amount of this new sage chakra. Then, he used it to enter sage mode. The result? His body showed no signs of toad-like scales or animalistic features. His eyes remained human. The only difference was the addition of deep red eyeshadow around his eyes and a red circle at the center of his forehead. That was it. As expected, this forcibly fused sage chakra doesn't carry toad-like or animalistic traits. So, the fundamental reason Myabaku Mountain and Uchiha Cave sage arts cause animalistic transformations isn't the training method or the natural energy itself, but an external factor? Toad oil and the snake sage's sage chakra. Or maybe genetic pollution? That must be it. With this realization, Kaido's eyes narrowed slightly. If I want to avoid genetic pollution, I can't rely on shortcuts like toad oil or the snake sage's sage chakra to fuse sage chakra. After all, who knows what kind of effect this genetic pollution might have on my bloodline. If things go wrong, continuously training in such sage modes could gradually worsen the pollution, invading the cells of the practitioner. Eventually, it could turn them into a toad or a snake. Could this be the truth? Speaking of which, were all the snakes of Uchiha Cave originally snakes? A doubt arose in Kaido's mind. Could they have been human practitioners of sage arts? After all, they have human-like habits. Yet, the snake sage itself is much stronger but shows no human traits. Why? This question was worth pondering. In any case, until the true reason is clear, I can't allow people from the village to train in the orthodox sage arts of the three great sacred grounds. Kaido made this decision on the spot. He needed to uncover the truth first. I can't just ask them directly. I have to increase my strength until I'm unafraid of the Sage of Six Paths before confronting Toad Sage or the Snake Sage. Kaido considered further. He was worried that Toad Maru and a Snake Sage, when cornered, might summon the Sage of Six Paths to retaliate. After all, he wasn't sure if this genetic pollution issue was a deliberate trap left behind with malicious intent or simply an oversight. Not everyone was like Kaido, confident in continuously refining sage arts and replacing all his chakra with sage chakra to achieve a permanent sage mode. This required extraordinary talent and a long lifespan. The Toad Sage probably couldn't imagine that Kaido could create such a terrifying and miraculous chakra refinement technique, capable of extracting pure sage chakra to continuously reshape and upgrade his body. Coupled with his eternal life technique, Kaido's path was unparalleled. If it's unconscious negligence, that's forgivable. But if it's deliberate malice, don't blame me for turning hostile when the time comes. Humphrey. Kaido smirked coldly to himself. That's why he hadn't exposed the matter yet and directly confronted them. He didn't want to turn things sour with the great Toad Sage Gramamaru and the others right now, which might attract the attention of the Sage of Six Paths. Even if there was only a 1% chance of that happening, he wasn't willing to take the risk for now. Worst case, he'd wait a few years until he was strong enough to face the Sage of Six Paths head-on. Anyway, considering Gramamaru's expectations, the conditions for mastering Sage Jutsus weren't exactly easy to meet. Delaying for a few years and not sending anyone to Mount Myabaku for training would seem perfectly normal. By then, Kaido was confident he'd have the strength to take on the Sage of Six Paths. As for my mother and the contracted individuals, they can practice Sage Jutsus too. But only after I've perfected my Sage Chakra technique and ensured it's safe for them to train. Until then, I'll have to keep it hidden from Jiraiya and Mount Myabaku. Once I've got enough power, I'll reveal everything and settle the score. Kaido silently resolved. He couldn't afford to abandon Sage Jutsus entirely just because of a temporary risk. As for the method he just used to force himself into Sage mode, he didn't think it was suitable for others. Sure, it seemed like he succeeded quickly, but there were too many variables involved. If someone else tried it, there'd be a 90% chance they'd end up dead. Maybe I could use the excuse of creating a human-compatible, low-barrier Sage Jutsu to test Gramamaru's intentions? The idea crossed Kaido's mind, but he quickly shook his head and dismissed it. Still too risky. Better to wait it out. Damn it. Once I'm strong enough, I'll definitely string up the Sage of Six Paths and teach him a lesson. By the way, why does this Sage mode facial pattern look exactly like Hashirama's? It's practically identical. Does this mean the first Hokage didn't rely on the Shikatsu forest for Sage mode? That he achieved it through his senju physique and sheer talent, just like I did? The realization hit Kaido like a ton of bricks. All this time, I thought he learned it from the Shikatsu forest. Even Tsunade-sensei doesn't seem to know this, does she? Looks like I'll need to confirm this with the first Hokage himself. Asking the person involved would give the most accurate answer. Of course, Kaido wasn't planning to learn Hashirama's Sage mode training method. If his guess was right, Hashirama had probably achieved it through his natural gifts and unmatched insight. Getting him to explain it would likely boil down to something like, I just clapped my hands, and it worked. With that thought in mind, Kaido shifted his focus back to refining the Sage Chakra technique he had unintentionally created. He started synthesizing and converting more Sage Chakra. His cells were slowly undergoing transformation. Kaido could sense that replacing all his regular chakra with Sage Chakra and circulating it throughout his entire body would greatly enhance his life force and accelerate cellular evolution. It would raise him to an entirely new level of existence. But this wasn't a fully perfected technique. It couldn't replace sleep. Worse, it drained his mental energy at an alarming rate. After just 2 hours of training, Kaido felt his mental reserves drop to less than half. Fatigue hit him hard, forcing him to stop. When he checked his progress, he saw that only about 0.01% of his chakra had been replaced with Sage Chakra. The main issue was his massive chakra reserves. And they were still growing daily thanks to his primal chakra refinement jutsu. At this rate, who knows how long it'll take to finish converting all my chakra. Clearly, I need to improve my proficiency and efficiency with the Sage Chakra technique as soon as possible. Only by increasing the speed can I achieve my goal. Once I've mastered both the Sage Chakra technique and the primal chakra refinement jutsu, or perfected at least one of them, I might be able to merge the two and create a more powerful method. Kaido pondered this idea. Although neither method was complete, if they could be perfectly integrated, their strengths would complement each other. This could allow him to absorb and refine natural energy directly into Sage Chakra without consuming his mental or cellular energy. That limitation was currently holding back his accumulation of Sage Chakra. He glanced at his stats. After 3 years of practice, his primal chakra refinement jutsu was close to perfection. He estimated it would take just a few more months to reach mastery. On the other hand, after only 2 hours of practice, the Sage Chakra method was at a basic level. Reaching mastery for it would likely take a long time. So, focusing on perfecting the primal chakra refinement jutsu first and then combining it with the sage chakra jutsu seemed like the most practical path. Of course, Kaido wasn't planning to abandon training the sage chakra jutsu in the meantime. He aimed to optimize and refine it as much as possible so that, when the time came to merge the two methods, he could create an even more powerful and flawless technique. I'll run some tests, then prepare for the pirate world. I also need to meet the first Hokage. Sigh. I've got to develop a method to hide chakra and figure out who should enter the pirate world now as pirates. Ugh, so many tasks. Damn. With his mind set, Kaido decided to rest. Chapter 173, Genetic Pollution. In the blink of an eye, the night had passed. While having breakfast at home in the morning, Naori Uchiha noticed something unusual about Kaido. She asked with a hint of confusion, "Huh? Kaido, have you made another big breakthrough recently? Your aura and temperament seem to have changed quite a bit." The others, hearing this, turned their attention to Kaido as well, examining him seriously. It's true. Mikoto's eyes lit up slightly. But the change isn't very obvious. If you don't observe closely, it's hard to notice. Tsunade, eating her breakfast, curiously chimed in, "So, what's going on with you?" She only occasionally came over for breakfast here, enjoying the meal before joining Mikoto and the others for morning training at a base in the pirate world. As for her work at the hospital, she left that to her shadow clone. Her training time was non-negotiable. She still had a lot of potential to grow and hoped to improve her strength as quickly as possible. With the combined practices of primal chakra refinement and meditation techniques, her chakra reserves, mental strength, and overall capacity were constantly increasing. She could handle the information feedback from more shadow clones simultaneously. Splitting a few clones every day to handle work and tasks was now a piece of cake for her. At her current level, without affecting her own state, she could manage up to 20 shadow clones, maintaining them for a whole day of study, training, and handling various matters. A single night's rest was enough to fully recover and start fresh the next day. And as her strength grew, so would this number. Swallowing a piece of meat, Kaido replied, "Last night, I tried training the sage mode techniques of Mount Myabaku. I made some progress and discoveries, which probably explains the change." Huh? Tsunade was taken aback. Sage mode? You went to Mount Myabaku last night? Nope. Kaido shook his head. I practiced at home on my own. What? Tsunade looked even more astonished. You succeeded? Isn't his the technique that requires the toad oil from Mount Myabaku? That idiot Jiraiya told me about it before. Even sage mode training in the Shikatsu Forest and Rechi Cave requires assistance from their respective sages. The others were just as curious and looked at Kaido with interest. I've done some research on this, Kaido said with a serious expression, activating the Home's barrier and sharing his findings and experiences from his training the previous night. Is that so? Hearing this, Naori Uchiha and the others grew solemn. Naori pressed further, can you determine if Mount Myabaku's actions were intentional or not? I can't. Kaido shook his head. Not only can't I confirm it, but we also can task them directly right now. Because if they were intentional, who knows if they'd panic and try to contact the Sage of Six Paths, forcing him to act early. Our current strength is nowhere near enough to face the Sage of Six Paths. So, I plan to proceed cautiously. When one of us reaches Six Paths level strength, then we can confront Mount Myabaku and get to the bottom of it. Hopefully, it's unintentional. Otherwise, there will be no reason for Mount Myabaku to continue existing. This wasn't a joke. Genetic pollution was no trivial matter. Who would want to train in something that could turn them into a bug or some other creature, ceasing to be human? Your caution is warranted. This matter indeed can't be rushed. Naori Uchiha nodded in agreement, acknowledging Kaido's prudence. Genetic pollution? Is sage mode training really that terrifying? Does that mean that idiot Jiraiya is doomed? Tsunade's face grew grim. As a top medical ninja, she understood the severity of genetic pollution all too well. The thought made her skin crawl. Pretty much. At least, for now, we don't have a way to eliminate genetic pollution. Kaido nodded. Of course, I plan to have Orochimaru extract some blood and cell samples from Jiraiya to assess the situation. We'll see how bad it is and whether there's a way to reverse it. If there is, great. If not, we'll have to find another solution in the future. He figured that once his medical skills advanced to the next level, finding a solution to this issue would be much easier. Of course, if Jiraiya's genetic pollution wasn't too severe, his current three-world, Earth, Ninja, and Pirate worlds, medical jutsu's mastery might already be enough to address it. The real problem would be if Jiraiya's years of sage mode training had deeply altered every cell in his body, fundamentally changing his genetic makeup. That would be a much tougher challenge. Tsunade frowned and nodded. Let's make sure Jiraiya doesn't find out about this. At least until you're sure he can fully trust you, it's better to keep him in the dark. We can't risk him doing something irrational. Whether it was confronting Mount Mayabaka or betraying the village, neither was an outcome they wanted to see. Of course. Kaido affirmed with a nod. That had been his plan all along. Phew. I'm so glad I couldn't even take the first step back then, unable to connect with nature energy and thus abandoning Sage Mode training. Otherwise, wouldn't I be genetically polluted too? If I kept training Sage Mode, would I have turned into a slug? The thought sent a shiver down Tsunade's spine, but also filled her with relief. While she found slugs adorable when they helped her in battle, the idea of becoming one herself was unthinkable. She'd rather die. The frustration she had felt back then at failing to learn Sage Mode was now a source of immense gratitude. Everything happens for a reason. By the way. Suddenly, Tsunade remembered something and turned to Kaido. Orochimaru, that guy. While he didn't fully train in the Richie Cave's Sage Mode because of the risks, like being eaten by the snake sages if he failed, he did modify his body to enhance his snake-like abilities. He even incorporated snake genes into himself to adapt to his snake-style jutsu. Could this have similar consequences as genetic pollution from Sage Mode? If so, wouldn't Orochimaru also be doomed? Kaido hesitated after hearing this and replied, I'm not sure about that. We'd have to examine Orochimaru's genetic structure to know for certain. But the possibility isn't low. After all, if you observe carefully, Orochimaru's personality and aura have become increasingly cold and snake-like over the years. His techniques, especially the Orochimaru style, substitution jutsu, follow that same pattern. So saying his genes haven't been polluted by snake traits would be hard to believe. Man, this guy's completely insane. Kaido was speechless. As a scientist, shouldn't he know better than to mess with genes like this? He's really asking for it. Kushina couldn't help but complain. Mikoto and Minato nodded in agreement. Right? That guy's reckless beyond belief. He probably doesn't even care about that. Tsunade said, shaking her head in exasperation. You just said it, he is crazy. True enough. Kaido chuckled and then added, I'll go talk to him later and see what he says. Oh, and by the way, Tsunade, we might need a blood and cell sample from Jiraiya. Would you mind handling that for us? You could tell him you're researching the effects of senjutsu on cells or something. Just say you're curious about why he seems to be getting younger and want to figure out a secret to extending life. He probably won't suspect you. If it were anyone else asking, it might not work. But since it's Tsunade, Jiraiya would likely trust her. Fine. Tsunade said with a slightly annoyed expression. She sighed and agreed, though she looked less than thrilled. Then, with a hint of surprise, she added, wait a minute. Did you know that my grandfather's senjutsu wasn't learned from Shikatsu Forest? I just found this out. I always assumed he learned it there. No wonder the slug sage was so evasive when I asked her about it before. She wouldn't tell me anything. I guess there's an embarrassing truth she didn't want me to know, huh? Is it because she was worried I'd break the contract or something? That doesn't make sense, though. Given the slug sage's laid-back nature, she shouldn't care much about her summoners, right? Not necessarily. Naori Uchiha replied, shaking his head. If she truly didn't care, why would she create the Shikatsu Forest summoning contract in the first place? And why would there be a title for the three great summoning lands? It's obvious she cares to some extent. Whether it's to compete with the other two sacred lands or for some other reason, only she knows. Once we're strong enough to crush all of them, including the Sage of Six Paths, then we can ask for the full truth. But for now, that's not an option. After all, no one can guarantee that the Slug Sage or the Snake Sage doesn't have some connection to the Sage of Six Paths. As beings from the three great summoning lands, who've lived for over 1,000 years and witnessed the Sage of Six Paths era, anything is possible. That's all we can do for now. Tsunade nodded in agreement, realizing this was another puzzle for the future. She thought about how her summoning contract prevented her from revealing any sensitive information about Kaido to the Slug Sage. Thus, the Slug Sage remained unaware of these matters. By the way, Kaido, where do you think my grandfather really learned his senjutsu? Did he figure it out on his own? If so, that's an insane level of talent, totally enviable. Tsunade looked at Kaido with admiration as she spoke. If only she had her grandfather's innate talent as a sage, things would have been so much easier. Her strength would have been greater, and becoming stronger would have been far less challenging. Who knows? That's probably the case. Why don't we just ask him later and find out? Kaido shrugged casually. Since the person in question was around, why not ask directly? Wait, let me finalize my contract with the first Hokage before we ask him anything. Kaido added. Oh? My grandfather's favorability towards you is maxed out? Tsunade raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised but not completely so. Yep. Kaito nodded. It happened yesterday. Got it. Tsunade nodded knowingly. In that case, I'll join you when you go see him later. I can help persuade him. Tsunade was fully in favor of her grandfather forming a contract with Kaito. It would undoubtedly be beneficial for him. He might even completely break free from the influence of the Sage of Six Paths. After all, no one knows for sure if souls resurrected through Edo Tensei or somehow under the control of the Sage of Six Paths or affected by his techniques. Better safe than sorry. But once the contract with Kaito is established, such hidden dangers would disappear entirely. Even the Sage of Six Paths couldn't transcend dimensions or surpass Kaito's unique space-time abilities. If possible, Tsunade wished her granduncle could form a contract with Kaito too. However, she knew how difficult that would be. With her granduncle's prejudice against the Uchiha clan, the only way it could happen was if Kaito led Hidden Leaf Village to unprecedented glory, so much so that his achievements overshadowed his Uchiha lineage. Only then might her granduncle fully recognize and admire him, raising his favorability enough for a contract. But Kaito wasn't the type to curry favor or flatter others deliberately. So the only way was for her granduncle to be passively impressed over time. Chapter 174, Contracting Senju Hashirama. Sure thing. Kaito smiled and nodded. That would be for the best. Saves me from a lot of talking. Oh, by the way. Kaito, when will your self-created Sage Chakra Jutsu be perfected? At this moment, Nari Uchiha spoke up, eager to ask. She wanted to start practicing as soon as possible, to improve her strength quickly and break into the Six Paths level. The sooner she reached that point, the less she'd have to worry about her son. Not being at the Six Paths level made everyone feel restrained, as if their hands were tied. It was frustrating and inconvenient. Hearing this, Mikoto and the others also turned their eyes to Kaito. Who wouldn't want to accelerate their growth, evolve their very essence, and step into a higher level of power? Kaito paused to think before smiling and saying, it'll take at least another month or so to make it to the minor mastery level. By then, it should be refined enough for you all to start practicing. Oh, right. But there's a catch, your proficiency with the primal chakra refinement jutsu and the meditation method must both reach the minor achievement level, at the very least. Otherwise, I'm afraid it won't work. If you try to cultivate it without meeting those standards, you'll likely fail. Kaito explained with a faint smile. At the very least, that version of the Sage Chakra condensation jutsu will require that much. Ultimately, this method relies on using spiritual energy to forcibly envelop and refine natural energy into Sage Chakra during the process of circulation. Without sufficient spiritual energy to suppress the turbulence of natural energy, your meridian simply can't handle the strain. If your proficiency in the primal chakra refinement jutsu is inadequate, your meridian strength and circulation skills will also fall short, making it impossible to succeed. Of course, if you want to practice the Myabaku Mountain version of Sage Mode without external assistance, that's also an option. As long as your meditation method reaches perfection, allowing you to reliably enter a state of harmony with nature, you can attempt it. Once your chakra reserves are high enough, your natural energy affinity is sufficient, or your spiritual energy is strong enough, you could potentially forcefully fuse Sage Chakra and step into the entry-level stage of Sage Mode. How about it? Want to give it a try? That's probably how the first Hokage did it. Though, to be fair, the first Hokage's spiritual energy might not have been up to par, but his top-tier sage body and absurdly high natural energy affinity made the fusion process significantly easier for him. Honestly, Hashirama was truly a chosen one of his era. Forget it. The group including Nari shook their heads decisively. A perfected meditation method isn't something that's easy to achieve. Minato said. We'll wait for your Sage Chakra jutsu to be ready. After all, most of them had already developed both the primal chakra refinement jutsu and the meditation method to at least the minor mastery level. Nari Uchiha, on the other hand, had already pushed her meditation method to perfection and was close to reaching the grand perfection stage. Her talent and comprehension in this area were indeed exceptional. But even she wasn't interested in the Myabaku method. It couldn't completely refine Sage Chakra for personal use, nor could it be fully controlled. Moreover, it couldn't be permanently stored in the body as part of one's foundational strength. She was willing to wait for Kaito to perfect his method, even if it took a month. Alright. Let's reconsider this in a month. Kaito nodded with a smile. He had expected this outcome. Frankly, he would have made the same choice in their shoes. After finishing breakfast, Kaito didn't immediately head off to find the first Hokage or Orochimaru. Instead, he joined Tsunade and the others for their morning training at the Shimatsuki village base in the pirate world. Once he completed his daily training of techniques like the Eternal Life technique, Tsunade urged him to move on. Leaving the pirate world, Kaido returned to the ninja world and went straight to the old district. There, he found Senju Hashirama working alongside Tobirama, using wood style and earth style to flatten land and construct new houses and streets. Naturally, Madara Uchiha was also there, helping out. Though his face made it clear he wasn't thrilled about it. "Grandpa. We need to talk about something. Come home with us for a bit," Tsunade called out as she approached. "Oh?" Hashirama stopped what he was doing and looked over curiously. "What's the matter?" Then, noticing Kaito beside Tsunade, Hashirama smiled and waved cheerfully. "Hey. The fourth Hokage is here too. Got something to discuss with me? You could have just said so. No need to drag little Tsunade along, ha ha ha." Kaito rolled his eyes slightly. "Something like that. Anyway, come with us. It's something good for you." Without further explanation, Kaido teleported directly to Hashirama's side, placing a hand on his shoulder. Before Hashirama could react, Kaido transported them away. Tsunade followed closely, leaving Madara behind with a sour expression. "This brat. I'm still your elder, you know. Not even a single greeting? How rude." Madara grumbled. Then again, considering his history of trying to kill everyone, it wasn't surprising that Kaido wasn't particularly polite to him. Unless, of course, the day came when Madara willingly accepted a contract with Kaido, in which case their dynamic might shift slightly. But for now? No chance. Meanwhile, Kaido and Hashirama arrived at the Senju compound's courtyard. Tsunade appeared moments later. "Huh? What are you all doing here?" Inside the courtyard, Uzumaki Mido and Senju Nawaki were present and immediately turned curious when they saw Kaido and Hashirama. At this moment, both Uzumaki Mido and Nawaki were present, and they curiously asked the question as soon as they saw the visitors. It was worth mentioning that Nawaki had also entered into a contract long ago. His current strength was at least at the level of a Jonin, pretty impressive. "I came to discuss the matter of forming a contract with our first Hokage," Kaido replied with a smile. "Oh. That's great news." Both Uzumaki Mido and Nawaki were visibly delighted upon hearing this. This was definitely a good thing. They were curious to see if there would be any significant changes after Hashirama, the revived first Hokage, entered the contract. "Contract? What contract? Kaido, are you trying to make some kind of deal with me?" Hashirama scratched the back of his head, looking puzzled as he asked. Without hesitation, Kaido explained the pros and cons of the contract to Hashirama. Following that, Tsunade and the others took turns trying to persuade him. "Tsunade, Grandpa, this is a fantastic opportunity. Just agree already. We've all formed contracts with Kaido." Uzumaki Mido, "Exactly. There's no need to overthink it. Just agree." Nawaki, "Grandpa, hurry up. You'll see the benefits once it's done. Hee, it'll definitely surprise you." "Is that so?" Hashirama scratched the back of his head again, then nodded. "If you're all saying it's a good thing, then let's do it. I don't see any harm in trying. A little restriction isn't really an issue for me. So, what do I need to do?" Hashirama looked at Kaido as he asked. Kaido didn't waste time. He conjured an intricate contract rune from his brow and sent it floating toward the first Hokage. He then explained the steps for forming the contract. After listening, Hashirama reached out and touched the rune as instructed. When a voice echoed in his mind, he chose to accept without hesitation. The next moment, the rune merged into the core of his soul at his brow. A soft hum resonated, and the rune released a radiant glow and energy wave, stabilizing Hashirama's soul completely. The damage his soul had sustained from lingering in the living world vanished entirely. Even the deathly aura lingering in his soul was swept away by the rune. Furthermore, the connection and imprint his soul had with the pure land of the afterlife were enveloped and sealed by the rune's glow and energy. It didn't sever or erase the link outright. Instead, it encapsulated it and disguised its presence, making it undetectable. As a result, Hashirama's soul was no longer under the influence or control of the Pure Land. Though the connection technically still existed, it had been rendered utterly meaningless. Hashirama felt an immense relief, as if a refreshing rain had washed over him. He felt rejuvenated, as though he had been reborn. This feeling. Hashirama marveled at the transformation, sensing the contract rune within his soul. His eyes were filled with astonishment and joy. Before he could say anything to Kaido, a torrent of information flooded into his mind, details about the past and future of the pirate world, as well as fragments of the past and future from the ninja world. In addition, numerous amazing techniques created and mastered by Kaido surged into his consciousness. Overwhelmed, Hashirama had to close his eyes to process everything. His expression revealed his inner turmoil and amazement. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Pure Land, the Sage of Six Paths sat cross-legged in midair, a staff resting on his lap. With his eyes closed, he was absorbing soul's power and chakra from the Pure Land. He remained completely unaware of the changes happening to Hashirama. However, Kaido, through the feedback from the contract rune within Hashirama's soul, had already discerned the situation. Realizing the link and imprint had been dealt with, Kaido nodded to himself. As I thought, the Sage of Six Paths has placed measures on the souls of the deceased ninja, at least the powerful ones. It seems there's a big issue with the Pure Land, and the Sage of Six Paths is also problematic. Luckily, I planned ahead and adjusted the contract rune's effects for Hashirama. If the rune had outright severed the link and imprint with the Pure Land, it might have alerted the Sage of Six Paths. But Kaido pondered further. Hashirama and Madara, the previous reincarnations of Indra and Azura, are both dead now. The next reincarnations could appear at any moment. I wonder if the Sage of Six Paths will personally monitor the ninja world during this time? Hopefully, he won't. Hopefully, the reincarnations are delayed by a few years. Or maybe he's relying on the Toad Sages to observe the world? If not, he might notice something unusual. Even if he doesn't uncover everything, he could still detect some anomalies. Damn it. If I had known, I would have waited a few more years before killing Madara. Kaido admitted to himself that he felt a hint of regret. Now, his only choice was to hope for a delay in the reincarnations of Indra and Azura. At the same time, he had to work hard on his training to break through to the Six Paths level. Maybe I should also find stronger, more compatible devil fruits for my mother, Lady Mido, and the first Hokage, removing their flaws and risks before letting them eat them. That would quickly boost their power. Kaido saw potential in this idea. He decided to discuss it with them later to see what they thought about devil fruits. With their strength, even if the desired fruits had already been consumed by someone else, it wouldn't be an issue for most users. As long as it wasn't someone like Whitebeard or a top-ranking Navy officer, they'd likely be able to handle it. Chapter 175, Hashirama, the Pirate King? About half an hour later, Hashirama finally finished digesting the information. Opening his eyes, he looked at Kaido in amazement and said, "Kaido, you've truly given me an incredible surprise. I never imagined you could travel to another world, and even take contractors with you. On top of that, you've created so many overpowered training techniques. No wonder Mido, Tsunade, and the others are so strong now. Sometimes, they're even mysterious. I had many guesses, but I never expected it to be something like this. By the way, when can I visit this pirate world? It sounds so much fun. I feel like that world is way more interesting than ours. Pirates, freedom. That kind of life sounds amazing." Hearing this, Kaido and the others were speechless. Kaido frowned and said, "Don't joke around, first Hokage. For ordinary people in the pirate world, most pirates are nothing but trouble. Freedom? That's just a selfish illusion or the byproduct of crime. The vast majority of pirates are despicable criminals who pillage, kill, and destroy without a second thought. Sure, some might have been forced into that life due to circumstances, but very few maintain a pure heart, adventuring without hurting or robbing innocents. Those kinds of pirates are rare. Not everyone is like Monkey D. Luffy, you know." He felt Hashirama was missing the point entirely. Then again, knowing Hashirama's personality, saying something like this wasn't out of character. In many ways, he was quite similar to Luffy, both were straightforward, and both had a unique wisdom hidden beneath their seemingly carefree personalities. Exactly. Beside him, Nawaki couldn't help but tease, "Grandpa, you're the first Hokage. Why are you thinking about becoming a pirate? That doesn't match your image at all." Ha ha ha. Hashirama scratched the back of his head with a sheepish smile. "I don't think it's that bad, actually. Being the Pirate King looks interesting. But..." At this point, his expression grew serious as he looked at Kaido. "You're right, though. Most pirates in that world are far worse than they seem on the surface. After all, they're still thieves, and ordinary people in that world have their struggles too. So, do you have any plans for that pirate world? Are you aiming to unite it, overthrow the world government, and take down the celestial dragons?" Speaking of the celestial dragons, even the ever-optimistic Hashirama found them repulsive. Those people are a complete cancer on society. They shouldn't exist in this world. Something like that. Kaido nodded. But that's a long way off. First, we need to unify the ninja world. Once we've fully established ourselves here, then we can think about invading the pirate world. For now, we're just quietly laying the groundwork. Actually, I discussed this with my mother and the others yesterday. We've started planning the next phase, establishing a nation or a major force in the pirate world. Once we gather the strongest among our contractors, we'll discuss it together and finalize the details. However, Hashirama still seemed more interested in becoming a pirate. Kaido figured that he could let Hashirama form a 4 Emperors level crew in the future, which could pave the way for change in that world. They could establish a nation within the pirate world, experiment with reforms, and create a comprehensive education and talent system. This would allow them to prepare for the future, ensuring a steady supply of capable individuals. Of course, Kaido himself would have to play a major role in this pirate crew. This would help him win the people's hearts, generate goodwill, and make it easier to recruit more individuals from the pirate world. After all, many people in the pirate world had a twisted mindset. Just a bit of generosity or kindness could make them loyal followers. This was particularly evident under Big Mom and Whitebeard's rule. Despite being forced to offer part of their lifespan every month, many under Big Mom genuinely appreciated her, as life without her had been far worse. It was a testament to how chaotic and miserable life in the New World was. In many ways, the pirate world seemed even more chaotic than the ninja world. Sounds good to me. Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito nodded in agreement. Oh, by the way. Tsunade suddenly turned to Hashirama with curiosity. Grandpa, where did you originally learn your sage techniques? Was it really self-taught? Grandma said you didn't train at the Shikatsu forest? Huh? Hashirama looked puzzled. How did you know I figured it out on my own? As for the Shikatsu forest, I never signed a contract with them. I didn't even know about that place back then. Amazing. Tsunade was amazed. You need to know that Kaido tried the sage training methods from Mount Myabaku and noticed some issues with them. She went on to explain Kaido's discoveries about sage techniques and the flaws he'd uncovered during his research to him and Mito. What? The sage techniques from Mount Myabaku, and the other 2 sacred lands, have such major flaws? Did the Great Toad Sage say anything about this? Was it intentional or just negligence? Hearing this, Uzumaki Mito's face darkened. That's unacceptable. It's hard to say for now. Kaido replied, raising his hands in a helpless gesture. If it's intentional, the Great Toad Sage might outright oppose us and even summon the Sage of 6 Paths. That's not something we want to deal with right now. For now, we'll just have to wait. Once we've got more 6 Paths level fighters, we can address this. Speaking of which, Lady Mito, do you have a preference for any particular devil fruit? In the short term, you're one of the most likely to reach the 6 Path level, aside from my mother and the first Hokage. A devil fruit might speed up that process. As for Madara? If he couldn't be bound by a contract to ensure loyalty, Kaido wasn't going to bother. It wasn't worth the effort. That does need careful consideration. So, we'll leave it at that for now. Uzumaki Mito nodded in agreement. For now, I'll leave it to you to perfect sage arts. We also need to keep this hidden from Mount Myabaku and even Jiraiya. And about the devil fruit? I don't have a concrete idea right now, but I'll think it through. She hadn't felt such urgency to improve her strength before, but things were different now. Mito decided she needed to find a devil fruit suitable for herself as soon as possible to further enhance her power. Of course, she wouldn't abandon sage arts either. After all, based on what Tsunade just described and Kaido's feedback about sage arts, the benefits to strength were remarkable. Alright. You should get on it quickly. We already have the power to hunt down most of the devil fruits we want. Kaito reminded her. Soon we will enter the pirate world to develop there. I didn't realize sage arts had these kinds of hidden dangers. Does that mean Jiraiya might turn into a toad in the future? Haha. Why do I suddenly feel sorry for him? Nawaki chimed in from the side, realizing something crucial and couldn't help but tease. He deserves it. Always showing off his sage arts to me before, now look what's happened. Humphrey. Even if Kaido figures out a solution in the future, I think we should make him sweat for a bit before helping him. Let him learn a lesson, and maybe even help me get a little revenge. Tsunade said mischievously, glancing at Kaido with a look full of intent. She trusted that with Kaido's extraordinary abilities, he would definitely solve the problem in the future. Haha. Kaido smiled knowingly and gave her an okay gesture, agreeing right away. He also wanted to see Jiraiya in trouble for once. Poor Jiraiya, Nawaki muttered, shaking his head as he noticed their scheming. With the 2 of you targeting him, he's doomed. Then, Nawaki cheekily gave Kaido and Tsunade a thumbs up. Good job. If there's a show to watch, don't forget to call me. But then again, Jiraiya has a bad reputation because of his peeping habits. He deserves a little punishment. It's not like I'm a bad person, I'm just a simple guy who loves to watch drama unfold. At this point, Hashirama looked at Kaido in amazement. Kaido, I can't believe you've managed to master sage arts all on your own, and not just one, but 2 types. One of them is even better than my own. Impressive. He gave Kaido a big thumbs up, genuinely admiring him. Not to mention the primal chakra and sage chakra refinement techniques. Whether it was the primal chakra jutsu, sage chakra jutsu, Sharingan meditation, crystal meditation, the life force jutsu, or the eternal life jutsu, each one was like a divine gift. And Kaido created all of them himself. Compared to him, Hashirama felt utterly outclassed. Now he understood why Mido had chosen to form such a strong alliance with the Uchiha. With Kaido and the Uchiha by their side, the Senju clan had no reason to fear for their future. They could even surpass their past peak. He decided he'd speak more highly of Kaido in front of Tobirama, hoping his brother would change his mind and get involved with Kaido sooner rather than later. Oh, and Madara too. After all, when the contract runes were linked to his soul, Hashirama had seen the marks and connections in his soul. Based on the information he'd gained about the past and future of the ninja world, it was clear that these were methods left behind by the Sage of Six Paths. He'd managed to free himself from those constraints, but Madara and Obirama hadn't yet. Asking Kaido to help them without a contract? Hashirama had never even considered it. Haha, it's nothing. Kaido smiled humbly and then curiously asked, First Hokage, I'm really interested in your sage arts. Would you mind demonstrating and explaining them? He wanted to confirm if they were as he imagined. Well, sure. But I don't think it'll be of much use to you. Hashirama scratched the back of his head awkwardly. It's true, his mastery of sage arts is purely a gift from the heavens. Mido chuckled, covering her mouth. She'd known this for a long time. Back when she was interested in sage arts herself, she'd tried to see if she could learn it. The result? Let's just say it was predictable. Not just her, Obirama had also tried but gave up silently after hearing Hashirama's explanation. He never brought it up again. Chapter 176, Hashirama's eagerness to be revived. He. I think so too. Hashirama chuckled warmly, his grin broadening as he continued explaining to Kaido and the others. Actually, my method is pretty simple, it's very similar to the sage mode you've explored with me. You just clap your hands together, clear your mind, and let natural energy flow into your body. You keep it within a certain range, then mix it with your spiritual energy and cellular energy. During this process, the natural energy naturally combines with your spiritual and cellular energies to create Sage Chakra. Once you get familiar with it and grasp the key points, you can enter Sage mode anytime, anywhere. What do you think? Pretty easy, right? Everyone. Lady Mido's assessment was spot on, your technique doesn't involve any skill. It's pure luck, like the heavens decided to favor you. Kaito sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. As expected, it was even more ridiculous than he imagined. Nawaki looked equally dumbfounded. How is this even a thing? It sounds unreliable and completely absurd. How is this different from winning the lottery? There's no way to learn from it. Nawaki. Watch your tone. Tsunade glared at her younger brother. Haha. Honestly, Nawaki isn't wrong. Hashirama said with a laugh, casually praising him. Back then, I really did hit the jackpot. See? I told you so. Nawaki smirked smugly at his sister, then turned to his grandfather with a thumbs up. Still, even so, Grandpa, you're incredible. Luck like that isn't something just anyone can have. Kaido said it well, luck is also a part of strength. I think that applies perfectly to you, Grandpa. Oh? Hashirama stroked his chin, glancing at Kaido. Makes sense. If I weren't lucky, I'd have died countless times on the battlefield before I ever had the chance to grow strong. Back in the Warring States period, the world was full of geniuses, talents everywhere. Prodigies weren't rare. But in the end, most of them either died young or fell in battle. Even Hashirama and Madara's siblings, who were quite gifted, didn't live to see their potential fully realized. That's the importance of luck. By the way, Hashirama's expression grew serious as he recalled the information he'd recently obtained about the ninja world's past and future. He frowned at Kaido and Uzumaki Mido. I've seen the information about the ninja world's past and future. I didn't expect this. I'm the reincarnation of Azura, the Sage of Six Paths' younger son. No wonder I always felt a unique chakra within me. Even my wood style was developed by studying and mastering this chakra. That's probably why my wood style can't be inherited by my descendants or taught to others. Otherwise, even if it were Kekkei Toda, it should theoretically be transferable like other techniques. Clearly, wood style is special, it requires the unique factor within Azura's chakra to learn. Even Madara Uchiha mastered wood style by merging Hashirama's blood and obtaining Azura's chakra. Future cases like Obito and Yamato would be similar. I see. Kaito nodded knowingly. First Hokage, your wood style is essentially a fusion of yang, earth, and water attributes, forming a Kekkei Toda, correct? On top of that, it likely incorporates the unique factor from Azura's chakra. Exactly. Hashirama confirmed with a nod. That's pretty much it. From what I've seen, the Sage of Six Paths wasn't as benevolent as people think. He repeatedly reincarnated the chakras of Asura and Indra, pitting them against each other. I suspect his motives were far from noble. Besides, when I sensed the mark and connection left in my soul during the contract earlier, it became even clearer. If he didn't know that reincarnating his son's chakras would lead to endless conflict, he wouldn't have done it. And the way he spread chakra through the world under the guise of promoting peace and understanding, it's starting to feel more like a method to incite chaos. He was too intelligent to not foresee the consequences. Even if he didn't realize it initially, he had over 1,000 years to observe the endless wars in the ninja world. Yet he allowed it, maybe even encouraged it, fueling conflicts for his own gain. It feels like he was cultivating us, like insects in a jar. His true goal might have been the souls and chakra of the fallen ninjas. At that moment, Hashirama's demeanor turned sharp and perceptive. This was the man who ended the Warring States era, defeated Madara Uchiha, and founded the Hidden Leaf Village, the great Senju Hashirama. That's very likely. Kaido affirmed, nodding. I've suspected this for a while. After seeing the marks and connections in your soul today, I'm convinced. The Sage of Six Paths would never want us to unite the ninja world, end the wars, and achieve true peace. To him, peace means the decline of ninja strength and fewer ninja deaths. Even the number of ninjas would eventually decline. That wouldn't align with his interests. True, in normal circumstances, prolonged peace would reduce both the number and power of ninjas. But for us, that doesn't have to be the case. Whether it's exploring other worlds or preparing to face the Otsutsuki clan, once I unify the ninja world, I'll continue strengthening the ninja force and raising its limits. I'll also integrate ninjas into every aspect of daily life. Using ninjutsu for farming, construction, and transforming the world will make it better and more beautiful. Ninjutsu will become an essential part of peace, not just a tool for war. This way, instead of declining, ninjas and ninjutsu will thrive in prosperity even during peace. First Hokage, you must have noticed this from the recent engineering projects, right? He had deployed many ninjas skilled in earth, wind, fire, and water style to assist in construction. From building houses to crafting furniture, ninjas were indispensable. Wind style could cut wood and sculpt. Fire style could dry and heat. Water style polished and refined. That's true. Hashirama nodded with a smile. In the past, we issued minor tasks like weeding, but deliberately applying ninjutsu to construction and production with such clear purpose feels like a first. This is the first time I've seen such a deliberate and thoughtful approach. Fourth Hokage, your idea is fantastic. I can already imagine a peaceful world where ninjas are no longer mercenaries or killers, and ninjutsu is no longer just a tool for war. Instead, they'll reshape the world, creating a true ninjutsu civilization. That vision, it's beautiful and inspiring. Realizing this, Hashirama felt how narrow-minded he and Madara had been in the past. Their methods and ideals were insufficient to change the ninja world's cruel fate. Only Kaido's vision had the potential to transform it. That's true. Hearing this, both Uzumaki Mido and Tsunade couldn't help but nod in agreement. Nawaki scratched the back of his head and grinned. I don't fully understand it yet, but I think it sounds pretty amazing. He wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, but he had a talent for sensing things beneath the surface. This is something everyone needs to work on together. I can't do it alone. Kaito said with a shake of his head and a soft smile. No. Hashirama shook his head firmly. Just the fact that you've come up with such a comprehensive idea and are willing to put it into practice, despite the cost, is already incredible. The rest? Well, it's up to everyone in the ninja world who truly desires peace to join in. Let's not dwell on this for now, it's a long-term goal. What really shocked me were the details you shared about the future. Hashirama's tone shifted, becoming heavier. The brutality is hard to even imagine. If you hadn't intervened out of nowhere, the future would have been unimaginably tragic. In the Fourth Great Ninja War, the power gap was pushed so high that regular ninja armies became little more than cannon fodder. And the Otsutsuki clan? They're terrifying beings. It seems we need to start preparing early. Compared to them, even the Sage of Six Paths and Otsutsuki Kaguya don't seem as frightening. Oh, right. Hashirama said, his brow furrowing as he turned to Kaido. From the info you shared, that Otsutsuki Ishiki, who was supposedly killed by Kaguya, isn't completely dead, is he? He's still lurking in the ninja world, and didn't you mention he has a small divine tree too? That's correct. Kaido confirmed with a nod. In the future, this guy will reincarnate by taking over the body of someone named Jigen. Actually, he might have already reincarnated by now. The Otsutsuki's parasitic abilities are a real headache. If we don't find a way to neutralize it, eradicating their clan will be nearly impossible. I'll work on that in the future. If he could figure out a way to crack the parasitic technique through Kaguya, it would be ideal. If not, Kaido resolved to capture Ishiki, as well as Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Urashiki, and study them thoroughly. Hashirama nodded thoughtfully. Looks like that's all on you, then. Even Dobirama might not have a solution for something this complicated. No, we need to revive ourselves properly as soon as possible. Otherwise, there's no way to keep improving our strength. If we don't reach 6 paths level power, we won't even have a chance to fight against the Otsutsuki clan or the Imugai from the pirate world. Honestly, I even need to figure out a way to get Madara and Obirama under contract too. Ugh, this is such a headache. Hashirama pinched the bridge of his nose, looking over at Kaido. Fourth, do you have a way to speed up our revival? Kaido spread his hands with a wry smile. For now, we'll have to wait. Either we find Madara's Rinnegan, which Black Zetsu has hidden somewhere, and use that to cheat the system and bring you back. Or I need to master Edo Tensei to its absolute peak and figure out a real resurrection technique through enlightenment. These are our only 2 options right now. Of course, if the pirate world somehow had a resurrection fruit, that'd be a game changer, but as far as he knew, no such fruit existed. I see. Hashirama nodded in understanding. Then focus on perfecting Edo Tensei for now and work on developing that resurrection technique. I'll try to convince Madara to cooperate and see if he'll help us locate the Rinnegan. I'm sure he can do it, it's just a matter of whether he's willing. Turning back to Kaido, Hashirama added, by the way, can I share some information about the Otsutsuki with Madara? Maybe give him a sense of urgency? Don't worry, I won't reveal anything else, just their origins and their future invasion plans. As long as it doesn't involve any of your secrets, is that okay? Hashirama's goal was clear, to make Madara more cooperative and, if possible, increase his trust in Kaido enough to form a contract. Leaving Madara, a powerhouse, untapped didn't sit right with Hashirama. If Madara could be contracted, and Kaido mastered the resurrection technique or helped Madara recover his Rinnegan, they could potentially revive everyone faster. And with Madara's peak strength, they could possibly recreate a true 10 tails or even a smaller version for him to absorb. That alone could push him to 6 paths level power. Then, they'd finally have a fighting chance against the likes of the Sage of 6 Paths. After some thought, Kaido nodded. With a mental command, he adjusted the contract seal on Hashirama, granting him permission to discuss Otsutsuki-related info with Madara and Tobirama, while keeping Kaido's secrets safe. Done. You can now share non-confidential Otsutsuki info with Madara and Tobirama. Whether you can convince them is up to you. Hopefully, you'll bring me good news soon. Also, even though you're not fully revived yet, don't neglect your spiritual training. Strengthening your mental and soul power is still useful. Hearing this, Hashirama slapped his forehead and chuckled. You're right. I'll focus on meditation and spiritual training for now. Alright, let's wrap it up for today. Kaido turned to Tsunade. Tsunade, I'll need you to get me some of Jiraiya's blood and cell samples as soon as possible. Leave it to me. Tsunade said confidently before teleporting away in an instant. Using observation and sensory abilities, Kaido and Mido tracked Tsunade to a bar where Jiraiya was drinking and chatting with some ladies. Without wasting time, Tsunade beat him up, collected his blood and cell samples during the chaos, and tossed him a vial of healing medicine that Kaido had developed. Jiraiya, lying on the ground with a caved-in chest and a few broken ribs, clutched the vial and muttered tearfully, "What did I do to deserve this? I paid my bill. I wasn't even peeping. Poor guy." 3 minutes later, Tsunade returned and tossed 2 test tubes to Kaido. "Here you go. All done." Kaido caught them, inspected the contents, and gave her an approving look. "That's an impressively direct method. Way simpler than what I suggested. And it won't even make Jiraiya suspicious. Brilliant." He gave her a thumbs up. "Humphrey, of course." Tsunade smirked, crossing her arms. "Dealing with that pervert is my specialty. Why waste time explaining anything when a beating works just fine? And really, he was at the bar, flirting with girls. If I wasn't going to hit him, who would?" Nawaki, watching all this, couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Poor Jiraiya. Having my sister as your teammate really is the worst luck ever. Truly tragic." Chapter 177, Orochimaru's Regret? "Nawaki, what did you just say? Say it again." Tsunade's brows shot up in a scowl as she glared at Nawaki, her tone carrying a clear threat. How dare he talk like that about his elder sister? Did he want to rebel? Ha ha ha. Nawaki instantly froze, his nerves kicking in. He let out an awkward laugh, frantically waving his hands. "Nothing. Nothing at all. What I meant was, sis, you're the greatest. Jiraiya should count himself lucky to have someone as amazing as you as his teammate. It's like he's been blessed by 8 generations of good karma. If it weren't for you keeping him on the straight and narrow, who knows where he'd have ended up. He might not have even survived as a wandering sage. You're practically a saint. Finishing his flattery, Nawaki shot Tsunade a thumbs up with a face full of admiration. The others, Kaido, Uzumaki Mido, and even the first Hokage, held back their laughter, clearly amused. Tsunade, however, seemed pleased, nodding in approval. Not bad. I like hearing that. Consider yourself spared. I'm heading off to find Orochimaru now. The sooner I confirm this, the sooner I can put my mind at ease. Later. With that, Kaito stood up, said his goodbyes to the others, and disappeared with a teleportation jutsu. The next moment, he appeared directly in the research department, inside the lab where Orochimaru and Obirama were working. Both Tobirama and Orochimaru glanced up, slightly startled by his sudden appearance, before returning their attention to their work. Obirama spoke first. What brings the fourth Hokage to the lab today? Indeed. Orochimaru added with a sly smile, turning toward Kaido. I assume it's something important? It is. Kaido confirmed, retrieving 2 vials containing blood and cellular samples. He handed them to Orochimaru. I need your help analyzing these samples. Specifically, I want to check for any signs of external genetic pollution. Oh? Orochimaru paused, his interest piqued. He set down his current project and arched an eyebrow. Genetic pollution? That's quite an intriguing topic. I see you're quite focused on genetic purity, Kaido. Orochimaru continued, his curiosity growing. Running a test is no problem at all. Ever since I got those foundational texts on genetics from you, I've been engrossed in the subject. After countless hours of study, I've gained some solid insights. Running this analysis should be easy. By the way, whose blood and cells are these? He asked, taking the vials and glancing at Kaido. Jiraiya's. Kaido replied bluntly. What? Orochimaru's pupil shrank in shock. How could Jiraiya's cells show signs of genetic pollution? He knew Kaido wasn't one to speak lightly about such matters. Immediately, Orochimaru's mind raced, trying to piece things together. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed with realization, and he narrowed them at Kaido. His tone turned serious. Could it be related to his training in Sage Mode? Does this mean there's a significant flaw in the Sage techniques of Mount Myabaku? Oh? Obirama, who had been quietly working nearby, also stopped what he was doing and turned toward them, clearly intrigued. He'd heard something extraordinary. Sage Mode wasn't unfamiliar to him. Back when his elder brother mastered Sage Mode and displayed its overwhelming power, Tobirama, a master of forbidden techniques, was deeply tempted to study and learn it himself. But he ultimately failed. Hashirama's method of learning Sage Mode relied entirely on innate talent, with no real technique involved. It was inaccessible to others. Later, Tobirama managed to obtain a summoning contract scroll from Shikatsu Forest, one of the 3 great sage regions. However, before he could research it, his brother passed away, and the first great ninja war erupted. He never got the chance to delve into Sage Mode. Recently, he'd seen Mount Myabaku's toads apologizing to Kaido and even offering their Sage Mode training methods. Obirama had reviewed those methods and had been tempted to try them out himself, even in his undead state. But now, you're telling me Mount Myabaku's sage techniques might have significant issues? Having read the same genetic research books Kaido provided, Obirama had a clear understanding of genetic pollution, and it wasn't something to take lightly. Still, for someone like Tobirama, who wasn't aware of Kaido's advanced chakra refinement techniques, the impact of potential pollution from Sage Mode seemed limited. As long as one didn't maintain Sage Mode continuously, but only used it in battle, the side effects might never become a real issue in their lifetime. You're as sharp as ever. Kaido said with a faint smile, acknowledging Orochimaru's quick deduction. Last night, I attempted to train in Mount Myabaku's Sage Mode. Kaido then shared the key points of his training experience and subsequent findings with Orochimaru. Because Obirama was present, he carefully omitted certain classified details, such as the primal and sage chakra refinement techniques. Instead, he focused on the issues he'd discovered with Sage Mode. My research has revealed that the sage training methods of Mount Myabaku, and possibly the other 2 sage regions, introduce external energy into the user, which gradually erodes and mutates their genes over time. If one trains extensively in Sage Mode, and especially if they replace their chakra with Sage chakra over the long term, this process accelerates drastically. What consequences do you think this will bring? You should be very clear about that. Kaido fixed his piercing gaze on Orochimaru as he spoke. Hiss. This really is a serious problem, isn't it? Orochimaru immediately caught on to the underlying message in Kaido's words. He was also someone bound by a contract and had practiced the technique of refining that primal pure chakra. Naturally, he understood that due to this technique, all contract holders were fundamentally different from non-contracted ninjas. These individuals could continually accumulate chakra and enhance its quality through the process of refining primal chakra. Similarly, when a contracted ninja practiced sage mode using the primal chakra method, their regular chakra would inevitably be replaced by sage chakra. This sage chakra would be stored the same as the primal chakra, accumulating over time. But this had its side effects. Sage chakra would influence their bodies at all times, accelerating genetic mutations at an astonishing rate. It could speed up the process of transforming a ninja's genetic makeup to resemble the animals of the three great sage regions, snails, toads, or snakes, by thousands of times. What might have taken decades or even centuries to erode someone's body could now occur in just a few years, or even sooner. At that point, contracted ninjas practicing the sage arts of the three sage regions might all end up turning into slugs, toads, or snakes. The mere thought of such a scenario made Orochimaru shudder. Although he had injected himself with snake DNA to enhance his power and align with his snake-based jutsu, he had never truly intended to become a snake. A snake without hands or feet wouldn't exactly be ideal for conducting experiments. Furthermore, over the years, he'd noticed that the snake DNA in his body had begun to distort his senses and rationality, increasingly aligning his personality and aura with it of a snake. This was far from a good sign. Especially now that he no longer intends to pursue immortality through body-hopping techniques. This influence had become an even greater concern. Thanks to the many techniques taught to him by Kaido, he no longer needed the body-swapping technique to extend his lifespan. After studying genetics, he had came to realize that the drawbacks of snake DNA outweighed its benefits. He now wanted to remove the snake DNA from his body. But before he could act on this, Kaido had shown up with Jiraiya's blood sample and the issue of sage mode. This made him acutely aware of how reckless and foolish he had been to tamper with his genes so casually in the past. So, Kaido, if Jiraiya's genes really are corrupted, do you have a way to solve this? Orochimaru asked, looking at Kaido with hopeful eyes. PFFT. Kaido chuckled, scrutinizing Orochimaru with a playful expression. You're actually asking if I can fix your snake DNA problem, aren't you? Hey. Orochimaru let out an awkward laugh. I knew I couldn't hide anything from you, Kaido. Yes, back then, to develop snake-compatible jutsu, I injected myself with snake DNA. At the time, I didn't understand genetics well enough to realize the risks. Looking back now, I was way too reckless. I'm counting on you, Kaido, to help me. He felt that his own problem might be worse than Jiraiya's. After all, Jiraiya hadn't shown any signs of his personality or habits shifting toward that of a toad, yet. What's that? You think Jiraiya's perversion might be related to toads? Well, that's a bit of a stretch. You can't assume toads are perverts just because of that whole toads wanting to eat swan meat story. In Orochimaru's view, Jiraiya's lecherous nature was something he was born with. Your snake DNA issue does seem more severe. Kaito said. I'll need to analyze your genetic pollution before I can say for sure. But don't worry. As long as you don't practice sage mode before addressing your genetic problem, you should have plenty of time. I'll definitely find a solution. Kaido shook his head and reassured him. Phew, that's a relief. Orochimaru sighed, though he still didn't get a definitive answer. As a contracted ninja, he knew Kaido's true brilliance lay in his unparalleled genius. If Kaito said he'd find a solution, then he surely would. What kind of cryptic conversation are you two having? I can tell there are secrets between you, and even between you, Tsunade, and my sister-in-law, that you're deliberately keeping from me, my brother, and Madara. Mind telling me what that's about? Don't tell me it's because we're just reanimated corpses. Senju Tobirama wasn't an idiot. He had picked up on the gaps in Orochimaru and Kaido's conversation earlier. Their words seemed normal on the surface but were clearly missing key details. It was obvious they didn't want him to know something, yet Orochimaru understood it instantly. That was frustrating. Here he was, working hard, only to be kept in the dark like some expendable grunt. Figures. The Uchiha clan never produces anything good. Tobirama glared at Kaido with open disdain. Whatever goodwill he had just started to develop toward Kaito vanished in an instant. Kaito sighed. I'm not deliberately keeping secrets from you, nor is it because you're a reanimated corpse. These are core secrets of mine, and unless someone meets certain conditions and forms a special contract with me, I won't reveal them to anyone. This isn't about targeting you specifically. In fact, just before coming here, I made such a contract with the first Hokage since he met the conditions. I've shared these secrets with him. So, Tobirama, you don't need to feel like I'm unfairly favoring anyone. The truth is, among you three reanimated corpses, only you and Madara haven't met the requirements for a contract yet. That's the only reason you're out of the loop. If it were up to me, I'd really like for both you and Madara to qualify and form a contract with me. It would benefit both of you and me greatly. Unfortunately, I know that's not realistic. You and Madara don't have much goodwill toward me, so it's unlikely either of you will ever meet the requirements, at least in the short term, or maybe ever. Such a pity. Kaido finished with a regretful shake of his head. Chapter 178, Genetic Analysis, and Rama frowned even deeper as he asked, a special contract? Based on affection? So, the condition for forming this contract is how much they like you? This really put him in a tough spot. He knew very well that his affection for Kaido was indifferent at best. The reason? Kaido came from the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, given Kaido's current achievements and all those reform plans, Rama's regard for him would have been sky high by now. Well, looks like I'll have to ask my brother and sister-in-law about this. I just don't believe this contract is truly that powerful. Can it really prevent anyone under it from leaking any information? As long as I can get some indirect hints, with my intellect, I'm sure I can uncover quite a few secrets about that kid. Humphrey. Let's see what you're hiding. With that thought, Rama turned to Kaido and Orochimaru, saying, you two carry on. I have something to attend to and will be leaving for now. After speaking, he stood up straight, adjusted his robes, and left with a swift stride. Can you guess where he's gone? Kaido asked Orochimaru with a playful smile. He's definitely gone to look for the first Hokage and the others to dig into your secrets, Kaido. Orochimaru replied with a grin. But it's a waste of time. He has no idea how powerful and airtight your contract is. He's destined to come back empty-handed. Orochimaru continued, his tone filled with relief. To be honest, I'm very thankful that you valued me so much back then, even going as far as to tempt me into your plans with a portion of your techniques. It certainly increased my affection for you. Otherwise, with my personality, it would have been difficult to meet the contract's requirements, right? This demonstrated just how much Kaido valued and trusted Orochimaru. Of course, Orochimaru was also glad for his own unyielding desire and greed for immortality. It was only because of Kaido's tactics that the results had been so effective. In comparison, Rama seemed a bit more rigid. His obsession likely revolved around making Hidden Leaf Village better and ensuring the Uchiha clan's decline. If it were just the former, Kaido's future contributions to Hidden Leaf Village could easily win Rama over completely. But as long as Kaido remained an Uchiha, things would get complicated. Unless the day came when Rama let go of his prejudice and hatred for the Uchiha clan completely or began to see Kaido as entirely separate from the Uchiha. Neither of these outcomes would happen anytime soon. The future would depend entirely on Rama's own growth. Orochimaru, for his part, also hoped Rama would sign a contract with Kaido sooner rather than later. That way, their research collaboration would become even smoother and more efficient. Not to mention, the meditation technique alone was invaluable. It not only enhanced mental strength and soul power but also continuously improved brain processing power, analytical abilities, memory, and even aspects of intuition. For researchers, these were priceless benefits. Currently, Rama's intellect and research skills still slightly surpassed Orochimaru's. But in a few years, if Rama didn't sign the contract or start using Kaido's techniques, the roles would reverse completely. Eventually, Rama might even be unable to keep up with Orochimaru's progress. That would be such a waste. Top-tier research talents were far too rare. Haha. Kaido laughed heartily and said, that's because you deserve it. Let's go. First, we'll check on Jiraiya's cells and then compare them with yours. Let's see how serious the problem really is. Alright. Orochimaru immediately followed Kaido to a laboratory dedicated to analyzing blood and cells. The equipment inside wasn't crafted or purchased in the ninja world. They were cutting-edge technologies acquired from the One Piece world. Half an hour later, with the help of Kaido's powerful mental abilities, the tests were completed. Looking at the results in his hands, Kaido shook his head and said, as expected. Every single cell membrane in Jiraiya's body has been infiltrated by amphibian DNA. And the level of pollution isn't low. Ahem, Coriel to the rescue. Clears throat dramatically. Every cell in the body has a little protective bubble called a membrane, kind of like a tiny raincoat for each cell. But now, these raincoats have absorbed some serious frog vibes, picking up traits from amphibians like frogs, toads, or salamanders. If you already know this and feel like I wasted your time, just know that by continuing to read this, you're wasting even more. Bye. If Jiraiya minimizes his use of Sage Mode and reduces his use of its techniques, the problem won't be too severe. At least, for the next 50 years, he won't face major issues. At worst, he might just become a bit uglier and his personality might lean more toward that of a toad. On the plus side, his lifespan will increase, and his chakra reserves will continue to grow. But all of this depends on him not signing my contract or practicing advanced chakra refinement techniques. If he does, Even if he abandons Mount Myabaku's Sage Mode and switches to my chakra refinement method, it won't reverse the issue. In fact, it'll accelerate his transformation into a toad because of the way my techniques circulate and accumulate chakra. Unless we can find a way to remove all traces of toad DNA from his body. Kaido's expression turned even more serious as he looked at another report. Orochimaru, your situation is even worse than Jiraiya's. You directly extracted snake DNA and injected it into your body, rewriting your genetic code at its foundation. You forcefully replaced some of your human genetic traits with snake genes. How could you even dare to do that? It's a miracle you haven't fully turned into a snake yet, though your personality and aura are already leaning heavily towards snake-like tendencies. I've seen people take risks, but you've taken it to a whole new level. Kaido felt his head pounding. If they didn't quickly resolve Orochimaru's issues, he might truly transform into a humanoid snake. Perhaps even more so than the three great snake elders of Ruchi Cave. Haha. Orochimaru let out an awkward laugh, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. I never expected it to turn out like this. Back then, I just didn't understand genetics well enough. He explained. I simply thought the characteristics of snake physiology were perfect for developing some offensive and survival in ninjutsu. Especially my Orochi-style substitution jutsu, it's saved my life countless times on the battlefield. This technique was his pride and joy. Don't bring up that damned jutsu of yours. Kaido interrupted irritably. If you don't want to accelerate your transformation into a snake, you'd better stop using that technique. Every time you use it, you speed up your transformation into a snake. It's like shedding skin, each time brings you closer to becoming a snake. When you developed this jutsu, didn't you even consider that possibility? Kaido asked, clearly frustrated. After all, snakes grow and evolve by repeatedly shedding their skin. Orochimaru's Orochi-style substitution jutsu inherently leveraged this characteristic. It was no wonder the jutsu accelerated his transformation. Well. Orochimaru hesitated, scratching his head awkwardly. I guess I ignored that because the technique was just too useful. He glanced at Kaido with a pleading expression. Is there a way to fix this? To save me? After acquiring the secrets of immortality from Kaido, and with hope for eternal life within his grasp, Orochimaru was desperate to avoid becoming a snake. Over the years, he had clearly felt his human emotions and rationality slipping away, being replaced by cold, reptilian instincts. For a scientist like him, a calm and rational mind was essential. And as a human, his emotions were a core part of his identity. If there was a better way to achieve immortality, he didn't want to sacrifice those things. Kaido nodded, then shook his head. I'll research it. For now, I can create some suppressive medication to slow down the genetic transformation into a snake. That'll buy us time to study and develop a targeted treatment to reverse your genetic changes. Otherwise, the only option might be to extract and purify the complete set of genes from your human phase. Then, we'd have to use cloning technology to create a new body for you. Afterward, we'd transfer your soul from your old body into the clone. But doing so would reset your progress. You'd have to start training from scratch in many areas. Of course, during the cloning process, we could optimize your genes and innate talents, giving you a better starting point. That way, you could recover more quickly. At least, your basic chakra levels would come back fairly fast. But as for the accumulation from primal chakra, all of that would be wiped out. And here's the catch, you wouldn't be able to absorb chakra from your old body to regain your strength quickly. That chakra has already been polluted. After all, chakra is the result of a fusion between physical and spiritual energy. Your physical energy carries genetic traits, which is why techniques like Sage Mode erode a person's genes in the first place. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed in thought. But doesn't the primal chakra refinement technique purify chakra and remove impurities? Wouldn't it be possible to use that technique to strip away the snake-like genetic traits from my old body's chakra? If cloning was the only option, Orochimaru was unwilling to give up his old body's progress. Even though his training in primal chakra was relatively recent, being able to absorb his old body's chakra would not only preserve his but also give him a massive boost in strength. He even began scheming, what if he repeatedly cloned new bodies, draining them of chakra to fuel his own training? His primal chakra mastery would skyrocket. If Kaido knew what was going through Orochimaru's head, he'd definitely roll his eyes and mutter, this is basically the ninja world's version of energy absorption techniques. Then he'd give Orochimaru a sarcastic thumbs up and say, classic you, Orochimaru, never failing to be the full mad scientist. It's possible. Kaido admitted reluctantly, nodding. But it would take an incredible amount of time to refine and purify the chakra completely. And unless you achieve mastery-level proficiency in primal chakra refinement, you won't be able to fully remove the foreign genetic traits. If there's any residue left, your new body will be polluted and ruined. And then, you'll be back to square one with yet another body to fix. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. Even so, that doesn't sound too bad. Bad? It's a disaster. Kaito retorted angrily. Do you even understand how damaging this body-switching process is to your soul? Even with meditation techniques and my help, every time you change bodies, your soul will take severe damage. You'd need years of dedicated meditation to repair and recover your soul afterward. Moreover, your new body and soul will never be perfectly synchronized. You'd have to spend a massive amount of time refining their compatibility and adapting them to each other. Your soul has already conformed to the shape of your current body, it's no longer the same as it was originally. Chapter 179, Orakima-o. Right. As Kaito spoke, he suddenly seemed to recall something and said, I forgot to remind you, your soul and mental energy can also be affected or even polluted by changes in your body's genes. After all, the two are complementary and interdependent. Not to mention, synthesizing chakra itself requires the use of mental energy. Fortunately, with the existence of meditation techniques, you don't need to worry about your soul and mental energy sources being completely affected, for now, at least. At this stage, you're safe. Your soul and mental energy sources haven't been that polluted yet. Especially with the contract rune suppressing things, you should have noticed this. The reason it's not a complete disaster is because of your core essence. The contract rune can only protect your spirit and soul essence if you see yourself as human. Moreover, your core consciousness still identifies you as human. If that changes, if you fully embrace the idea of becoming a snake, the rune won't stop the snake gene traits from eroding your soul and spirit essence. After all, if you consider yourself a snake, the invasion of snake genes into your essence wouldn't technically be an intrusion. Instead, it'd become an adaptation. The contract rune won't block such an optimization. Unless Kaido forcefully intervened, of course. But there was no need to tell Orochimaru that. Let him stew in tension and anxiety, it might keep him from doing anything too reckless in the future. For now, if you change bodies, you'll need to abandon most of the outer layers of your mental and soul energy sources. So, do you still think endlessly swapping bodies is a viable solution? Orochimaru. This realization hit hard. So, the method of using clones to extract chakra for training can only work after I either get a completely fresh body or fully resolve the gene pollution in my current body and soul. Orochimaru thought to himself. Clearly, Kaido's words had sunk in, but they also inspired a new idea based on his previous thoughts about cloning. With this in mind, Orochimaru immediately said to Kaido, in that case, let's plan for both possibilities. I'll extract my complete human genes from my DNA and perform some optimization. Then I'll clone one or two new bodies as backups. If you can find a way to solve the pollution in my current body, I won't need to transfer. And even if I don't use the clones, they won't go to waste. I can use them for other experiments. With that, Orochimaru explained his newly conceived method of energy extraction to Kaido. Kaido gave him a long, complicated look before finally saying, you really are twisted. Even this kind of bizarre method came to your mind. This is basically the ninja version of a demonic cultivation novel. Should I start calling Yukio? No, wait. Orakima sounds more fitting. I don't think I could stop you even if I wanted to. Fine, do what you want. But make sure you don't rush things. When extracting energy, refine it several times to ensure safety. Even though the clones aren't technically you, there are still differences. Don't leave any hidden dangers that could limit your future growth. Otherwise, it'll all be for nothing. This method was undeniably cruel. Kaito wouldn't use it himself, nor would he let those close to him use it. But he wasn't about to stop Orochimaru from trying. After all, it was a potential avenue for exploration. Understood. Thank you for your understanding. Orochimaru was delighted, immediately expressing his gratitude. He had expected Kaido to oppose the idea. Even if that had been the case, Orochimaru would have proceeded in secret. But gaining Kaido's approval made things so much easier. As expected, Kaido truly understood him. Over the next hour, Kaido carefully tested various combinations of medicines. Finally, he developed a pill designed to suppress gene pollution specifically for Orochimaru. Using several shadow clones, Kaito spent another couple of hours producing a full year's supply of the suppressants. Handing them over, he said, take one pill daily. This batch will last you a year. By then, I'll either refine a new batch for you or, more likely, I'll have found a permanent solution to your pollution issues. We'll cross that bridge when we came to it. Thank you. This is such a big help. Orochimaru eagerly accepted the pills and immediately took one. The effect was instantaneous. A warm sensation spread through his body, suppressing the aggression, coldness, and other side effects he had been dealing with. For the first time in a long while, he felt normal again. Incredible. Orochimaru marveled. Kaido, you're amazing. You managed to create such a powerful medicine in such a short time. I'm confident you'll develop a permanent cure for my genetic issues soon. Also, I think you should spend more time in the research division working with us on Gene and Kekkei Genkai studies. It would greatly boost our efficiency. If not you, then at least send one of your shadow clones more regularly. In the past, you rarely sent even one. He hadn't thought much of it before. But now, seeing Kaido's extraordinary expertise in medicine and research, he realized Kaido's talent likely reached his own, and even Obirama's. The breadth of Kaido's knowledge and his medical expertise were extraordinary. Alright, fine. Kaido listened and didn't refuse, agreeing readily. After all, he himself was eager to quickly develop various bloodline medicines, purification solutions, and optimization formulas to further enhance not only his own abilities but also the overall strength of the Uchiha clan and Hidden Leaf village. Hey. You agreed? That's great. Orochimaru was overjoyed but suddenly thought of Jiraiya. He couldn't help but ask, by the way, Kaido, what should we do about that idiot Jiraiya? Ignore him for now. Kaido replied without hesitation. First, his genetic pollution hasn't reached an irreversible stage yet, so there's no rush. Second, he doesn't have a contract, so I can't fully trust him. There are some things he's better off not knowing for now, otherwise, he might let slip something to Mount Mayabaku. Even if the chance is slim, I'm not taking the risk. Besides, even if he doesn't spill anything, helping him clear out the Toad genetic influence or suppress it would barely benefit him right now. I'll deal with him once I've developed a proper solution. Kaido continued. Unless he's willing to temporarily stop practicing Sage Mode entirely, but even then, that would expose the situation to Mount Mayabaku. So, it's simpler to just not tell him for now. Too much hassle. After all, it's not like he's dying or anything. Fair enough. Orochimaru nodded in agreement. Let's hope that idiot manages to meet the contract requirements soon. Otherwise, Jiraiya would end up completely left behind by him and Tsunade. The title of legendary Sannin, huh? That's not happening in this world. Orochimaru mused. He remembered the original timeline in his knowledge of the past and future, where Hanzo had granted him, Jiraiya, and Tsunade that title. But now, he couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Nothing to regret there. A title given after losing a battle? There was nothing to be proud of or nostalgic about. To Orochimaru, it now felt more like an insult. It's too bad Hanzo had already been killed by Kaido, or Orochimaru would have loved to kill him personally for some catharsis. Well, maybe I can use the Edo Tensei someday to revive Hanzo and kill him for fun. Orochimaru thought, stroking his chin. Alright then, I'm off. Kaito said, paying no mind to Orochimaru's fantasies. He created a shadow clone to stay behind and assist with the research, while his real body left. He returned to the courtyard where Uzumaki Mido resided. When he arrived, Tsunade, the first Hokage, Nawaki, and Mido were all still there. The atmosphere was a bit tense. It seemed the second Hokage had tried to subtly extract information from them but failed. Clearly, he underestimated the strictness of the contract's binding nature. Unwilling to admit defeat, Obirama had left in a huff the moment he saw Kaido appear, teleporting away with the Flying Thunder God technique. Did he just sulk and leave? Kaido asked, amused, as he looked at the others. Obviously. Hashirama replied with a helpless shrug. Then he gave Kaido a thumbs up and said, I've got to say, your contract is airtight. No matter how much Tobirama tried to probe and hint, he couldn't get anything out of us. We literally can't reveal any of your classified secrets in any way. Tobirama is just too stubborn. He added with a sigh. Mido and I have been trying to convince him to change his opinion of you and improve his attitude, but, not only did he refuse, he even got angry. Honestly. Such a one-track mind. It seems we can't count on him warming up to you anytime soon. Hashirama concluded with a tone of disappointment. Alright, enough of this depressing talk. Tsunade interrupted impatiently, waving her hand. She turned to Kaido and asked, so? Is Jiraiya's genetic pollution really that bad? How serious is it? Can it be fixed? And what about Orochimaru's situation? Mido and the others also turned their attention to Kaido. It's all messed up. Kaido replied. He explained the experimental results and his intended plans to deal with the situation. So Orochimaru's case is even worse? No surprise there. Tsunade said angrily. That lunatic dared to tamper with his own fundamental genes. Does he even know what he's doing? No wonder I've been feeling like his personality and aura have been off these past few years. He is completely insane. Well, maybe it's partly because of your terrifying progress in recent years. Mido said with a chuckle. Combine that with his awareness of his own natural limits, and it might have pushed him to extremes. Huh? Really? Tsunade froze for a moment, then thought back and realized, that does make sense. Ever since I broke through to Kage level over 2 years ago and kept improving rapidly, Orochimaru's behavior has indeed gotten crazier. Ugh. So I'm partly to blame for this? Tsunade said, looking frustrated. Chapter 180, Hidden Leaf Village's Investment Plan. That afternoon a new meeting of Hidden Leaf Village's senior jonin and clan representatives was held in the largest conference hall within the Hokage Tower. This is the first draft of Hidden Leaf Village's investment and development plan, created and refined after multiple discussions with select high-ranking officials. Kaido announced, standing at the head of the room. The detailed plan is in front of you. Take a look first. He continued. Once you've reviewed it, we can discuss and see if there's any room for improvement. Once finalized, we'll decide on participation and contributions. No pressure, invest if it suits you. At Kaido's signal, documents were distributed to everyone in attendance. Yes. The crowd responded in unison, diving into the plan with varying degrees of curiosity and scrutiny. As they read, murmurs spread across the room. This seems to be tied to the village's first 5-year expansion plan. Someone noted. It does. But do we really need private funding? With the first Hokage, Madara Uchiha, and the village's Earth-style users, couldn't we complete this independently? I think the fourth Hokage wants to involve all of Hidden Leaf Village and even the Land of Fire in this project. By sharing the benefits, it would accelerate the village's growth. True. Sharing some of the profits is worth it if it strengthens the village as a whole. This is great. It's an opportunity for everyone to invest and profit. If this works, I'll have a new property in the future. But can we actually make money? What if the reconstruction and expansion fail to attract people? We could end up with another abandoned district. Well, no one's forcing you to invest. If you don't believe in it, just don't participate. But don't discourage others. Exactly. From the village's development perspective, this plan is solid. And with participation from prominent merchants and nobles across the Land of Fire, how could it not succeed? Still, my clan's resources are limited. We'll sit this one out. I've saved enough from my jonin missions over the years. I'll invest for the sake of my son and our future. I trust the Hokage's judgment. Me too. In the worst case, I would lose a little money. It's worth the risk. The room buzzed with mixed opinions, some optimistic, others skeptical, with a fair share of cautious observers. Kaido observed everything, noting that the majority seemed inclined to invest. He felt satisfied. He didn't expect everyone to have the vision or courage to participate. As long as most were on board, the plan was already a success. Besides, failure wasn't an option. Kaito had plenty of ways to ensure the project's success. How could he hope to unify the ninja world and improve it if he couldn't even manage a village? About 30 minutes later, after ensuring everyone had reviewed the plan and discussed it with those around them, Kaito knocked on the table to regain their attention. Once the room fell silent, he stood, glanced around, and said, "You've all read the plan. If anyone has suggestions for improvement, now's the time to raise your hand and share." Hands immediately shot up. One by one, Kaito addressed the suggestions, opening them up for discussion. If an idea was deemed beneficial, it was incorporated into the plan. If not, it was discarded. This process continued for over an hour until no one had further comments. Kaido then had the revised plans distributed to everyone again. Once the updates were reviewed and no objections remained, he said, "With that settled, you may now decide to invest on behalf of yourself or your clan." A reminder, only 30% of the shares are available to individuals and clans within the village. There are also limits to how much each individual or clan can invest. This ensures that no single entity monopolizes the shares, leaving others without a chance to participate. If the 30% is not fully subscribed due to these limits, the remaining shares will be offered in a second round to those who already invested. As for the remaining 70%, 50% will be retained by the village, and 20% will be reserved for the nobles and influential merchants of the Land of Fire. Keep in mind that the village is contributing land, labor, and resources, not money. Please understand this distinction. That's all. Those interested can register and sign investment agreements in the adjacent hall. Payment must be made within 10 days. With that, the meeting is adjourned. With that, Kaito stood up and left the room with Uzumaki Mido, Nari Uchiha, the second Hokage, and the others. Hokage's office. Kaito, yesterday you mentioned discussing the building materials and furniture industries at the meeting for bidding. Why didn't you bring it up? Nari Uchiha asked curiously as soon as they entered. Oh? Building materials and furniture industries? What's this about? Uzumaki Mido and the others turned to the two, puzzled. Well, here's the thing. Kaido began to explain. As we plan the reconstruction and expansion of Hidden Leaf Village, even though the first Hokage and Madara can handle most of the major work, things like furniture, interior renovations, and utilities will still need specialized companies to handle them. With the scale of Hidden Leaf Village's future plans, this is going to be a massive market. Instead of handing it over to outsiders, why not establish our own building materials and furniture companies? That way, we not only keep the profits within Hidden Leaf Village but also create a more stable and reliable system. Everyone nodded in agreement. Naori Uchiha, however, looked at her son with a knowing smile. Initially, this plan was devised just to create a secure living base within the dimensional gate space, but it seemed her son had found broader uses for it. Well, it's not entirely nonsense. Naori thought. Hidden Leaf Village's redevelopment truly is a bigger market. Kaido continued, the reason I didn't bring it up at the meeting was that the profits from the earlier investment proposals should already be enough to attract the interest of most clans and individuals in the village. They likely won't have the resources or capacity to get involved in this as well. So, instead of opening it up to everyone, I think it's better for the Uchiha, Senshu, and Uzumaki clans, along with the village, to handle these industries together. This way, we can not only create another profitable industry for the village but also provide our three clans with a stable, lucrative source of income. What do you all think? I agree on behalf of the Senshu clan. Uzumaki Mido said with a smile. I'm in too. The Uzumaki clan agrees wholeheartedly. Uzumaki Ashina added, grinning. He was grateful they had chosen to ally with the Uchiha. Otherwise, opportunities like this would have passed them by. The Uchiha clan will unconditionally support you, Kaido. Naori Uchiha said with a bright smile. At this moment, the second Hokage couldn't help but ask, fourth Hokage, does this mean you don't plan to let the Uchiha, Senshu, and Uzumaki clans participate in the earlier investment proposal? Of course not. Kaido replied with a chuckle. I've already discussed this with Lady Mido, Elder Ashina, and my mother. I've set aside a sufficient share for the three clans within the 30% allocated to the village. Of course, I didn't overreach. I divided the shares within the maximum allowable investment limit. It's fair, isn't it? The Uchiha clan might not desperately need this industry or its income, but turning it down wasn't an option. It was about securing their future and maintaining harmony with the rest of the village. I see. That works for me. The second Hokage nodded, his doubts dispelled. It seemed this young man had thought everything through far better than he expected. But Kaido wasn't about to let the second Hokage off so easily. He turned to him and said, Second Hokage, about that promise you made to head to the Land of Fire's capital for financial support this year, as well as persuading the daimyo, nobles, and wealthy merchants, when are you planning to leave? Ah, right. The second Hokage replied. The investments need to be secured quickly. Especially getting the daimyo, nobles, and merchants involved. That way, it will be easier to justify Hidden Leaf Village's expansion to the public. Without their support, the sudden growth of Hidden Leaf Village might provoke suspicion and resistance from them. But if they're part of the plan and profit sharing, it won't be a problem. On the contrary, they'll likely become strong advocates for Hidden Leaf Village's population growth and development. Besides, we don't need to worry about them refusing to invest. Don't underestimate their greed. Kaido nodded. This is a rare and legitimate chance to invest in Hidden Leaf Village and gain a foothold. The daimyo and nobles have always wanted an opportunity like this. Now that it's in front of them, they'll jump at it. Of course, they might think that buying into Hidden Leaf Village's real estate expansion will give them more influence over its affairs. Let them dream. Real estate is real estate. They shouldn't overthink it. In the future, I might allow some of their families to move here, send their children to our ninja or regular schools, and become part of Hidden Leaf Village. But letting them interfere in Hidden Leaf Village's military, economy, or administration? Not a chance. And if they ever try to push their luck? Kaido smirked. I hold the biggest fist around here. If reasoning and warnings don't work, I won't hesitate to show them the laws of physics. He chuckled, a hint of menace in his tone. I'm not one for pointless conflict, but I know how to throw a punch when needed. Chapter 181, Tobirama's meeting with the daimyo. All right. Tobirama sighed and nodded reluctantly. It's getting late today. It's not the right time to head over. I'll set out early tomorrow morning. Luckily, I've left a Flying Thunder God seal in that area. It'll make coming and going much easier. But convincing the daimyo, along with all the nobles and merchants of the Land of Fire, will take a lot of time. Just gathering everyone for discussions will likely take several days. It's too much of a waste of time. I might just leave a shadow clone there to handle most of the negotiations. The real me will come back daily to continue my research. I'm currently at a critical stage with my household appliance experiments and can't afford delays. Also, once the talks are finalized, I suggest you, as the fourth Hokage, either go personally or send a team like Tsunoda's. Use your Flying Thunder God technique to directly transport everyone here. For one, it'll save time. For another, it's a good way to intimidate them and prevent any funny business. Don't you agree? Obirama paused for a moment, seriously considering his own suggestion, then looked at Kaido and added, actually, it would be best if you personally handled this. It's the most effective way to showcase your strength and authority. That way, these people won't underestimate you because of your youth. Obirama's advice was spot on. Despite his personal bias against the Uchiha, he never let it interfere with important matters. His recommendation was pragmatic. Inside Hidden Leaf Village, only a few doubted Kaido's ability to be a competent Hokage because of his age. But outside Hidden Leaf Village? That was a different story. Oh? Kaido raised an eyebrow, surprised by Obirama's candid suggestion. Smiling, he nodded. Alright, your idea is solid. I'll personally go when the time comes. Just notify me. Obirama seemed pleased with the response and nodded back. At this point, Kaido shifted the topic. By the way, Tobirama, have you had a chance to check out the improved version of the Flying Thunder God technique I had Hashirama deliver to you? How do you find it? Does it help? He was doing it on purpose. It was both a genuine offer and a playful stab. After all, Obirama was the original creator of the Flying Thunder God technique. Now, Kaido had handed him a more refined and perfected version of it. Who knew how Obirama truly felt about that? Obirama gave Kaido a sidelong glance and replied, I've received it. It's impressive and extremely helpful. You really are a genius. Feel free to continue improving not just the Flying Thunder God technique, but all of my other jutsu as well. That way, I can enjoy the benefits and grow stronger. He paused, glancing briefly at Madara sitting beside Hashirama, and then added with a smirk, if I can use these improvements to beat someone in the future, even better. Haha. Madara, of course, caught Tobirama's subtle poke. His brow furrowed as he snapped, Tobirama, are you suggesting you could defeat me? You're 20,000 years too early for that. Ha. I didn't even take you as my opponent. Obirama, unbothered, just ignored Madara. He had no delusions about his current strength compared to a fully powered Madara. As for the weakened version of Madara now, Obirama could probably take him down with one hand. But he wouldn't stoop to such pettiness, it wasn't worth it. Besides, Hashirama wouldn't allow it. Still, if he ever got the chance to knock Madara down a peg, Tobirama wouldn't resist. Too bad, though. Kaido chuckled, amused by the exchange between the two. Who knows? Anything is possible in the future. Let's wait and see. Fine, I'll wait. Humphrey, I'll wait too. Obirama smirked, while Madara snorted. After a bit more discussion about other matters, everyone else gradually left. Kaido, however, specifically asked Uzumaki Mido, Hashirama, and his mother to stay behind. After setting up a barrier, he spoke to the three of them. Regarding the construction and furnishing plans we discussed earlier, there are some critical details I haven't mentioned publicly due to the involvement of non-contracted individuals. My mother is already aware, as we've discussed it before. The idea is to establish one or more large, secure living bases within the space-time gate dimension. This is to prepare for emergencies, especially in case the Sage of Six Paths notices Hidden Leaf Village's changes before we're ready and decides to suppress us. In such scenarios, we'll need to evacuate a significant number of contractors quickly. Directly sending them all together to the pirate world wouldn't be ideal. A transitional survival base in the space-time gate dimension would be much better. This is why I plan to build such bases there, not only for the ninja world but also as a safety net for the pirate world should similar issues arise. The space-time gate base would be the safest place for all contractors, whether for survival or production. Building these bases will require a large amount of construction materials, furniture, and other supplies. The construction itself can be handled by Hashirama, or I can use the authority of the space-time gate to expedite the process. What do you think? Hashirama, being able to create abundant top-quality wood with his wood style, was the perfect candidate for this task. Secure bases in the space-time gate dimension? That sounds like an excellent idea. Uzumaki Mido readily agreed. Hashirama, however, scratched his head awkwardly. So I have to build again, huh? What's the scale of this base? How many people should it accommodate? What features are needed? Clearly, he had learned a lot about construction recently, whether he wanted to or not. About 1 million, stop right there. Hashirama cut him off, looking unusually serious. A base for 1 million people? Are you trying to kill me? Just because I'm technically undead doesn't mean you can work me to death. Do I not have any basic rights as your predecessor, the first Hokage? The group burst into laughter at his rare show of frustration. First Hokage. Calm down, calm down. It's not as scary as you're imagining. Kaito sighed helplessly as he tried to soothe him. Didn't I tell you? You don't have to build everything yourself. I can use the authority of the space-time gate to construct the majority of the city base directly. All we need is enough building materials. The only thing I'll actually need your help with is planting vegetation, flowers, and trees around the base and its surroundings. These things can't be handled with the gate's authority alone. Your wood style is essential for that. Can you manage it? The space-time gate had its own energy source and could accelerate seed growth, but using it for that purpose was far too wasteful. The gate's energy was incredibly precious, and its recovery was painstakingly slow. Kaido wasn't willing to squander it. If he had someone skilled in afforestation right there, someone who could work without consuming extra resources, why wouldn't he take advantage of that? Just planting some trees and flowers. Hearing this, the first Hokage finally calmed down, though he still looked a bit skeptical. That's all? Of course. Why would I trick you about something like this? Kaito nodded confidently. If I can casually assign you storage space, do you really think I wouldn't be able to construct a city just by using some building materials? That's true. Hashirama agreed with a nod. His tension eased, and he smiled. If it's just that, then I'm in. Planting trees? That was easy. Clapping his hands together to perform wood style, no problem. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Mido and a few others exchanged amused glances and stifled their laughter. They silently mourned for the unsuspecting Hashirama. It was true, he'd only been tasked with planting trees. But for a city meant to house 1 million people, how massive would it have to be? And how much vegetation would need to be planted? This was no small task by any means. Still, compared to having Hashirama build an entire city from scratch, this was definitely simpler. That same day, the investment shares for Hidden Leaf Village's redevelopment project sparked a frenzy among the ninja clans and even small families within the village. Before the second round of investments could even begin, the first round was completely sold out. Some potential investors, unable to secure shares, were left beating their chests in regret for hesitating. Thanks to this redevelopment and expansion project, Kaido managed to unite most of Hidden Leaf Village's ninja clans and individual shinobi under a common goal, significantly increasing his control over the village. At the same time, he amassed a substantial amount of funds, easily solving the financial challenges of Hidden Leaf Village's initial reform phase. Soon, every department was running at full capacity, fully engaged in the reforms. Hidden Leaf Village began to transform visibly. The engineering department, in particular, was overwhelmed with tasks. School expansions, new public schools, commercial districts, residential renovations, the list was endless. Much of this burden fell on Hashirama and Madara. But even they couldn't handle it all. Kaido had no choice but to assign additional tasks, enlisting a large group of shinobi skilled in earth style, wind style, and fire style to temporarily join the engineering team and expedite Hidden Leaf Village's construction and renovation. Amid this bustling activity, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to teleport to the Land of Fire's capital. Upon arrival, he was warmly welcomed by the current daimyo, who personally came out to greet him after receiving the report of Tobirama's visit. I believe your name is Kai. Tobirama said as he was escorted into the main hall. He sat down and looked at the daimyo with sharp eyes. You're the eldest son of the previous daimyo and a woman from my Senju clan, correct? Yes, Lord Tobirama. The daimyo nodded eagerly. Technically speaking, I'm your nephew. Please, have some refreshments. These are the finest fruits and snacks in the ninja world. Seeing the daimyo's flattery, Tobirama shook his head and declined. No need. You should know that I'm nothing more than a reanimated dead man. Eating or not eating is meaningless to me. Hey. The daimyo let out an awkward chuckle. I'd heard rumors from Hidden Leaf Village about this reanimation technique, but I never dared to believe it. And yet here you are. Hidden Leaf Village has even mastered the art of bringing back the dead. Truly remarkable. The daimyo couldn't help but wonder if he could obtain such a technique for himself. Perhaps he could arrange for someone to use it on him after his death, granting him immortality. After all, Tobirama looked almost identical to a living person, aside from the slightly unusual eye color and faint cracks on his face and body. More importantly, reanimated beings were said to possess immortal bodies. Wouldn't that be perfect? Tobirama, ever perceptive, saw through the daimyo's thoughts at a glance and sighed. There's nothing remarkable about it. This technique was something I developed years ago. Although it has since been improved by the fourth Hokage, it's not true resurrection. Those brought back are constantly subjected to the erosion of their souls. Their spirits feel as if they're trapped in a cage. It's far from the ideal existence you're imagining. My brothers and I can endure it because of the strength of our souls, which were tempered by our power in life. But even we have our limits. For someone like you, who has never trained in such ways, your soul would likely be completely worn out in just a few years, leaving you to disappear entirely. So don't even think about it. If you want to extend your life, you're better off buying some of the medicinal pills from the Uchiha clan to nourish and care for your body. With proper maintenance, living to 100 or more shouldn't be an issue. That would be far better than my current state as the living dead. Even I don't intend to remain here for long. Once I'm sure the 4th Hokage has things under control and Hidden Leaf Village has been fully restored, I'll move on to the afterlife. Hearing Tobirama's explanation, the daimyo froze, quickly abandoning his ambitions of obtaining the Edo Tensei technique for himself. He believed Tobirama's words, knowing that his uncle wasn't one to lie or play games. Your advice is wise, uncle. However, about those Uchiha medicines. Are they really that effective? At this point, the daimyo lowered his tone, even switching to honorifics for Tobirama. The idea of extending his life to 100 years was a thrilling prospect for someone who only sought to enjoy a life. Absolutely. Tobirama confirmed with a nod. I'm sure you've heard of Nori Uchiha, the clan great elder, and my sister-in-law, Uzumaki Mido. Both have shown significant recovery in their health and youthfulness. They relied on the Uchiha clan's medicines to heal old injuries and rejuvenate their bodies. If it worked for powerful shinobi like them, it'll be even easier for someone like you. If you're interested, I can personally speak with the Uchiha or the 4th Hokage to arrange it. They certainly wouldn't refuse. Of course, when it comes time to pay, don't skimp. Chapter 182, Daimyo's careful calculations. Of course. Of course. The daimyo's face lit up with joy as he nodded eagerly, saying, Thank you, uncle. I'll leave this matter in your capable hands. By the way, he added curiously, I haven't asked yet, why have you come all the way here in person? Is there something important? He genuinely wondered. Under normal circumstances, with Hidden Leaf Village changing its Hokage, shouldn't the Hokage himself be the one to make this visit? Moreover, this change in leadership had been decided without consulting him, which left him feeling a bit annoyed. Still, since the big guys were involved, he chose to let it slide. But now that Senju Tobirama had personally arrived, any lingering displeasure he felt evaporated. Also, because the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha had both been resurrected. It wasn't that he was scared. Absolutely not. Now, he assumed Tobirama had came to officially inform him on behalf of the 4th Hokage. And, perhaps, to ask for financial support as well. After all, Hidden Leaf Village had just won a major war, and wars depleted resources, both money and manpower. Hidden Leaf Village relied on missions and the daimyo's financial support for funding. During war, mission revenue dropped significantly. 3 things. Tobirama got straight to the point, raising 3 fingers. First, Hidden Leaf Village has a new Hokage. The 4th has taken office but is currently unable to leave his duties. I'm here to inform you. The daimyo nodded, thinking, I knew it. Outwardly, he smiled and said, Understood. The 4th is considerate. Please convey my regards to him, uncle. Tobirama gave a non-committal nod and continued. Second, Hidden Leaf Village has just emerged from a war. Although we defeated Hidden Rain Village, Hidden Stones Village, and Hidden Sand Village, we suffered significant losses. The former 3rd Hokage became useless and Danzō died in battle. Alongside them, over 1,000 elite Hidden Leaf Village ninjas perished. And with casualties over the past few months, rebuilding requires substantial resources. That's why Hidden Leaf Village is requesting an additional 10 billion ryo in funding for post-war recovery and compensation. No objections, I hope? Even though the daimyo had expected this, his eye twitched slightly at the amount. 10 billion wasn't an unbearable amount for him. But the mention of compensating the families of Danzō and the Sarutobi clan's ninjas who died for Hidden Leaf Village left him with mixed feelings. Really, uncle? You're asking for compensation after Hidden Leaf Village publicly held a trial for Danzō, the 3rd Hokage, and several clan leaders not long ago? Wasn't Danzō's corpse even resurrected and dragged into the trial, where he was tied to the plaza for villagers to vent their anger on him? The daimyo sighed inwardly. This ruthless show of power by Kaito Uchiha, the new Hokage, was a major reason why he wasn't thrilled about the leadership change. Still, he dared not provoke Kaito. Rumor had it that during the war, Kaito single-handedly turned the tide. He used his terrifying lightning to annihilate over 10,000 elite ninjas from 3 villages, killed 2 village leaders, Hanzo the Salamander and the 3rd Kazekage, and cemented Hidden Leaf Village's dominance. At first, The daimyo doubted such exaggerated reports. But after confirming them multiple times and witnessing Kaido's ruthlessness post-war, he had no choice but to believe them. Suppressing his misgivings, he smiled and said, "Understood. Hidden Leaf Village has contributed greatly to the Land of Fire's safety. This year, an extra round of aid is well deserved. I'll arrange for the 10 billion ryo immediately. When it's ready, Hidden Leaf Village should send someone to collect it to avoid any accidents. The Land of Fire and the ninja world are still far from peaceful." "Of course," Obirama said, satisfied. Then, he added, "Third, I have here a proposal from the 4th Hokage, a plan to rebuild and expand Hidden Leaf Village's commercial infrastructure. It has already been approved within Hidden Leaf Village, with full support from its clans and ninjas. 30% of the shares have been purchased by Hidden Leaf Village's clans and individuals. 50% will belong to Hidden Leaf Village's administration. The remaining 20%, the 4th believes, should involve the daimyo's estate and prominent merchants of the Land of Fire. A chance like this to participate in Hidden Leaf Village's development and growth shouldn't be missed." Obirama handed the daimyo a detailed proposal. "Oh?" The daimyo accepted it with some surprise and began reading. After a long while, he finished and took a deep breath. Looking up at Obirama, he asked, "Uncle, Hidden Leaf Village is planning a major expansion, isn't it? Why so suddenly? And isn't this a bit too aggressive?" From the proposal, he could tell that Hidden Leaf Village intended to strengthen its influence and power. This had both advantages and disadvantages for him. On the plus side, a stronger Hidden Leaf Village would deter other ninja villages and nations from invading the Land of Fire, ensuring its safety. On the downside, it could disrupt the power balance between Hidden Leaf Village and the daimyo's estate. Reject this plan? From the proposal, it's clear that the 4th Hokage is absolutely determined to move forward with this. Moreover, all the ninja clans within Hidden Leaf Village have already been consolidated. At this point, Hidden Leaf Village is united like a solid block on this matter. Even without the backing of the daimyo or the Fire Nation's elites, the foundation of these ninja clans alone should be sufficient to complete Hidden Leaf Village's expansion plan. As for attracting immigrants and increasing the population afterward, if Hidden Leaf Village is set on doing this, it's unlikely the Fire Nation could stop them. If they oppose openly, it would mean outright breaking ties with Hidden Leaf Village. Secret opposition wouldn't achieve much either. To many civilians, Hidden Leaf Village is still incredibly appealing. After all, it's home to numerous powerful ninjas, practically synonymous with safety. At the very least, there wouldn't be any banditry or rogue ninja causing trouble there. Black market and criminal organizations? They can't survive in Hidden Leaf Village either. For most of the Fire Nation's civilians, this is highly attractive. And let's not forget the expansion of the Ninja Academy, the increased enrollment slots, and the establishment of ordinary schools outlined in the plan. These are enticing, not just for civilians but even for some of the elites and merchants. Although many of the elites outwardly look down on ninjas, thinking of them as mere mercenaries and tools for killing, deep down, they all desire stronger ninja forces to protect their own interests. So even if the daimyo himself disapproves, he won't be able to stop some elites and merchants from getting involved. In the end, his opposition would be meaningless. So, he might as well join indirectly. At least that way, he'd get a foothold inside Hidden Leaf Village. This wasn't possible in the past. Hidden Leaf Village was extremely isolationist, keeping outsiders, especially the daimyo, at bay. But now, this was a rare opportunity. After carefully considering the proposal, the daimyo finally spoke to the 2nd Hokage. "This plan is quite impressive. With this, Hidden Leaf Village will become even stronger, which is beneficial for protecting the Fire Nation. As the representative of the daimyo's office, I agree in principle and am willing to participate in the investment. As for the other elites and major merchants in the Fire Nation, I can convene them under the daimyo's banner for discussions. But I can't guarantee how many of them will agree to join." He actually hoped fewer people would participate, so it'd be easier for him to secure the 20% share. Having a larger share would not only yield greater future returns but also significantly enhance his influence in Hidden Leaf Village. In his view, owning 20% of Hidden Leaf Village's expansion project would mean he'd finally have a voice and say in its matters. That will be sufficient. On behalf of Hidden Leaf Village, I sincerely thank the daimyo for his support. The 2nd Hokage nodded in satisfaction. This was exactly what he wanted. Afterward, he would work to convince as many elites and merchants as possible to join. Haha. No need for formalities, uncle. The daimyo chuckled and waved his hand. In that case, I'll send messages to the elites of the Fire Nation immediately. However, some of them don't live in the capital, so gathering everyone might take about 10 days. I'll set the meeting at the daimyo's palace in 10 days. What do you think, uncle? The daimyo planned to privately convene a group of supporters first, securing an agreement to work together to claim a larger share of the stakes. Sounds good, 10 days it is. But I have many matters to attend to, so I won't stay here for now. I'll come back in 10 days. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. The second Hokage rose to leave. You're leaving already? Why not stay for a few days so I can host you properly? The daimyo quickly stood to keep him. No need. See you in 10 days. The second Hokage shook his hand dismissively and, in the next moment, vanished using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Watching this, the daimyo squinted and murmured, "Space-time ninjutsu, huh? I didn't expect to see this technique again after so many years. Uncle is still as incredible as ever. Even after being revived, his strength hasn't diminished at all. This Edo Tensei technique is far more powerful than I imagined. Still, there's no way to replicate it for myself. Plus, this forbidden jutsu holds little meaning for my own resurrection after death. So my desire for it has naturally waned." Meanwhile, in the pirate world, at Shaki's rip-off bar on Sabati Archipelago, Kaido, Nari Uchiha, Uzumaki Mido, and Senju Hashirama arrived together, once again meeting Shaki and Rayleigh. "Yo, Shaki. Long time no see." As soon as Kaido entered, he raised a hand, greeting Shaki at the bar with a smile. "Oh? Kaido? Is that you?" Shaki's eyes lit up in surprise upon seeing Kaido and Nari Uchiha behind him. "It really has been a while. What brings you here today? And with so many people? Got something going on?" She could faintly sense it. Both Nari Uchiha and Uzumaki Mido, as well as Senju Hashirama, felt dangerous to her. Clearly, all three of them were at least as strong as her. In fact, they were probably stronger. This only made her more curious. First, she wondered where Kaido had found such powerful companions. Second, she marveled at how quickly Kaido and Nari Uchiha had grown stronger, especially their physical abilities. It had only been 3 years. Granted, she'd met Kaido a few times over those years, usually when he was just visiting for fun. He always appeared out of nowhere. Mysterious, to say the least. Even with her intelligence network, she rarely received any information about Kaido and his group. Chapter 183, Hockey Clash. "Couldn't I just be here to catch up and have a drink with you and Uncle Rayleigh?" Kaido chuckled as he walked to the bar and casually sat down. The bar was nearly empty, with no other customers around, making it feel unusually quiet. "You sure you're not here to cause trouble? Knowing you, I almost thought some big enemy was about to show up." Shaki shot him a glance, clearly unimpressed, as she poured herself a drink. "Haha. Big enemy? That's a stretch." Kaido laughed, waving his hand dismissively. Then he gestured toward his companions and introduced them to Shaki. "This is Uzumaki Mido and this is Senju Hashirama, both are respected seniors from our village. They're pretty strong. Though, we've never faced anyone at the Emperor level, so we're not sure how we measure up. That's why we came here, to spar with Uncle Rayleigh and these seniors. It'll help us get a better sense of where we stand, which will be useful as we explore the seas. Of course, if you're interested, Shaki, we could include you too. To show our sincerity, we're willing to pay 1 ton of gold for this sparring session. What do you think?" 1 ton of gold sounded like a lot, but for Kaido, who had gained control of the Golden City, it was just a drop in the ocean. Still, finding a willing sparring partner at the Emperor level wasn't easy. They couldn't just waltz up and challenge a Navy Admiral or one of the pirate emperors of the New World. That would be picking a fight they might not be ready for, potentially leading to a life-and-death battle. Before knowing exactly how strong his team was, Kaido wasn't about to take that kind of risk. "Oh? That's your goal for coming here?" Shaki looked at them with a bit of surprise. Although she found it odd, she thought it over and decided to agree. Mainly because Kaido was just too generous. Sparring for 1 ton of gold? It wasn't a fight to the death, and the deal was too good to pass up. After all, Rayleigh spent most of his days drinking or gambling. Giving him something productive to do, and letting him earn some extra gold, seemed like a win-win. With that in mind, Shaki nodded and said, "No problem. But I'll pass. I'm not that strong. Let's leave it to Rayleigh. I'll go get him now. You all sit tight." Saying that, Shaki poured drinks for Hashirama and Mido and handed Kaido a glass of milk. Kaido's face was filled with helplessness as she left the bar and quickly headed toward a casino on island number 3. "She's quite strong herself." Hashirama couldn't help commenting. "Feels like she's at least Kage level." "Yeah, about that." Kaido nodded. "I already told you, she's the former Empress of Amazon Lily and was likely part of the Rocks Pirates, the crew of the dead pirate overlord. It's no surprise she's strong. She's low-key these days, focusing mainly on intelligence work. This place is way bigger than our world, with far more resources. The larger population base naturally means more powerful individuals. If we exclude the Otsutsuki clan, we really can't compare our world to this one. But in the future, we'll definitely catch up. Ninjas had their advantages. Aside from ninjutsu, the fact that people from the ninja world had 3 times the number of cells as the average person here gave them exceptional talent in body training. Haha. I believe in that. Especially since we have you, Kaido. With you around, it's a sure thing. Hashirama laughed heartily. Kaido had the ability to continuously provide advantages to those under contract with him. They only waited a few minutes before Shaki returned, leading a curious-looking Rayleigh into the bar. "Hey, Uncle Rayleigh. Long time no see." Kaido greeted him with a raised hand and introduced his companions. Then he got straight to the point. "Shaki's probably told you why we're here. What do you think? Are you in?" Rayleigh glanced at Hashirama and the others, his gaze finally resting on Hashirama. "I can agree to it. Honestly, with you offering so much, even if I said no, Shaki would have forced me to agree. But this guy feels strange. He doesn't seem alive. Mind telling me what's going on? If it's something secret, you don't have to answer." Rayleigh could sense an overwhelming danger from Hashirama, but his aura was unusual, almost like he wasn't a living being. Kaito smiled and nodded. "Since it's a secret, I won't say." "Seriously?" Rayleigh gave him a speechless look, muttering internally, "This kid doesn't hold back at all." But he quickly realized this was likely tied to something deeply personal for Kaido and his group, so it made sense they wouldn't explain. "Alright, fair enough." Rayleigh shrugged. "So, who's up first?" "I'll go first." Naori Uchiha stood up, his voice calm yet confident. "But this place isn't suited for a fight. Let's head to a nearby deserted island. I know a good spot." "That works." Rayleigh agreed without hesitation and began heading for the door. Before they could leave, Kaido placed a hand on his shoulder. "No need to walk. I'll take you there directly. Shaki, do you want to come along?" As Kaito spoke, he turned his gaze toward Shaki. "Oh? Is that convenient?" Shaki asked, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. She was genuinely intrigued by this. It wasn't every day you encountered such an unbelievably powerful stranger. And as someone who thrived on gathering intel, it'd be a shame not to observe Kaido and his methods firsthand. "There's no trouble at all. Come on over. I'll teleport us there together." Kaito smiled faintly and motioned for her to come closer. Without hesitation, Shaki walked up and grabbed onto Kaido's forearm. In the next moment, Kaido teleported Rayleigh and Shaki to a remote island in the Calm Belt, a ferocious beast island, to be exact. Hashirama and the other two followed closely behind, arriving in a flash. "Huh? This isn't near the Sabati archipelago, is it? Feels like the Calm Belt." Rayleigh and Shaki both remarked as soon as they arrived. "That's correct." Kaido confirmed with a nod. "I thought about it earlier. If we held this near the Sabati archipelago, it'd create too much commotion. That would likely attract attention from the Navy or even the world government. It'd cause trouble for you if you're planning to settle near Sabati in the future." He continued. "So I decided this place was a better choice. It was also more convenient for them to temporarily keep their strength hidden and avoid exposing too much of their abilities." "Good thinking." Rayleigh and Shaki agreed, nodding with understanding. In truth, they were also curious about Kaido's teleportation technique. Even though they had been briefed about it before, seeing it in action was still impressive. However, neither of them brought it up directly. "Haha. Alright, let's get started," Rayleigh said with a hearty laugh. "To be honest, I'm curious about your strength. It's been a long time since I've had a proper fight. This'll be a good workout." With that, Rayleigh strode over to a nearby stretch of beach, drawing the long blade from his waist and looking toward Naori Uchiha. "Shall we?" Naori didn't hesitate. She flipped her hand, pulling out her own weapon, Moon Fang, a crescent-shaped greatsword, from her storage space. Taking her position about 10 meters away from Rayleigh, she exuded a sharp and intimidating aura. Rayleigh's eyes lit up. "Oh? I didn't expect your swordsmanship to be this refined already. Reaching the pinnacle of sword mastery, huh? Impressive. And that greatsword of yours isn't bad either. Let's see what you've got, come at me." The next moment, Rayleigh lunged toward Naori, initiating the battle. Clang. 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 The sound of blades clashing echoed as the two warriors met in the middle. In an instant, they disappeared from their original positions, reappearing a few meters away as their blades collided fiercely. What followed was an intense, rapid exchange of strikes. The air was filled with the sound of their weapons clashing, as both unleashed powerful slashes at each other. Their speed was astonishing, too fast for the average person to keep up with. As the battle raged on for several minutes, Naori gradually pushed herself to her limits, fully showcasing her swordsmanship. Yet, she found herself unable to gauge the depths of Rayleigh's abilities. Realizing this, she didn't hold back any longer. Channeling her immense chakra, she infused it into her body and her sword. With her swordsmanship and armament haki combined, the battle escalated to an entirely new level. Even your armament and observation haki have reached this level? 3 years ago, you didn't even know these techniques. Rayleigh marveled, unable to hide his admiration. She's a natural-born monster. He thought to himself, while Shaki, watching from the side, silently agreed. Another few minutes passed. Feeling that her current approach still couldn't reveal the depths of Rayleigh's strength, Naori unleashed a terrifying burst of Conqueror's haki, aiming it directly at Rayleigh. Rayleigh, caught off guard by the sheer intensity, equal to his own, instinctively retaliated with his own Conqueror's haki. Crackle! Black lightning-like energy erupted between the two as their Conqueror's haki collided. The pressure was immense, sending waves of sand flying and making the air around them feel stifling. Above them, dark clouds began to gather and split apart as if torn by the force of their clash. I didn't expect you to awaken and master Conqueror's haki to this extent. Rayleigh exclaimed, shocked as he stared at Naori. He hadn't anticipated that Naori possessed the qualifications of a king. Could her son, Kaido Uchiha, have also awakened his Conqueror's haki? It seemed highly likely. Hey! In the end, Conqueror's haki is just an extension of willpower, it's nothing extraordinary. Naori said with a faint smile. But now, let me show you my next move. Her Conqueror's haki, which had been radiating outward, began to retract and coil around her crescent blade. The weapon now emitted an even more terrifying aura. Even coating your blade with Conqueror's haki? You're full of surprises. Rayleigh remarked, his pupils contracting in shock. But fine, let's see how you handle this. With a spirited laugh, Rayleigh channeled his own Conqueror's haki, wrapping it around his blade. Boom. The two fighters became like flashes of lightning as they charged at each other once more. This time, however, their blades didn't physically touch. Instead, an invisible barrier of clashing energy formed between them, creating a powerful shock wave. Black and red lightning crackled violently in the air around them, while the ground beneath their feet was blasted into a massive crater over 100 meters wide. Kaido and the others had already retreated hundreds of meters away, watching the spectacle from a safe distance. Chapter 184, Rayleigh's 2 wins and 1 loss, bonus, whoa. Has Naori reached such terrifying power already? Feels like she's not too far off from me and Madara. Well, Madara without the Rinnegan, that is. Especially her mastery of haki, it's seriously impressive. Hashirama couldn't help but marvel as he watched the scene unfold. As someone brought back to life as an Edo Tensei, he couldn't train in armament haki for now. But observation haki? That, he had already mastered. In less than an hour of learning the method, he awakened observation haki. Not just that, he even unlocked the ability to hear the voice of all things. If Kaido and the others knew, they'd definitely be filled with envy and jealousy. It was like he was born with it. As for Conqueror's haki, he awakened that easily too, thanks to an encounter with Mido's Conqueror's haki stimulating his potential. Considering Hashirama's unshakable will, his strong belief in his ideals, and his pure heart, awakening Conqueror's haki was only natural for someone of his caliber. Because of this, Hashirama's strength had increased even further since his contract. And it had only been a few days since the pact was formed. But hey, when you're blessed with talent, strength, and a solid foundation, life's just easier. Maybe. Kaito said, shrugging nonchalantly. In his mind, though, he knew that unless his mother awakened the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, she wouldn't be able to compare to Madara with eternal Mangekyō, or to Hashirama at his peak, just yet. The boost from the eternal Mangekyō and Sage Artwood style was too massive. Nearby, Shaki caught on to Hashirama's words, her eyebrows raising slightly as she noted the terms Madara and Rinnegan. She guessed that Madara must be a person. And from the sound of it, a top-tier powerhouse no weaker than Hashirama. As for the Rinnegan, Shaki thought back to the peculiar eye abilities Naori had displayed earlier. She speculated that it might also be some kind of special eye power. Her curiosity about the history and secrets behind Kaido and his crew only grew stronger. Boom. 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 After several clashes of Conqueror's haki-enhanced strikes, Naori realized she was starting to fall behind. Without holding back anymore, she activated her Mangekyō Sharingan, summoning a fully formed Susanoo to envelop herself entirely. A towering, over 200-meter-tall Susanoo rose above the small island. Huh? Is that a perfect Susanoo? How's that possible? Isn't Naori's Sharingan only at the Mangekyō stage? How can she summon a perfect Susanoo? Could it be that Madara lied to me? Hashirama was utterly stunned, muttering to himself in disbelief. What's so strange about it? Uzumaki Mido gave him a sidelong glance, looking unimpressed. As long as someone's ocular power and physical strength are strong enough, summoning a perfect Susanoo with the Mangekyō Sharingan isn't that big of a deal. Madara didn't necessarily lie to you. He just might not have considered certain possibilities. Hearing Mido's explanation, Hashirama suddenly understood. Ah, I see now. Poor Madara. Having never formed the contract, Madara would never witness Kaido's incredible techniques or the wonders of the pirate world. He would remain ignorant of the massive changes this would bring to the shinobi world. Considering Naori's current ocular power and physical strength, it wasn't surprising she could summon a perfect Susanoo even at the Mangekyō stage. So, these eyes are called the Mangekyō Sharingan, huh? Both Shaki and Rayleigh, who had been watching from a distance, overheard Hashirama and Mido's conversation. They glanced at Naori's crimson eyes with strange patterns and began piecing things together. A giant formed by this special kind of energy. It's truly remarkable. Shaki thought. This thing's way taller than any of the giants from Elbaf. It reminds me of a demon. No, even the legendary Ors doesn't compare to this colossus. Alright, let's see just how strong you really are. Rayleigh said as he unleashed his full aura, ready to go all out. In a flash, he disappeared from his position, slashing directly at the Susanoo and aiming for Naori's forehead. Naori's Susanoo countered with its massive chakra blade, meeting Rayleigh's attack head-on. Boom. The two strikes collided with immense force. For a moment, Rayleigh managed to hold off the giant's strike with his comparatively small frame. But after a few seconds of deadlock in midair, Rayleigh's strength faltered, and he was sent flying hundreds of meters back. He used moonwalk multiple times to reduce the impact before finally stabilizing himself in midair. The Susanoo, on the other hand, remained steady, though a crack appeared on its massive chakra blade. Crack. Crack. With a series of breaking sounds, more cracks spread across the blade. Finally, with a loud smash, the chakra blade shattered in two. Naori frowned slightly. As expected, the strength of the chakra blade isn't enough anymore. She considered reinforcing the chakra blade with armament haki, but the blade size was too massive, and her haki reserves weren't enough to cover it completely. This made her realize that relying on the sheer size of the Susanoo alone wouldn't be enough to suppress or defeat Rayleigh. Swoosh. Rayleigh charged again, his blade slicing through the air as he unleashed thousands of slashes in rapid succession. Every slash was a full-powered blow. In no time, Naori Uchiha's perfect Susanoo was shredded into dozens of pieces, scattering in all directions. Her eyes throbbed with pain. If it weren't for her incredibly strong body and life force, as well as her powerful ocular veins and visual prowess, her eyes might have bled or suffered severe damage from the Susanoo's collapse. As it was, the pain subsided quickly, leaving her with just a dull ache. Facing the blade resting against her neck, Naori gave a helpless smile. I've lost. Looks like I'm still far from reaching Admiral-level strength. No. Rayleigh replied, shaking his head with a faint smile. Your strength has already reached Admiral level, though you're still at the lower end of it. It's just that I'm stronger, that's all. Don't sell yourself short. He wasn't the Rayleigh from 10 years in the future, the one with white hair and a wrinkled face, looking like an old relic of the past. No, this was Rayleigh in his prime. Even among Emperor-level powerhouses, he was one of the best. At this point in time, he was still capable of clashing with Whitebeard for hundreds of rounds without losing. But what shocked him most wasn't Naori Uchiha's rapid improvement in strength. No, what truly amazed him was her current physical condition and vitality. The first time he met Naori Uchiha, he could tell she was strong, but her physical condition and life force didn't match her power at all. She had felt like a candle in the wind, ready to be snuffed out at any moment. Now, that impression had been completely overturned. Rayleigh could sense that Naori's current physical state was even more youthful than his own. It was like she had been reborn, vibrant, powerful, and brimming with vitality. There was definitely a deeper secret behind this transformation, though he refrained from masking. Their relationship wasn't at that level yet. Maybe, if we get closer, I can figure out if she has access to some kind of youth-restoring elixir or rare treasure. Rayleigh thought to himself. Not for his own sake, he didn't mind aging, but for Shaki, his wife. Of course, if he could benefit too, he wouldn't say no. Who wouldn't want to stay young and live a bit longer? He still wanted to see where this great pirate era, started by Roger, would lead this chaotic world. And he was curious about Ace, the boy Roger left behind. Rayleigh recalled how, after a trade with Kaido, he had learned about Ace's existence. He'd immediately gone to the East Blue, confirmed Ace's identity, and even taught him a few things before leaving. As for taking Ace under his wing and raising him, not only would Ace have refused, but Garp wouldn't have agreed to it either. Respecting their wishes, Rayleigh left it at that, thinking that some distance might even be for the best. Anyway, back to the present. After his duel with Uchiha, Rayleigh took some time to rest. Once he had recovered, he sparred with both Uzumaki Mido and Senju Hashirama in succession. He managed to defeat Mido, but her adamantine sealing chains and sealing techniques gave him endless trouble. More than once, he was on the verge of losing. Her monstrous strength was another nightmare. It felt like he was fighting Garp in his prime all over again. While Mido's punches weren't quite on Garp's level, they were still terrifying. Rayleigh had no doubt that, in the future, her punches could rival Garp's peak. And to think she was a woman. Not just any woman, but Senju Hashirama's wife. Having a wife like that? Terrifying. Rayleigh couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy for Hashirama, until their sparring match began. What followed was a relentless beatdown. Hashirama's wood-style techniques, combined with Sage Mode, left Rayleigh utterly outclassed. He couldn't even count how many times he was battered into submission. When Hashirama unleashed the Sage Art, wood-style, through several thousand hands, Rayleigh genuinely thought it was over. If Hashirama hadn't held back at the last moment, Rayleigh might not have escaped the fight unscathed. What shocked Rayleigh even more was that he couldn't land a single meaningful attack on Hashirama. Every time he closed the distance to strike, it was as though Hashirama was untouchable. And when Rayleigh managed to land a blow, Hashirama emerged entirely unscathed. It was baffling. Rayleigh didn't understand what was happening. Was it some kind of advanced regeneration technique? He couldn't figure it out, but it only added to the overwhelming sense of helplessness. After admitting defeat, Rayleigh looked at Hashirama with a complicated expression. I didn't expect you to be this strong. You've taken the Logia woodwood fruit to an entirely different level. Ha ha ha. Hashirama laughed heartily, scratching the back of his head. Oh, stop it. You're plenty strong yourself. You're one of the strongest opponents I've faced, second only to Madara. It's been so long since I've had such an exciting fight. That was fun. Come on, let's grab a drink. I like you, seems like we'll get along just fine. Hashirama said cheerfully, throwing an arm around Rayleigh's shoulders and leading him back to where Kaido and the others were waiting. Watching Hashirama, Rayleigh couldn't help but chuckle. Hashirama reminded him a bit of Roger, both were straightforward, carefree, and brimming with charisma. There was a kind of unpolished wisdom hidden beneath their hearty, almost reckless demeanor. Kaido, bring out some good food and drinks to welcome and thank Brother Rayleigh. I like this guy. Hashirama called out, laughing as he patted Rayleigh's shoulder. All right, Kaido replied, amused, nodding as he pulled out a large table, chairs, and dishes from his storage space. Soon, the group sat down to a feast of steaming hot food and fine wine, enjoying the camaraderie. Chapter 185, The Fateful Love Fruit. Come drink with me, little brother, Hashirama said after sitting down. Shouldn't I be much older than you? Rayleigh asked, sipping his drink and glancing at Hashirama with a mixture of curiosity and disbelief. Hashirama looked far younger than him, which was hard to wrap his head around. But Rayleigh was also pretty sure this Senju Hashirama wasn't entirely alive. He seemed to exist somewhere between life and death. Age doesn't matter at all. Hashirama waved his hand dismissively and raised his glass. Come on, let's have a toast. This is some of Kaido's treasured liquor, it's from our homeland, a specialty. You probably haven't had it before, but I'm sure you'll love it. To Hashirama, age was the last thing on his mind. If he factored in all the years since his death, he was probably older than Rayleigh. But if he only counted his age at the time of death, he was likely younger. Not that it mattered to him. When you meet a kindred spirit, nothing else matters. In Hashirama's eyes, Rayleigh was like a little brother. And in this world, might made right. Since he was stronger than Rayleigh, why not call him little bro? Alright, fine. Rayleigh sighed, clearly exasperated. Hashirama's carefree, devil-may-care attitude reminded him way too much of Roger, the same chaotic energy that had roped him onto the Pirate King's crew for years. These kinds of people were his kryptonite. The two clinked their glasses and downed their drinks. Rayleigh's eyes lit up. Good stuff. Ha. Told you it was good. Madara and I both swear by the same kind. Here, let's keep drinking. Hashirama laughed heartily and refilled both their glasses, urging Rayleigh on for a drinking contest. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Mido and the others watched the scene with amused smiles, eating leisurely while chatting. Kaido, you haven't kept in touch with Hyuga much these past few years, have you? Shaki teased with a sly smile, casually bringing up the topic. A few months ago, when her crew stopped by the Sabati archipelago, she mentioned you, and even complained about you. Letting down a beauty's feelings isn't a good look, you know. Both Uchiha and Uzumaki Mido turned to Kaido with knowing smirks, their eyes practically screaming, this is going to be fun. Kaido sighed helplessly. I've just been busy, alright? And besides, Amazon Lily is in the comm belt, and they don't exactly welcome men on their island. I didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Those were, of course, just excuses. He'd already unlocked Amazon Lily's location on the map. The truth was, he'd genuinely forgotten about it. That only applies to ordinary men. Shaki said, her grin widening. You're Hancock's savior. She adores you. Trust me, you'd be more than welcome there. And just so you know, she added, her teasing tone returning, I used to be the Empress of Amazon Lily several generations ago. I know their rules better than anyone. You really should find some time to visit her. Otherwise, don't be surprised if she storms over here to see you herself. Shaki wasn't joking. Over the years, Hancock's gratitude and admiration for Kaito had gradually evolved into a one-sided crush. Both Shaki and Elder Gloriosa could only watch helplessly as Hancock became consumed by her feelings. It was a common problem for the women of Amazon Lily, they were prone to developing one-sided obsessions. If left unresolved, it could even lead to lovesickness and, in extreme cases, death. The previous Empress was a prime example of this tragic fate. That was why Shaki took it upon herself to nudge Kaito in Hancock's direction. Not only did she want to help Hancock, but she also saw the immense potential in Kaito. From what she could tell, his current strength was already at the level of a Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral, and he was barely in his teens. His future potential was limitless. On top of that, he was surrounded by at least 3, maybe even 4, Emperor-level powerhouses. For someone like Hancock, he was practically perfect? Huh? She likes me? No way. Kaito said, stunned. Sure, he'd spent some time with Hancock back then, but they hadn't seen each other since. The idea seemed far-fetched, but then again, considering Hancock's famously obsessive personality in the original timeline, it wasn't entirely impossible. Uzumaki Mido and Naori Uchiha exchanged even more mischievous looks. Even Hashirama and Rayleigh, still in the middle of their drinking contest, pricked up their ears to listen. Why not? Shaki said, her playful tone giving way to a more serious one. She's turned her gratitude into genuine feelings for you. It's no joke, she's been training hard these past few years, all for the chance to see you again. Gloriosa and I told her that if she reached a certain level of strength, we'd let her go find you. That became her motivation to grow stronger. Amazon Lily girls are just like that, once they're smitten, they're all in. So, you better not let her down, or else. Shaki's eyes narrowed dangerously. Kaito couldn't help but roll his eyes. And whose fault is that? You're the ones who made her strength a condition. Isn't that why this has become such an obsession for her? That said, deep down, he was secretly thrilled. Hancock was destined to be the most beautiful woman in the One Piece world. To have someone like her fall for him, even develop a one-sided crush, was a massive ego boost. A quick check confirmed it. Hancock's affection level for him was already at 99, just shy of the maximum. Self-guided passion was truly a force to be reckoned with. Oh? You've got some insight for your age. Shaki said, raising an eyebrow. She hadn't expected someone as young as Kaito to be so perceptive. Don't act so smug. She added with a smirk. I bet you're secretly loving this. Who wouldn't like a beautiful and adorable girl like Hancock? And let me tell you, she's only gotten more stunning these past few years. Shaki continued, her tone turning a bit envious. She even found a devil fruit, the love fruit model, love human devil fruit. After eating it, her charm is off the charts. It's incredible. What? Kaito's eyes widened in shock. Hancock got a love fruit? What kind of twist of fate was this? Destiny. Even Uzumaki Mido and the others, who knew about the original timeline, looked a bit surprised. Shaki noticed their odd expressions and asked, puzzled, what? Is that strange or something? Not exactly. Kaito quickly shook his head. It's just surprising how lucky Hancock is. After all, from what we know, the Paramsha-type abilities of her fruit are supposed to be really strong. He explained. And apparently, there are some hidden secrets about it, too. In his previous life, some online theorists speculated that Hancock's love fruit model, love human devil fruit might be like Luffy's Gamu Gamu no Mi, far from what it seems on the surface. Many believed it could actually be a mythical zone-type fruit, specifically the Medusa fruit. The analysis had some solid points, and plenty of people bought into the idea. After all, the fruit's abilities, enhancing charm and beauty, along with the power of petrification, fit perfectly with Medusa's legend. Combine that with Hancock's role and her future relationship with Luffy, and it wouldn't be far-fetched for Oda to someday reveal an upgrade to her fruit. After all, didn't Oda already pull something similar with Luffy's Gamu Gamu no Mi? Oh? Shaki froze for a moment upon hearing this. Her curiosity piqued, she pressed further, what do you mean by hidden secrets? Care to explain? This was about the future Empress of Amazon Lily, So how could she not take it seriously? Kaido immediately replied, I've seen records about the love fruit model, love human devil fruit in the ancient texts of my clan. They mentioned that the love fruit model, love human devil fruit isn't truly a Parimsha type fruit. Its essence hides a greater power. In truth, it's a zone type. Specifically, a mythical zone, Medusa fruit. At this point, Kaido glanced over at Rayleigh and added, it's similar to how the so-called Parimsha type human fruit model, Sun God Nika devil fruit is actually a zone type mythical fruit, the Nika fruit. You both should know about a human fruit model, Sun God Nika devil fruit, right? After all, you've been to Laugh Tale and learned some truths about the world. Otherwise, why would Shanks get his hands on the Gamu Gamu no Mi, then purposely go to Fukushima village, where Luffy just so happened to eat it? And why would Shanks, a 4 Emperors level powerhouse, lose an arm to a mere sea king in the East Blue while trying to save Luffy? Doesn't that all seem way too dramatic and bizarre? It's like a lizard defeating a dragon, utterly ridiculous. As soon as Kaido said this, both Shaki and Rayleigh froze, their expressions turning serious. Rayleigh even put down his drink, staring at Kaido intently. How do you know the human fruit model, Sun God Nika devil fruit? And how much do you know about the Nika fruit? Rayleigh looked tense. He was starting to suspect that Kaido's clan's knowledge went far deeper than he and Shaki had initially thought. This wasn't just some random information, this was a deeply guarded secret. Let's just say I read it in the ancient records of my clan. Kaido said casually, shrugging. As for how much I know? Not much, just that Nika represents the sun god, a warrior of liberation, and a symbol of free will. It's connected to the Fishman Island prophecy about a warrior or deity who will bring freedom in the future. And it's the sworn enemy of the one hiding behind Pangaea Castle, the one in the Room of Flowers. That's pretty much it. I don't know anything beyond that. Rayleigh and Shaki were left speechless. They felt Kaido was seriously downplaying things. This was just a little? He even knew about Imu, the one behind the Celestial Dragons, and the Room of Flowers. What didn't this guy know? At this moment, they finally realized that when Kaido had claimed his information network was decent, he had been ridiculously humble. This wasn't decent. It was downright terrifying. Did someone from your clan visit Laugh Tale in the past? Or was there some kind of insanely talented prophet in your family? Rayleigh swallowed nervously and asked, his voice tinged with doubt. Who knows? Kaido shrugged, deliberately avoiding the truth. There was no way he'd tell them the real story. Unless, of course, he managed to contract both Rayleigh and Shaki someday. Even then, he wouldn't tell them outright but would just show them glimpses of the past and future from his memories of the One Piece world. And those memories would only be partial, because when Kaido had crossed over, the series hadn't finished yet. Unlike the Ninja world, which had long since concluded. As Kaido checked their current favorability toward him, he noted that Rayleigh's was at 56 and Shaki's at 61. Still far from ideal. He figured he'd need to spend more time interacting with them, gradually increasing their favorability. Eventually, he'd aim to contract both of them and bring them under his command. After all, Shaki's intelligence network and Rayleigh's strength were both invaluable assets. As for their age, that wasn't a problem for Kaido. With his life force techniques, restoring their youth, or even boosting their potential, wasn't difficult at all. It'd be a piece of cake. Chapter 186, The Plan to Control Drum Island. Alright. If you're not willing to talk, we won't force you. Just remember, if you ever decide to share, you can always tell us. Also, the matter about the Nika fruit is extremely important. If possible, please keep it confidential. This concerns some of our Captain Roger's plans, as well as the future of this world. We're counting on you. Hearing this, both Rayleigh and Shaki gave Kaido a deep, meaningful look. Then, with a serious expression, Rayleigh earnestly requested this of Kaido and his group. They didn't press further or try to force him, doing so would have been rude and inappropriate. At the end, Rayleigh even bowed to Kaido and his group as a show of respect. He suspected that Kaido might even know where the rubber fruit would appear in the future and who would obtain it. This was the real reason for Rayleigh's solemn request. The Nika fruit was the core of Roger's plan to start the Great Pirate Era. Hey, no need for that, Uncle Rayleigh. Seeing this, Kaido quickly stepped forward and helped Rayleigh up. Even if you hadn't said anything, we wouldn't go around spilling secrets. To be honest, we're not exactly on good terms with the world government ourselves. There's bound to be a massive clash with them in the future, so why would we share this kind of information with them? Relax. We're friends. No need to be so formal about it. Sure, let Rayleigh and his crew focus on their Nika plan for now. Once their goodwill towards him hit the maximum, he'd simply form a contract with them. At that point, they'd truly become part of his faction, and the whole Nika issue would no longer matter. After all, in the end, This world wouldn't be liberated by Nika. It'd be liberated by him. Of course, even after contracting with Rayleigh and his crew, Kaito wouldn't mind letting them continue their Nika operation on the surface to oppose the world government. He was already supporting the Revolutionary Army to serve as the public face of resistance. Adding a Nika to the mix wouldn't hurt, it'd just be another tool in his arsenal. Next, he planned to leverage his relationships with Ace and Sabo to build goodwill with Luffy and eventually contract him as well. By then, Nika would just be another one of his underlings. He believed Nika wouldn't object. After all, liberation was liberation, who did it shouldn't matter, right? With his help, it'd only make things easier. A figure who had already failed once shouldn't expect a second chance unless they were willing to be his pawn. Trust him to run the show? Not happening. Thank you so much. Rayleigh and Shaki both let out a sigh of relief. As long as Kaito and his group didn't interfere with their plans, everything would be fine. At this moment, Kaito noticed through his abilities that Rayleigh's goodwill towards him had shot up to 65, while Shaki's had risen to 69. Not bad at all. The group enjoyed a hearty meal together, with Rayleigh and Shaki drinking quite a bit. Afterward, Kaito and his group escorted Rayleigh and Shaki back to the Sabati archipelago before returning to the shinobi world. Before parting ways, Shaki once again reminded Kaito to visit Amazon Lily when he had the chance. She even handed him a token of passage to ensure he could enter the island and meet Hancock smoothly. Kaito naturally agreed. He planned to visit in a few days, contract Hancock, and accelerate her growth. She'd become a major asset under his command in the future. Plus, having another beauty around didn't hurt. When the time comes, I can help her eliminate the flaws and hidden dangers of her devil fruit. At the same time, I can figure out if her love fruit is actually the mythical zone Medusa fruit. If it is, then removing its defects might make it easier to help Hancock unlock its true potential. These thoughts ran through Kaito's mind. After returning from the pirate world, Kaito immediately gathered Tsunade, Orochimaru, Minato, Kushina, his mother Dori, Uzumaki Mido, Uzumaki Ashina, Sakamo Hatake, and even Hashirama, along with Kashiro and Kira from the pirate world, at his home. The purpose? To discuss the next steps of their strategy for the pirate world. Once everyone was present, Kaito began, "Today, my mother, Lady Mido, Lord Hashirama, and I visited the pirate world and had a sparring match with Rayleigh. After confirming the results, Hashirama could defeat Rayleigh in real battle if he mastered Yaki or in a battle of endurance. Still, he's easily 4 Emperor's level in the pirate world. My mother and Lady Mido are at Admiral level. As for me, although I didn't fight, based on comparisons, my strength should be between Elite Vice Admiral and Near Admiral level. But with my space-time ninjutsu, teleportation abilities, and Sage Mode, I could reach Near Admiral strength, maybe even higher. This was largely thanks to mastering Sage Mode, which had greatly enhanced his power. In the end, though, his golden growth period hadn't arrived yet. His age limited his physical development and training intensity. Even after acquiring the Rumble fruit, he hadn't dared to use lightning to stimulate his cells for body-strengthening training like the Cloud Ninja's lightning armor technique. He worried that pushing himself too hard too soon might prematurely exhaust his potential, stunting his body's natural growth during puberty. Such cases weren't unheard of in either his previous life or this world. Some destructive training methods weren't better if started earlier, the risks often outweighed the rewards. It was better to wait until he was 15 to 18, after his rapid physical growth slowed, to begin such training. That'd maximize the benefits. For now, he wasn't in a rush, especially since he had the Immortal Jutsu and advanced Taijutsu methods to continually boost his vitality and physique. With these alternative methods, there wasn't an urgent need to rely on lightning training. Based on comparisons, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and even Sakamo are around Vice Admiral level. If, Sakamo, you can master the pirate world's swordsmanship, reaching swordsman or even great swordsman level, while also catching up on training in hockey, meditation, and life force technique, your strength could skyrocket within the next few years, possibly surpassing Tsunade and reaching Admiral level. In that case, we'd have enough Admiral level forces to form a 4 Emperors level crew, claim territory in the New World, and establish a new country. In this country, we could experiment with new reform systems, set up schools, and systematically train governance, management, and various industry talents. The plan is entirely feasible. Kaito paused, then continued seriously, "So, I've gathered you all here to hear your thoughts on this plan." He waved his hand, distributing copies of the 4 Emperors crew plan he'd prepared to everyone. "Take a look at the plan first, and then share your opinions and suggestions. If anyone disagrees, feel free to speak up." Everyone picked up their copies and carefully reviewed the plan. A few minutes later, once everyone was done reading, Kaito asked, "So? What do you think?" Tsunoda glanced around at the others before speaking first. I don't have any objections, but building a four emperors group and carving out territory will definitely take a lot of time and energy, won't it? Right now, I'm busy handling the hospital reform and my own training, so I won't be able to spare much time for this. Also, instead of fighting for territory in the new world and establishing a new country from scratch, wouldn't it be better to secretly take control of Drum Island? That way, it'll be easier for you to gain the favor of the doctors there. And when the time comes, we could bring in more doctors from Drum Island to help out here in Hidden Leaf Village. Maybe we could even establish a dedicated medical academy there. It shouldn't be a problem, right? She glanced at Kira, a little worried about her reaction. After all, that was Kira's homeland. But Kira simply chuckled softly. I don't have any objections to this, she said. To be honest, the old king is nearing the end of his life, and both of his sons are completely unreliable. Sooner or later, they'll mess things up so badly that the country will collapse, and people will suffer. The medical system will likely fall apart too. Taking control of the old king and secretly managing the country in advance is a good idea. But it's best to extend the old king's lifespan a bit, just to keep things stable for now. Or, if you have a solid plan to replace the Drum Island royal family with someone reliable, that would work too. Otherwise, things could get messy. After all, Drum Island is a member of the world government. Directly replacing its royal family wouldn't be appropriate. Agreed. Kaito nodded. Taking control of Drum Island in secret is possible. With our strength, especially our Genjutsu abilities, it's pretty simple. This won't take much effort and can be done alongside the Four Emperors building plan. Replacing the royal family is too troublesome, so we'll start by using Genjutsu to control the old king and extend his life a bit. As for his two sons, it's better to eliminate them early. We can't leave those troublemakers around. He turned to Naori and said, Mom, I'll need you for this. Using Mangekyō Sharingan to brainwash and control him shouldn't be an issue, right? Of course. Naori Uchiha smiled confidently. Brainwashing and controlling him? That's easy. I've seen that old king before. He's got no real strength, so controlling him with Genjutsu is no problem. Leave it to me. I'll handle it tomorrow. I'll also take care of his two sons while I'm at it. Then she turned to Tsunoda and added, if you want Kaido to contract more doctors from Drum Island or even establish a national-level medical academy, you'll have to take charge of that yourself. I simply don't have the time. When the time comes, you could get help from Kira and the dozens of contracted doctors Kaito has already sent to you from Drum Island. Naori Uchiha then looked back at Kaito. That Dalton guy is talented. You should find a way to gain his trust and contract him too. He'd be a big help in managing Drum Island. What do you think? Good idea. Kaito nodded without hesitation. I'll make some time to handle him later. Tsunoda glanced at Kira, and after receiving her nod of approval, she said, then I'll take care of setting up the Drum Island Medical Academy. I'll find a way to recruit most of the capable doctors on the island into the academy. Whether they become full-time instructors or just lend their names, we'll make it work. And Kaito, you'll need to drop by occasionally to teach medical lessons to the instructors and future students at the academy. That'll help you gain their favor and make contracting them easier. What do you think? Her ultimate goal was to have Kaido contract as many doctors as possible and bring them back to Hidden Leaf Village to quickly expand and improve the medical system, as well as train more medical talent. Sure thing. Kaido grinned. If that's all it takes to gain their favor, why would I say no? I'll just send a shadow clone over regularly to teach a few lessons. Easy stuff. Thanks in advance, Tsunoda. Not just the future Drum Island Medical Academy, Kaido also planned to send shadow clones to Hidden Leaf Village's Ninja Academy and regular schools in the future to teach lessons and gain favor. This method was clearly more efficient. Students were younger and easier to win over. No problem. No problem. Tsunoda laughed and waved it off. Chapter 187, Four Emperors Crew Plan Finalized, Bonus, alright. With the Drum Island matter resolved, does anyone else have thoughts? Kaido scanned the room, breaking the silence with his question. Orochimaru, ever pragmatic, spoke up first. I need to oversee the research division. It's a heavy task, so I definitely can't be directly involved in this Four Emperors Crew plan. He said with a serious tone, but if you encounter talented researchers over there, make sure to protect and recruit them. He added. We could set up a research department in the country established under the Four Emperors Crew plan. Even if they're not bound by your contract, Kaido, they can still work on non-sensitive projects from that world, right? Plus, having a research department there would help you, Kaido, gain recognition and goodwill while making public appearances. Two birds with one stone. He leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with ambition. And if you can bring in Vegapunk or Vinsmoke Judge, that'd be even better. Orochimaru's hunger for top-tier researchers was evident. He wanted the best minds from both worlds under his banner. His own efforts, even with help from the second Hokage and Kaido's clones, could only cover so much. Hearing this, Kaido glanced sideways at Orochimaru and replied, "I'll try with Vegapunk after I meet Monkey D. Dragon and contract him. As for Vinsmoke Judge, the Millennial Dragon Ninja is already mapping the North Blue. It shouldn't take too long to locate him. If Judge cooperates, great. If not..." Kaito smirked. "We'll persuade him until he does. You can count me in for that mission," Orochimaru said, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Mido and Naori Uchiha chimed in, "We can't commit much time to this either. At best, call us if you need backup, but leading this effort isn't an option for us." Their responsibilities in the village were overwhelming, especially with ongoing reforms. On top of that, they were setting up a materials and home furnishings company to create a full-fledged industry. Fortunately, as their mental energies grew stronger, they could sustain more shadow clones to help. Otherwise, their workload would have been impossible. I don't think I can leave either," Hashirama added hesitantly. "The engineering department is still overloaded. But if I had the chance, I'd much rather join the Four Emperors crew project. Exploring the pirate world, drinking, eating, and fighting pirates? Way more fun than construction work." He sighed dramatically, then turned hopeful eyes to Kaido. "The only downside is that Madara isn't a contract holder. If he could join, it'd be perfect." Kaido shot him down instantly. "Forget it, Hashirama. If you think you can ditch your engineering responsibilities to run around the pirate world, you're dreaming. The engineering department can't run without you. Finish the Hidden Leaf Village expansion plan first, and then we'll talk. That said, like Mido and my mother, you can show up when needed, acting as muscle for key moments," Kaido added. "After all, you're currently our strongest fighter. To become an emperor and claim territory, your strength will be essential." "Haha." Hashirama laughed bitterly. "I knew it. Fine, as long as I can occasionally visit and spar with Pirate World experts, I'll be satisfied." Kaito nodded, then added, "But to avoid suspicion, you'll need to leave a wood clone stationed with the Four Emperors crew. It'll throw off enemies if you only appear during critical moments." "Got it." Hashirama agreed. "A simple wood clone is no problem." Minato chimed in, "I'd love to participate too, but with my current strength, I'd only be an internet best in the new world." "Same here." Kushina and Mikoto raised their hands enthusiastically. Kaido pondered for a moment before replying, "Minato, you're better suited for infiltration. I plan to have you go undercover in the Navy later. With your charisma and talent, you'd excel there," he said with a grin. "As for Kushina and Mikoto, you two can join the Four Emperors crew as training. It'll be a valuable experience." The trio nodded in agreement, accepting their roles. Finally, Kaido turned to Koshiro and Sakamo. The two exchanged a glance before Sakamo spoke first. "I'll join directly. This is a great opportunity to grow and improve my strength. I want to challenge the top fighters in the pirate world and push myself further," he added with determination. Koshiro hesitated but eventually said, "I'd like to join as well. Ever since I was contracted, I've rediscovered my passion and ambition. But if I go, no one will be around to manage the sword dojo. Not to mention," he continued, "if my identity is exposed, it could put my family and the dojo at risk." Kaido grinned, already prepared for this. "Don't worry, Master. The dojo can be managed by Mistress. She's already at the peak of Sword Master level and keeps improving. She's more than capable. Plus, with the teleportation and communication features available, you can easily return home every day to take care of any matters, or even just to rest and eat. And if your family ever faces an overwhelming enemy, you'd be notified immediately, and others could be called to teleport back and provide support. So, honestly, these concerns aren't really concerns at all. But if the Four Emperors crew can have a great swordsman like you joining them, Sensei, it would be a game changer. Especially since most of the top-tier combatants are often too busy to stay with the crew on a daily basis, the crew would need you to oversee the larger picture. What do you think?" In truth, the initial plan was for Koshiro to take charge of this operation. He was the most suitable candidate at the moment. Once Rayleigh is recruited, he planned to bring him into the fold as well. When that happens, imagining Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, or even Shanks seeing Rayleigh making a comeback. It would probably leave them utterly shocked, right? As for whether this might provoke the world government? The target is the Four Emperors already, so who cares? As long as their strength is sufficient and they don't go digging into the truth of 800 years ago or revealing the secrets of Laugh Tale, the world government wouldn't overreact. Indeed, if Koshiro joins us, then we could exchange swordsmanship techniques every day. Sakamo Hatake. said, his eyes lighting up as he stared at Koshiro eagerly. He was thrilled at the idea of having Koshiro on board. In that case, I'll agree. Koshiro smiled and nodded. If that's how it is, then I'll join. But what's the plan after this? Are we heading straight to the New World? No. Kaido immediately shook his head. We'll set out from the East Blue and travel as a newly formed pirate crew, fighting our way forward step by step. This way, we can challenge various strong fighters, eliminate pirates along the way, build our reputation, and increase our bounties. It's also a great opportunity for everyone to grow, isn't it? It's much more practical than suddenly popping up in the New World and fighting for territory out of nowhere. At the same time, during this journey, we can try to recruit potential talents or powerful individuals to join us. I'll also send a shadow clone with you regularly to stay on the ship. This way, I can build rapport with new crew members quickly and contract them as soon as possible. This will solidify and expand the foundation of the Four Emperors crew. We can easily spend a year or two building up to the New World and then claim the Four Emperors title. What do you all think? Kaido was confident that with a year or two of growth, Koshiro could break through to the Four Emperors level. Tsukumo could reach Admiral level strength, becoming a true sharp blade. Meanwhile, Nari Uchiha and Uzumaki Mido's powers would also reach the top tiers of the Four Emperors level. And as for himself, he was certain he'd reach Admiral level strength during that time as well. Tsunoda also had a strong chance of stepping into that realm. If they worked hard enough, they could also gain Rayleigh and Shaki's trust and contract them within this period. Their collective strength would be transformed completely. With that, taking over a significant portion of the New World, establishing a nation, and solidifying their position as one of the Four Emperors would be an easy task. Sounds good to me. Yeah, it's a solid plan. No objections here. Agreed. Having 1 to 2 years to grow and stabilize is the best approach. Everyone quickly voiced their approval. Alright. Then it's decided. In the early stages, let's have Hashirama as the captain for now, Koshiro-sensei as the vice-captain, and Tsukumo as one of the combat captains. Kaito said, nodding with satisfaction. No. As soon as the words left his mouth, Hashirama shook his head in opposition. Hashirama, looking serious, replied, the captain should be you, Kaito. It'll make it easier for you to win over new crew members, build relationships with them, and contract them quickly. It'll also set the stage for you to become the leader of the new country we plan to build, making reforms and gaining the people's favor. These things should be decided early on to maximize the benefits. Agreed. Uzumaki Mito nodded, turning to Kaito. Even though you think your strength isn't quite there yet, compared to most of the pirates just starting out or even the supernovas who've already made a name for themselves, your power is already incredible. Plus, since we're planning for the crew to follow the normal growth process, a year or two is more than enough time for you to reach Admiral level strength. So, the position of captain should go to you. Koshiro can remain the vice-captain, and Hashirama can be one of the combat captains. When needed, Hashirama can send out wood clones or his real body to fight. On regular days, he can focus most of his attention on the engineering department, which is the most suitable role for him. The others all nodded in agreement after hearing this. Kaito, being the captain will make it easier for you to contact the crew, so just agree. You don't even need to appear, as Koshiro can manage things. It's just a title anyway. Chapter 188, Arriving at Amazon Lily. Alright. Seeing everyone's reaction, Kaito nodded. Since you all consent, I'll take on the role of captain. However, on most days, I'll only leave a shadow clone on the ship. I can do some of my routine training on board, but for the majority of the time, I'll still need to be at other bases training or handling affairs in Hidden Leaf Village. Let's set the official launch of our pirate crew to about a month from now. At the very least, we need to deal with Monkey D. Dragon first. Can't afford to miss that. With more than 10 days left before his scheduled meeting with Dragon, Kaito needed to think of a way to build rapport and secure a contract with him. As for recruiting more members? Since the timeline was still early, many future powerhouse characters hadn't grown strong yet. But he was particularly interested in recruiting Mihawk. That guy had both talent and the right personality. If he could contract him, Mihawk's help would be invaluable, and his own future would be limitless. Reaching a Four Emperors level of strength in a short time would be a breeze. Alright. Let's go with that. Everyone nodded in agreement. After discussing some more details, the meeting came to an end. Oh, right. Just as they were about to wrap up, Kaito turned to Hashirama, rubbing his hands together with a grin. First Hokage, I was thinking, shouldn't our pirate ship be made from a specially grown tree using your wood style? That way, we can construct it directly. What do you think? A pirate crew aiming for Four Emperors level power definitely needed a sturdy and well-performing ship. Eh? Hashirama was slightly taken aback but then stroked his chin. That's not too difficult. Just get the ship's blueprint and pick the right type of tree, then leave it to me. I'll handle the rest when the time comes. But, he suddenly realized something and looked at Kaito with a deadpan expression. You're not expecting me to be the shipwright too, are you? Maintaining and repairing the ship daily? He felt like he had just walked into a trap and taken on a troublesome job. Hee. Isn't your wood style perfect for this? I'll leave it to you. Kaito grinned and shamelessly confirmed his intentions. You. Hashirama rolled his eyes and sighed. You and Orochimaru better hurry up and perfect your research on my wood-style bloodline. Once you develop a stable wood-style genetic serum, train more users. Right now, the entire construction team and shipbuilding depends on me. Even as an undead, that's a bit too much. And if I get fully resurrected, won't I just work myself to death? Or are you planning to keep me in this half-undead state indefinitely? He squinted at Kaito with suspicion. Ha ha ha. Of course not. Kaito quickly waved his hands. Rather than overworking you, I'd much prefer resurrecting you completely so you can continue training and break through to 6 paths level as soon as possible. You're the closest among us to reaching that realm. I wouldn't be so short-sighted as to sacrifice the bigger goal for small gains. Rest assured, I've been dedicating 2 shadow clones every day to studying the Edo Tensei technique. The limited daily supply of white zetsu prevents me from creating more clones for this, but at this rate, I should be able to fully resurrect you within a year. And if that fails, I'll just get my hands on a Rinnegan. With a white zetsu body as a vessel, we can use Rin Tensei without any life force cost. A perfect loophole. Is that so? Then I'll leave it to you. Hearing this, Hashirama's mood instantly brightened, but he quickly added, you should also focus on Madara and Tobirama. Try to improve your rapport with them and contract them sooner rather than later. Kaito shrugged helplessly. I'll do my best. Those two are hard to deal with. I can't just suck up to them, either. Hopefully, they'll wise up and came to their own conclusions. From what he knew of them, trying too hard would only backfire and make them look down on him. That's why it was tricky. Well, at least Tobirama was easier to handle. Lately, thanks to Kaito's exceptional medical and research skills, Tobirama's impression of him had improved significantly. Their relationship was steadily progressing, making a contract seem likely in the near future. Ha ha ha. True. Alright, I'll also help out by speaking well of you in front of them whenever I get the chance. Hashirama laughed awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. He knew firsthand how difficult those two could be. Sounds good. Kaito nodded without objection. The next morning, after finishing his morning training, Kaito sent a horde of shadow clones to handle various daily tasks while his main body teleported to the coast of Amazon Lily. Who goes there? Since Kaito had deliberately appeared at the port without concealing himself, he was quickly spotted by a patrol squad of Amazon Lily's female warriors. Instantly on high alert, they surrounded him with hostility. Kaito casually flipped his hand and took out the token Shaki had given him, raising it high. My name is Kaito Uchiha. Shaki-senpai sent me here to meet Hancock. This is her token of proof. Please take a look. Huh? The female warriors were stunned. Their leader quickly stepped forward, took the token from Kaito, and examined it closely. After confirming its authenticity, she looked up at him. You say Lady Shaki sent you to find Hancock? Also, you're Kaito Uchiha. Are you the son of Naori Uchiha, the one who saved our Guja pirates 4 years ago? I remember the captain at the time mentioned you were just 6 years old back then. You were supposedly weak, even frailer than the average person. How have you grown so much in just a few years? And why do you give off such a dangerous aura now? This didn't match the previous descriptions at all. Haha. I was just sick back then. Once I recovered, I trained and eventually became like this. Can you notify Hancock or your current empress? Kaito scratched the back of his head with a smile. So what if he grew up fast and changed a lot? In the world of pirates, plenty of people underwent drastic transformations in a short time. Understood. Please wait here and don't make any sudden movements to avoid misunderstandings. The squad leader nodded and, without further questions, took the token and quickly headed into the city. Meanwhile, the remaining warriors stayed behind, eyeing Kaito with great curiosity, whispering and pointing at him like he was some rare specimen. Clearly, this squad had never left Amazon Lily before. Otherwise, they wouldn't be this fascinated by a man. The leader didn't take long. In just a few minutes, she returned, handing the token back to Kaito while saying, Please follow me. Our former empress, Elder Gloriosa, has been informed of your arrival and wishes to meet you first. Alright, sounds good. Kaito nodded in understanding and followed her. It took some time, but they eventually arrived at Amazon Lily's central palace, where he met the elderly Gloriosa. Upon seeing the tiny old woman, barely a meter tall, Kaido was at a loss for words. After all, based on what he knew, Gloriosa was once a tall and imposing beauty back when she was the Empress of Amazon Lily. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become Empress in the first place. Yet now, she had shrunk to a fraction of her former self. It completely defied common sense. Well, common sense from his past life or even the ninja world. But in the pirate world, this was completely normal. Many women who were once stunning beauties in their youth transformed into unrecognizable old witches as they aged. Big Mom, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and even Miss Batkin, the self-proclaimed lover of Whitebeard and mother of Edward Weevil, were all prime examples. The only exception seemed to be Shaki. Now that was interesting. So, you're Kaido Uchiha? The boy Hancock has been thinking about all this time? Gloriosa scrutinized him for a moment before nodding in surprise. Shaki has praised you many times, saying you have monstrous talent and limitless potential. Looking at you now, it seems she wasn't exaggerating. You're only 10, yet you already give off an aura of deadly danger. I'd say your strength is at least on par with an elite vice admiral, isn't it? More or less. Kaito nodded. So, what did you want to discuss? Also, when can I see Hancock? There's nothing to discuss. Gloriosa shook her head. Since you have Shaki's approval and Hancock's heart is completely set on you, there's no need for me to act as an obstacle. Your talent and strength are impressive, so I won't play the villain. I've already sent word to Hancock. She should be here soon. But listen, boy, Hancock has given her heart entirely to you. You better not let her down. If you ever hurt her, I don't care if it costs me my life, I'll make sure you suffer for it. Gloriosa waved her staff threateningly at Kaido. If the last Empress hadn't died of lovesickness, if she herself hadn't suffered from lovesickness in the past and understood how dangerous it was, she wouldn't have agreed to this match so easily. Hancock was the most talented Empress in Amazon Lily's history. With proper training, her future was limitless. If possible, Gloriosa would have preferred that Hancock never fell for any man. Especially not at such a young age. This kind of love could affect her growth potential. And if she ended up heartbroken, she might even die from lovesickness. But it was too late. Years ago, Hancock had already fallen for Kaido when he and his mother saved her. Even if Gloriosa wanted to stop it, she couldn't. That damned slave-trading pirate crew had only themselves to blame for this. Of course, deep down, Gloriosa was grateful to Kaido and his mother. After all, if they hadn't appeared when they did, the Kuja pirates might have been wiped out. Hancock and her sisters could have been kidnapped and sold into slavery. And worst of all, Hancock, with her exceptional beauty, might have been sold to the celestial dragons. That would have been a disaster. Compared to that, her falling for Kaido was much easier to accept. Especially since Kaido himself was a terrifying talent. She was already looking forward to what kind of monstrous potential the children of Kaido and Hancock would have. In fact, she had already decided, once they reached adulthood, she would push them to have children as soon as possible. Her plan was to train their child as the next Empress of Amazon Lily. What if they had a son instead? Impossible. Amazon Lily had a special spring. Anyone who drank from it would only give birth to daughters. That was one of Amazon Lily's greatest secrets. It was also the key to why Amazon Lily had remained an all-female country for so many generations. Chapter 189, The Contract with Hancock. Haha. Don't worry. I'm not the type to abandon my women. Any woman who belongs to me, I'll take care of her properly and nurture her well. Kaido chuckled, making a heartfelt promise. In fact, I will take her to even greater heights. So, rest assured and look forward to it. For a woman like Hancock, top-tier beauty and elegance, utterly smitten with him, and having completed her self-conquest, her affection for him was maxed out. There was no way he would disappoint her. That's good. That's very good. Gloriosa, seeing Kaido's confidence and sincerity, nodded in satisfaction. Then, they continued chatting for a while. Suddenly, Kaido. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Kaido turned to look and soon saw a tall and stunning figure rushing into the grand hall. It was none other than Hancock, who was now nearly 16 years old. She had already grown to about 1.7 meters, 5 feet 7 inches, in height. Compared to 3 years ago, she had matured significantly, her charm reaching a whole new level. The moment she laid eyes on Kaido, her eyes turned into heart shapes, and she let out a delighted gasp before launching herself straight into his arms. Kaido quickly caught her. Clinging to his neck, Hancock gazed at him with dreamy eyes and whispered, "We finally meet again. I missed you so much, Kaido. Why didn't you come to see me all these years? You clearly promised to visit often." Her enthusiasm was so overwhelming that even Kaido was caught off guard. He quickly explained, "It wasn't convenient to come to Amazon Lily, and besides, I was too weak before." My mother wouldn't have allowed me to take such risks. But now that my strength has grown, here I am, visiting you directly. In fact, if you want, we can see each other every day from now on." Since he was planning to form a contract with Hancock, he might as well mention it first. "Really?" Hancock's eyes instantly lit up, her face filled with excitement. Even Gloriosa was taken aback and asked with surprise, "Kid, are you planning to stay on Amazon Lily? Even if you're Hancock's beloved and have Shaki's approval, I still can't allow you to stay here long term. That would not only break Amazon Lily's traditions but also be detrimental to our island. With this kid's looks and strength, wouldn't the female warriors of Amazon Lily be in complete chaos? Absolutely unacceptable." "What?" Before Kaido could respond, Hancock turned to glare furiously at Gloriosa and shouted, "You've been stopping me from seeing Kaido for years, and now you want to drive him away? You old hag, just drop dead already." With that, she was about to rush over and beat up the old woman. "Calm down. Calm down." Kaido quickly held her back, soothing her. "She's a senior, don't be rude. Besides, staying on Amazon Lily for too long really isn't a good idea. And it's not possible anyway. I still have many things to do and can't stay here permanently." Hearing this and seeing Kaido's attitude, Gloriosa's opinion of him improved even further. She felt this young man wasn't just smooth with words but also respected his elders, far better than Hancock in that regard. "Huh?" Hancock froze, her eyes turning red as she looked at Kaido with a heartbroken expression. "But didn't you just say we could see each other every day?" "How?" "Haha." Kaido chuckled, patting her head. "Who said I have to stay here to see you every day? Did you forget that I can teleport? As long as you make a contract with me, I can even give you the ability to teleport. With that power, we can visit each other anytime, anywhere, with no trouble at all." Hancock's eyes sparkled with joy. "Really? Then what are we waiting for? Let's do the contract right now." She was beyond eager. Even Gloriosa was stunned and filled with curiosity. A contract that could grant teleportation? She had never heard of such a thing. This made Kaido seem even more mysterious in her eyes. Could it be some unknown devil fruit ability? Gloriosa speculated. However, she didn't question it further. If Kaido was willing to give Hancock such a power, it was already a great gesture. This ability would significantly enhance Hancock's mobility and survival skills, an epic advantage for the future of Amazon Lily. She decided to simply observe. "Alright. Let's go make the contract." Kaido smiled and nodded. Then, turning to Gloriosa, he said, "I'll take Hancock to form the contract first. We'll be back soon." With that, he activated his power and instantly teleported away with Hancock. When they reappeared, they were standing in Dr. Kira's courtyard on Drum Island. "This place. Is this the Drum Island from before?" Hancock looked around, taking in the surroundings before speaking in shock. "That's right." Kaido nodded firmly. "This is the place where you and your people brought my mother and me before." Hancock was stunned. "This place is so far from Amazon Lily. I can't believe your teleportation ability is this powerful. You brought us here in an instant." Then, her eyes sparkled with realization. "So, does that mean I'll be able to use this power too? No wonder you said we'd be able to see each other every day." She was so excited that she didn't even think about the contradiction in Kaido's earlier words, how he supposedly wasn't allowed to leave because he wasn't strong enough to defy Naori Uchiha. She simply ignored that detail, which saved Kaido a lot of trouble explaining himself. He nodded. "That's right. But I should clarify, while my contract will grant you teleportation and many other benefits, there are also some restrictions. Once you accept the contract, you'll be bound to me to some extent. You won't be able to do anything that harms me or reveal any of my secrets. Even knowing this, do you still want to form the contract? If you don't, I won't force you." "Of course. Even without those restrictions, I would never do anything to hurt you, Kaido. I wouldn't reveal your secrets without your permission either. That would only bring unnecessary trouble and danger. So, to me, these conditions don't even exist. There's nothing to hesitate about." Without a second thought, Hancock nodded firmly. Her response was so natural and determined that even Kaido was touched. Ah, this girl had truly given her heart to him. No wonder she was able to conquer herself, making her affection for him skyrocket on her own. Her way of thinking was completely different from ordinary people. But he liked it. He cherished it. "Alright. Then let's make the contract." With that, Kaido formed a contract rune from the center of his forehead and sent it toward Hancock, explaining how the process worked. Hancock didn't hesitate for a second. She reached out and touched the rune, accepting the contract in her heart. In an instant, the rune flowed up her arm and into her forehead, settling in the center of her consciousness. Her spiritual domain became more stable and powerful. Before she could say anything, A flood of information poured into her mind, memories of the past and future of the pirate world. The past and future of the ninja world. Live force techniques, meditation methods, an optimized version of hockey training, the art of refining primal chakra. Countless techniques surged into her consciousness. The sheer magnitude of it all shocked her so much that she instinctively closed her eyes, focusing on absorbing and processing everything. More than an hour passed before she finally opened her eyes, staring at Kaido in awe. I can't believe it. You're from another world? And you've created so many powerful, miraculous techniques. This is incredible. No wonder you and Lady Naori suddenly appeared on our pirate ship back then. That was your first time arriving in our world, wasn't it? Don't you think this means we were destined to meet? She chuckled, her voice filled with affection. If you hadn't appeared that day, my sisters and I would have been. Her expression darkened slightly. We would have been sold to the celestial dragons. Everything changed because of you. That was why Hancock was so grateful to Kaido. Over time, her gratitude had transformed into deep, unwavering love. Yes, in the memories Kaido shared with her, she saw how she and her sisters were originally supposed to be captured by slavers and sold to the celestial dragons. Even though the details were vague, since Kaido had only seen the anime, and the anime didn't show much, it was enough for Hancock to understand the horror of what could have happened. She shuddered at the thought, feeling both fear and immense gratitude toward him. Her love for Kaido only deepened. Haha, I guess it really was fate. Kaido smiled warmly. Even I didn't expect to teleport onto your ship that day. But now, we're bound by contract, and you know my true identity and secrets. From now on, whenever you miss me, you can teleport over to see me anytime. And if you want, you can train with me and my companions every day, growing stronger together. With the techniques I've given you and your natural talent, I have no doubt that in just a few years, you'll become one of the strongest people across both worlds. Hancock had that kind of potential. She nodded happily. Then I'll come here every day to train with you. That way, I can see you every day. And in the future, I'll help you overthrow the world government, wipe out the celestial dragons, and become the ruler of a new world. As she spoke of the celestial dragons, her eyes flashed with murderous intent. It was obvious, she despised those wretched creatures who had caused her such suffering in her original fate. If the time was right and she didn't have to worry about causing trouble for Kaido, she would have already teleported to the Sabati archipelago to slaughter a few of those so-called noble pigs as an offering to her vengeance. They were nothing more than filth and cancer upon the sea, they did not deserve to live. Chapter 190, The True Nature of Love. Love fruit model, love human devil fruit. Haha. Good. Kaido laughed heartily and reached out to ruffle Hancock's hair. I believe that day will come. By the way, I heard from Shaki that you ate a Paransha type love fruit model, love human devil fruit? Hancock was momentarily stunned, as if recalling something, then quickly nodded. Yes. Kaido, are you going to help me remove its flaws and hidden dangers? She had received information that Kaido possessed the means to eliminate the weaknesses of devil fruits, such as their vulnerability to seawater and the remnants of another's will within them. For something like this, she naturally couldn't wait to get rid of it. Although consuming the love fruit had greatly enhanced her strength and beauty, the weakness to seawater was truly frustrating. Additionally, she had been completely unaware that devil fruits contain the lingering wills of others. Now that she knew, she had to get rid of it as soon as possible. She couldn't accept the idea that another's will resided within her body, even if that will was reduced to mere instincts and lay dormant. Yeah. Kaido nodded affirmatively. It's best to remove these hidden dangers and weaknesses sooner rather than later. Besides, I have some uncertain theories about your devil fruit. He then proceeded to explain to Hancock his hypothesis that the love fruit might actually be a mythical zone-type Medusa fruit. Huh? Hancock was astonished. A mythical zone-type Medusa fruit? Is that even possible? This was the first time she had ever heard of such a thing. It's very possible. Kaido nodded again. Come on, let's head to the space-time gate and confirm this once and for all. If it's true, then this is fantastic news for you. Because a mythical zone Medusa fruit is bound to be far stronger than just a simple love fruit. Hancock's curiosity was piqued, and she immediately agreed. After all, every mythical zone-type devil fruit was incredibly powerful, as they all represented legendary creatures. Alright. Kaido grabbed her hand, and with a thought, the two of them instantly arrived within the space-time gate's core dimension. Wow. So this is the space-time gate's domain? It's huge. And there are so many plants. The moment they arrived, Hancock looked around in awe. Indeed, the place was now filled with lush vegetation. These were all plants that Kaido had gradually transplanted over the years from both the pirate and ninja worlds. His goal was to make the space-time gate's domain more suitable for habitation. Alright. I'll give you a tour later. For now, Let's deal with the devil fruit issue first. Kaito smiled as he reminded her. Hancock quickly refocused and asked, what do I need to do? You don't need to do anything. Just stand still. Kaito shook his head, and once Hancock steadied herself, he raised his hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. In an instant, he effortlessly extracted the love fruit from her body. Throughout the process, Hancock only felt the sudden loss of her devil fruit abilities but experienced no other discomfort. This astonished her. Seeing the pink, spherical energy floating above Kaito's palm, Hancock curiously moved closer and asked, Darling, is this the essence of the love fruit? It's not even a physical object. And have you confirmed that it's the Medusa fruit? Kaito nodded. Yes, it's confirmed. There's another latent power hidden inside this devil fruit, still unawakened. That power is even stronger. The love fruit's abilities are merely its surface manifestation. The true nature of this fruit is that of the Medusa fruit. This Medusa fruit actually fits well with your Amazon lily heritage. No wonder, even though I altered your fate, you still ended up obtaining it. This is the will of the Medusa fruit itself choosing you. Ever since I learned that you unexpectedly obtained this devil fruit, I suspected it wasn't just a simple love fruit. After all, when something defies the natural course of destiny yet still finds its way to you, it's anything but normal. The will of the Medusa fruit chose you. As for why this devil fruit is currently in an energy form, it's because devil fruits need a fruit as a medium to materialize from their energy state. Through my research, I've discovered that devil fruits are actually remnants of the spiritual will and consciousness of humans who ascended to a higher dimension hundreds or even thousands of years ago. They are essentially mystical artifacts born from imagination and willpower. Kaito then thoroughly explained his research findings to Hancock. I see. Hancock was enlightened. So that's how it is? Ancient humans were truly remarkable. They could even accomplish something like this. No wonder devil fruits contain a will of their own, and no wonder devil fruit users are rejected by the sea. Everything suddenly made sense. So, how are you going to remove the flaws and the hidden will inside? If this devil fruit actively sought me out, wouldn't its will be exceptionally strong? Hancock asked curiously. You're right. Kaito nodded. But no matter how strong it is, in this space, it doesn't matter. Here, I am invincible. Eliminating it will be simple. As he spoke, Kaito used his other hand to make another grabbing motion toward the devil fruit. Instantly, he extracted a mysterious entity from the core of the fruit. As soon as it was removed, it awakened. It took the form of a humanoid figure with a snake's lower body and hair made entirely of writhing serpents. The entity roared at Kaito, struggling violently, attempting to return to the Medusa fruit. Unfortunately, its efforts were meaningless. Off you go. The next moment, Kaito casually tossed it out of the space-time gate's domain, sending it into the One Piece world's seas. He didn't even bother to throw it near Drum Island, choosing a safer approach just in case. The entity let out one last cursed roar before vanishing into the void, returning to the collective consciousness of the world. With the Medusa fruit's curse and hidden dangers removed, Kaito reinfused its power back into Hancock's body. Immediately, she felt her love fruit abilities return. However, this time, she could control them with even greater ease and precision. She even sensed an untapped power within the fruit, likely the true power of the Medusa fruit that Kaito had mentioned. But as she recalled the previous Medusa entity's appearance, Hancock frowned slightly, looking at Kaito with concern. Kaito, if I fully develop the Medusa fruit's power, will I end up looking like that thing? That form was so ugly. The snake tail and serpent hair aesthetic didn't appeal to her at all. Even though she was the future empress of Amazon Lily, frequently dealing with snakes and even having a pet snake of her own, she still found that appearance unsettling. Clearly, her sense of beauty remained aligned with human aesthetics. You don't have to worry about that. Kaito chuckled and reassured her, that was just Medusa's cursed form. I've already removed the curse, so Medusa will naturally return to the idealized form from human legends. According to legend, Medusa was once the most beautiful being in the world. It was only due to the goddess's jealousy that she was cursed into that hideous form. Since I've removed that will and the curse, your Medusa devil fruit will now return to its most perfect state. So when you develop your Medusa powers, you'll only become even more beautiful, never ugly. You really don't have to worry about that. Otherwise, trust me, I wouldn't have given you this devil fruit in the first place, I would have let you choose another one instead. To be honest, it wasn't just Hancock who found that Lovecraftian Medusa horrifying, Kaito himself couldn't stand it either. It was nightmare fuel. Really? That's great. You're the best. Hancock's eyes lit up in excitement. She smiled brightly and threw herself into Kaito's arms, planting a kiss on his cheek. She was absolutely thrilled. Alright, now that the devil fruit situation is settled, I'll take you back to Amazon Lily to inform Elder Gloriosa first. After that, I'll show you around our various bases in the pirate world, as well as some places in the ninja world. And while we're at it, I'll introduce you to my close friends and family so they can get to know you too. Let's go. With a thought, Kaido activated his power, taking Hancock with him through the dimensional gate. They reappeared inside the Grand Hall of Amazon Lily, where Elder Gloriosa was waiting. You're finally back. Gloriosa sighed in relief upon seeing them reappear. Then, noticing something different about Hancock, she narrowed her eyes and asked, Hancock, why do you feel different? And are you even more beautiful than before? You two wouldn't have. A sudden realization struck her, and her expression shifted dramatically. She looked at the two of them with suspicion, her face dark and unreadable. Don't tell me. Shut up, you old hag. Hancock instantly guessed what Gloriosa was insinuating and shot her a glare. Kaito simply helped me resolve the hidden dangers of my devil fruit and taught me some secret techniques to make me stronger. Stop jumping to weird conclusions. Of course, she did want to give herself completely to Kaito. But she was still too young for that right now, and she didn't want to rush things. She had to maintain her perfect image in Kaido's eyes. She was going to be his perfect bride, after all. Oh. Is that so? Gloriosa let out a breath of relief when she saw that Hancock wasn't lying and indeed didn't look like someone who had lost her purity. Feeling a little awkward, she cleared her throat and muttered, Ahem. I was just worried about you, that's all. You're both still young. You should be focusing on growing stronger. I just didn't want you to get your priorities mixed up, that's all. My apologies, my apologies. Humphrey. Hancock huffed and shot Gloriosa another glare. It's fine. Kaido chuckled, shaking his head. We know what we're doing. By the way, I've now formed a contract with Hancock, granting her space teleportation abilities and teaching her some of our family's secret techniques. These will greatly enhance her future training and power growth. So from now on, she'll be training with me on a regular basis. Just letting you know in advance. Also, I'll be taking her to visit some of our family's bases, so she'll be away for a bit. I hope you don't mind. After all, Hancock was the heir to Amazon Lily, the future empress. It was only polite to inform her elders first. Is that so? Gloriosa pondered for a moment. Considering Kaido's terrifying strength, she hesitated but ultimately nodded. All right. I'll allow both. However, if in a month I see that Hancock's growth has slowed down, I will take back my decision and insist she stay on Amazon Lily for further training. No objections, right? After all, everything was for Hancock's growth and the future of Amazon Lily. She was willing to give Kaido a chance, but she couldn't allow him to hinder Hancock's development. Of course. That's a reasonable request. Just wait and see, I only hope you won't be too shocked by the results. Kaido grinned confidently. This was a fair condition. There was no reason to refuse. Then I have no more concerns. You two go ahead, but don't be gone too long. Gloriosa finally nodded in satisfaction, waving them off. She appreciated Kaido's respectful attitude, it left a good impression on her. This was how things should be handled. And his confidence made her curious. If Kaido could truly accelerate Hancock's growth without diminishing her potential, then she might just owe him a serious debt of gratitude. After all, a stronger future Empress of Amazon Lily would be invaluable to the island's future. Chapter 191, The Slow Fruit. All right. See you later. Kaito nodded and immediately teleported away with Hancock. First, they visited the training bases, including Skypiea and several others. After showing Hancock around the different bases, he finally took her to the Shimotsuki village base, where he introduced her to Mikoto, Kushina, Kuina, Nami, Perona, Koshiro, Ace, Tsunade, and the rest. They all got to know each other. Oh? So, you're the future pirate world's most beautiful woman, Empress Hancock? You really are gorgeous. And honestly, you look way better than the Hancock from Luffy's original future. Tsunade, upon hearing Kaido's introduction, curiously sized Hancock up and teased her with a smile. Hancock felt a little flustered and blushed. That future version of me is different. She was influenced by her past as a slave and took a completely different path. Besides, Tsunade, you're also very beautiful. Mikoto and Kushina too. Tsunade, Mikoto, and Kushina all beamed at the compliment and modestly responded, "Oh, stop it. You're too kind." At that moment, Hancock noticed Kuina and the others pouting slightly, looking a little dissatisfied. She quickly added, "Oh, Kuina, you all are really cute too." Kuina and the others. Cute? Seriously? You might as well not have said anything. But they knew Hancock meant well, so they didn't hold it against her. Instead, they quickly replied, "No way. Sister Hancock is the really beautiful one." After that, the girls dragged Hancock away to chat, completely leaving Kaito behind. Even though Hancock wanted to stay with him, She didn't want to risk being isolated by Tsunade and the others. So, she gave Kaido an apologetic look before following along. TSK, TSK. Kaido, you're something else. Another one, huh? Sometimes, I'm actually a little jealous. Too bad, I could never pull that off. Not far away, Minato walked over, glancing at Hancock and the others before playfully teasing Kaido. Over the years, he had already found someone he liked, a girl from the Uzumaki clan. Of course, Kaido knew about it. It seemed like Minato really had a thing for red-haired Uzumaki girls. You brat. Kaido gave him a sideways glance but didn't say much. Later that day, Kaido took Hancock to the Hidden Leaf village in the ninja world, where he introduced her to his mother and other close people. I can't believe little Hancock has grown so tall and turned into such a beauty. Welcome to Hidden Leaf village. You should visit more often. Naori Uchiha warmly welcomed Hancock and reminded her to drop by any time. This girl really deserved her title as the future pirate world's most beautiful woman. Even now, her charm was astonishing. Naori thought she might even surpass Mikoto, Tsunade, and the others. Could it be the influence of the love fruit? Naori secretly wondered. After settling Hancock in the living room and chatting for a while, the topic of devil fruits came up. Naori couldn't help but ask Kaido, Kaido, did you help Hancock remove the weaknesses and risks of her devil fruit? And also, is her love fruit really a hidden mythical zone Medusa fruit? She was quite curious about this. Yeah. Kaido nodded confidently. I've already removed all the drawbacks and risks. Plus, after thorough investigation, I can confirm that it really is a mythical zone Medusa fruit. My previous guess was correct. Once Hancock fully awakens the power of the love fruit, she'll be able to unlock the true potential of the Medusa abilities. When that happens, her strength will skyrocket. Naori nodded in understanding, then looked at Hancock. Congratulations, Hancock. You've obtained a devil fruit that suits you perfectly. But don't forget to keep up with your training, live force technique, meditation techniques, and primal chakra refining. Those are the true keys to power. This girl was definitely not escaping her son's grasp. She was bound to become one of her daughters-in-law. So, of course, Naori had to give her some guidance. Yes. Hancock blushed and nodded. I'll remember, Lady Naori. I'll do my best. In the future, I'll also help Kaido overthrow the world government, wipe out the celestial dragons, and take control of the entire pirate world. That's the spirit. Naori smiled approvingly and encouraged her. I'll be looking forward to it. Oh, right. Kaido, about my devil fruit decision, I've made up my mind. I want the Parimsha type slow fruit. This fruit was apparently already eaten by Foxy the silver fox. Little Kiro spotted him when mapping out parts of the South Blue. I'm planning to capture him and have you extract his devil fruit ability for me. Naori had thought long and hard before making this choice. She wasn't lacking powerful attack techniques, after all, her Susanoo itself already had immense offensive power. She was also searching for divine weapons and artifacts to further enhance her Susanoo's attack and restraint abilities. But in the end, she realized her real issue was that Susanoo was too slow and clunky, making it difficult to hit her targets. The slow fruit would perfectly solve that problem. Of course, if she could, she would prefer to get her hands on the time fruit, the superior version of the slow fruit. Unfortunately, according to Kaito's intel, that fruit had already been eaten by Kazuki Toki and disappeared after her death. Either way, it wasn't something she could obtain in the short term. So, Naori decided to go for the next best thing, the slow fruit. She would absorb and develop its abilities to strengthen herself. At the same time, it would serve as preparation for when she eventually got her hands on the time fruit. What? A person can only eat one devil fruit? That rule didn't apply here. Kaido had already removed the negative side effects of devil fruits, so that limitation no longer existed. With Kaito's optimizations, once a user fully mastered a devil fruit's abilities, they could absorb its power into their soul, making it a part of themselves. At that point, their devil fruit slot would reset, allowing them to consume another fruit. Theoretically, as long as someone developed their powers quickly enough, they could keep eating new devil fruits indefinitely. And even if they hadn't fully absorbed a fruit's power yet, Naori could always have Kaido extract the fruit from her body and replace it with a different one. No matter how she looked at it, there was no downside. Huh? The slow fruit? Kaido raised an eyebrow, nodding slightly. It's good, sure, but Mom, have you really thought this through? The slow fruit isn't exactly known for being that powerful. Plus, it has quite a few limitations. It requires setting up the right conditions to be effective. Even 10 years from now, Silver Fox Foxy was just a small-time pirate with a 25 million Bailey bounty. That's just based on your memory. Naori Uchiha remained unfazed. You've eaten a devil fruit yourself, so you should understand, how an ability is used, developed, and refined depends entirely on the user's creativity and insight, along with the accumulated knowledge of previous fruit wielders. To me, this is actually a very powerful devil fruit, it's just that its past users have failed to develop its true potential. Anything that involves time manipulation is never as simple as it seems. If anything, the fact that it relates to time might be exactly why it's so difficult to develop properly. I'm confident I can fully unlock the slow fruit's potential and turn it into one of my trump cards, greatly enhancing my strength. Besides, with the defects and hidden dangers removed, I won't be restricted by the flawed techniques of its previous users. I'll be able to push its abilities far beyond what they ever imagined. She wasn't wasting time. She needed to power up as quickly as possible, to help her son carry some of the burden. Otherwise, they would always have to remain on guard for the sudden reappearance of the Sage of Six Paths. That constant vigilance was exhausting. Well, that does make sense. Kaito nodded in understanding. My rumble fruit was the same. Once I removed its defects and the will of its previous user, it became much easier to master. The techniques and applications of my abilities became far more flexible, adapting naturally to my will. Compared to before, it's on a whole different level. Now, I'm actually looking forward to seeing you develop the slow fruit into something god tier. Go knock Foxy out and bring him back to the Dimensional Gate's core space. I'll extract the fruit when you're ready. Oh, by the way, do you know what devil fruit Lady Mido has decided on? Yeah. Naori Uchiha nodded. I'll take care of Foxy tomorrow. Today is Hancock's first visit, I can't just leave in the middle of it. As for Mido? She already made up her mind, she wants the mythical Zone 9 Tails Fox fruit. Huh? Kaito was stunned for a moment. That devil fruit doesn't really suit her, does it? If I remember correctly, the Nine Tails Fox fruit's abilities revolve around transformation and illusion, it's more suited for disguise and illusion-based combat. It would be a perfect fit for a Uchiha Genjutsu specialist. Why would she choose it? That doesn't really make sense. Hey. Naori Uchiha chuckled. I told her the same thing. Then she said she was also considering the Tremor fruit or the Shockwave fruit, both of which suit her combat style better. Uzumaki Mido primarily relied on adamantine sealing chains and monstrous physical strength in battle. For the sealing chains, unless there was some kind of sealing seal fruit, there wasn't an obvious devil fruit that would enhance that ability. But for her physical strength, the Tremor fruit and Shockwave fruit were perfect choices. Either one would massively enhance the power behind her punches and kicks. That makes way more sense. But getting the Tremor fruit in the short term is out of the question. Whitebeard isn't someone you can just take down. The Shockwave fruit, though. That's a possibility. I have a feeling, Edward Weevil ate that fruit. If we track him down, maybe we can get it. I'll figure something out. Kaito nodded, deep in thought. Alright. You handle it. If any other powerful devil fruits show up, let us know, we're open to switching if something better comes along. Naori Uchiha smiled and nodded. She didn't linger on the conversation any longer. Instead, she arranged for a group to take Hancock on a tour of Hidden Leaf Village and nearby towns to familiarize her with the surroundings. That evening, after having dinner with Hancock at home, Kaido personally escorted her back to Amazon Lily. They also agreed to train together every day moving forward. Only after seeing her off did Kaido return home to the ninja world. Chapter 192, Nico robbed early the next morning, after breakfast and a quick training session. Naori Uchiha wasted no time teleporting to the South Blue. Her target? Silver Fox Foxy, still just a small-time character at this point. With a simple Genjutsu, she hypnotized him instantly. Still unsatisfied, she gave him a solid smack on the head, knocking him out completely. Only then did she teleport Foxy back to the main dimension of Space-Time Gate. She quickly contacted Kaito through the communication space. Swoop. The next moment, Kaito appeared beside her. So, this is Silver Fox Foxy? He looks a lot younger, but still just as ugly and sleazy. Kaito glanced at the unconscious Foxy sprawled on the ground and couldn't help but comment. Before Naori could respond, he reached out with a simple motion, and the slow fruit was extracted directly from Foxy's body. Instead of immediately refining the fruit, Kaito simply willed it, using his space authority, to snap Foxy's neck, killing him on the spot. Another thought, and he flung the corpse out of the gate, tossing it into a deserted sea in the One Piece world to feed the fish. With that taken care of, he turned his attention back to the slow fruit in his hand. A wave of his hand purified the fruit, extracting the sea's curse and will within it. He then threw the extracted curse and will back into the One Piece world before embedding the purified fruit into his mother's body. Alright. Mom, give it a try. As Naori Uchiha adjusted to the changes in her body, she nodded. She raised her hand and pointed at Kaito. A pink slow beam shot out, hitting Kaito dead on, since he made no effort to dodge. Instantly, he felt his movements become incredibly sluggish. He tried to move, but his speed was agonizingly slow. After a long moment, he finally felt the effect fade away, and his speed and perception of time returned to normal. How does it feel? With your power, do you think you can forcibly break free from this ability? Naori asked curiously. Nope. Kaito shook his head. It's clear that this devil fruit ability has a high potential ceiling since it involves time manipulation. Right now, I have no way to break free from it by force. That said, my 5 senses were unaffected, only my body was slowed down. This ability is definitely strong, but only if it lands. Mom, can you only use it in the form of beams? What's the max speed? Hearing this, Naori immediately answered, right now, I can only release it as a beam. As for speed, I can double what you just saw. But I believe that with further development, I should be able to expand the attack, maybe spreading it like a wave to cover a whole area. There's a lot of room for speed improvements, too. Clearly, this was just the beginning of her fruit's development. That's great news. Kaito's eyes lit up. Once you master it, the hit rate will increase dramatically. No need to worry about enemies dodging so easily. This fruit had incredible potential. Hey, exactly. Naori smirked, satisfied with her choice. Afterward, the two of them left the dimensional gate space and headed to one of their beast-infested island bases to conduct some practical tests. Huh? Suddenly, Kaito received a message through the communication space from Kuro. He quickly checked and was surprised. Kuro, while scouting maps in the West Blue, had accidentally discovered Nico Robin, a target Kaito had instructed it to keep an eye on. Oh? What's up? Naori, who had just finished testing her devil fruit, walked over curiously. Kuro spotted Nico Robin in the West Blue while mapping the area. I need to head there now. Kaito told his mother. Oh? Naori raised an eyebrow. That poor little girl? Alright then, go ahead. She's got good potential. The sooner we rescue her and bring her in for training, the better. Plus, when the time comes for you to uncover the secrets of Laugh Tale, she'll be useful. Get her early, form a contract with her sooner. As for being targeted by the world government because of this, not a problem at all. For now, they wouldn't let Nico Robin wander freely anyway. Considering the remote location of their training bases, the world government wouldn't find her anytime soon. And even if they did, worst case scenario, they'd just throw her into the already prepared Kaido pirates and take her out to sea. That way, their base wouldn't be exposed. Still, Kaido doubted it would come to that anytime soon. Even if the world government was tracking Robin, they'd only search the West Blue. It would take a while before they realized she had disappeared entirely. Yeah, that's my plan too. Alright, I'm off. With that, Kaido activated his teleportation. In the next instant, he appeared high above an island in the West Blue, standing on Kuro's back. Yo. Kuro, good work. Where's Nico Robin? Kaido grinned and patted the massive creature beneath him. At this point, Kuro had grown several times larger than before. Its wingspan now exceeded 30 meters, making it even more imposing. This was all thanks to primal chakra refinement and life force techniques. Additionally, meditation had strengthened its mental power and soul, boosting its intelligence tremendously. By now, Kuro was as smart as any ordinary human, maybe even smarter than most. Sensing Kaido's arrival and hearing his question, Kuro immediately responded through telepathic transmission. She's inside the attic of the 9th house on the 3rd street from the west side of the island. But be careful, Master, there are 2 groups searching for her right now. One group is the Mafia, and the other seems to be CP agents. I see. Kaito nodded in understanding. He activated his observation haki, instantly covering the entire island below. It didn't take long for him to lock onto Nico Robin's position, along with those of the Mafia and CP agents. Their clothing and movements made them stand out too much. Combined with how the locals reacted to them, Kaito easily identified his targets. Next, he pulled out a flying thunder god kunai and flicked it toward the attic window where Nico Robin was hiding. Whoosh! Within seconds, the kunai embedded itself deep into the wooden windowsill. Alright, I've got the situation under control. Kuro, you can go back to mapping the area. I'll handle things here. With a thought, Kaito disappeared from Kuro's back. Kuro, feeling the sudden absence of weight, nodded before spreading its wings and soaring away, leaving the island behind as it continued its mission. Until it had fully mapped out the One Piece world, its main task was to keep exploring. Of course, that didn't mean it worked 24/7. It only worked for 8 hours a day. The rest of the time, it trained, ate, and rested. After its shift, Kuro would teleport back to a designated training base to recover in the space-time gate. Life was rather comfortable. Meanwhile, Kaido had already appeared at Nico Robin's attic window. With a wave of his hand, he opened the window and stepped inside. Inside, he saw Nico Robin, who had just been startled by the sudden sound of the kunai embedding itself into the window. She was staring at him in terror, stepping backward repeatedly, her eyes darting around as she desperately searched for an escape route. At the same time, her whole body trembled as she stammered, Who are you? Me? Kaido calmly pulled out the kunai before giving her a warm smile. Just a good-hearted person who came to find you and rescue you from this cruel world. Someone who wants to save you from being constantly hunted by the world government's lapdogs. So, there's no need to be afraid. I won't hurt you, Nico Robin. The moment she heard her name, Robin's pupils shrank sharply, and her already dark complexion turned a shade paler. Only one thought echoed in her mind, it's over. He knows who I am. As for Kaito's words, she didn't believe them at all. Over the past few years, she had witnessed far too much deception and cruelty. She no longer trusted anyone easily. Her only thought now was to run. Kaido immediately saw through her intentions. In the next instant, he flickered beside her, placing his hand on her head. As she trembled, he gently ruffled her coarse hair and reassured her, I already told you, don't be afraid. With my power, if I wanted to hurt you, you wouldn't have any chance to escape. The Mafia and CP agents chasing you seem to have noticed something unusual here. Guess I did attract a little too much attention when I showed up. Just watch, I'll deal with them first. With that, Kaido moved her back to the window. Before Robin could say anything, he raised his hand and instantly transformed into an unfamiliar person using the transformation jutsu. Then, under Robin's shocked gaze, he flickered out of the attic and onto the rooftop. Using his observation haki and spiritual senses, he locked onto the Mafia and CP agents who were closing in. With a flip of his hand, he pulled out dozens of flying thunder god kunai and, within a second, flung them all toward his targets. Whoosh! 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 In the blink of an eye, the nearest Mafia and CP members noticed something flying toward them. Before they could react, a shadow flickered before their eyes. They only felt a sharp pain at their necks before their vision spun, and then, darkness. Moments later, the ones further away met the same fate. From Robin's perspective, she saw Kaito suddenly turn into a streak of black light, moving at terrifying speed between the kunai he had thrown. One by one, heads began rolling. In just a few breaths, she suddenly found Kaito standing next to her again. The scent of fresh blood still lingered around him. Robin stiffly turned her head, her body trembling as she looked at him. The transformed Kaito gave her another warm smile. Robin shuddered slightly, trying to find the words to say something. You. Even now, her fear of Kaito hadn't diminished in the slightest. Even though he had eliminated the ones hunting her and shown her kindness. He was simply too mysterious, and she didn't dare trust him. All she felt was fear at the terrifying power he had just displayed. She just wanted to escape from here. Chapter 193, Progress in the Sage Chakra. No need to say anything more. I've already taken care of all your enemies. I know you still don't trust me. Right now, all you feel is fear. But that doesn't matter. Time will prove that I mean you no harm. I'm really just here to save you. Come with me. Even though I've killed all the CP agents here, that'll only draw even more attention from the world government. You should leave with me before they send more people. Kaido cut her off before she could respond, speaking in a firm tone. Then, without giving her a chance to react, he placed his hand on her frail shoulder. Ignoring the way her body trembled even more violently, he focused his mind, and in an instant, they vanished from the loft. The next moment, Robin felt her vision blur, and when she came to, she found herself in an unfamiliar environment. She couldn't help but glance around, quickly realizing this was no longer the same island. The plants, the wind direction, the climate, none of it matched. Combining that with the spatial teleportation Kaido had displayed earlier, a bold guess formed in her mind. This wasn't just another part of the same island. It might not even be in the West Blue anymore. Everything, the wind patterns, the climate, the vegetation, was completely different. As an Ohara scholar, Robin had read extensively and was well versed in the climates and ecosystems of different regions. Her years on the run had also sharpened her skills in using the wind to determine location. Where is this? She couldn't help but steal a glance at Kaido, cautiously asking. The East Blue, Shimatsuki Island, one of my training grounds. Kaido replied, undoing his transformation technique and giving her a reassuring smile. You're safe here. Come on, I'll set up a place for you to stay. You can wash up and rest first. For now, you'll live here. Later, I'll have someone teach you some training methods. From now on, you'll train with me and my companions. As long as you become strong enough that even if the world government or the Marines recognize you, they won't be able to do anything to you, you won't have to live in fear anymore." As he spoke, he waved toward a figure watching them from nearby. Dashigi immediately perked up and ran over eagerly. She glanced at Nico Robin, then looked at Kaito. "Kaito, do you need me for something? Also, is this Nico Robin?" Since she had formed a contract with Kaito, she knew a lot about the future of this world, including details about Nico Robin. So she recognized her at a glance. Robin, however, was still reeling from the fact that she had just been transported from the West Blue to the East Blue in the blink of an eye. Hearing Dashigi call her name, she froze for a moment, surprised to see such a cheerful, pretty girl looking at her with familiarity. How does she know who I am? It can't be that Kaito told her. But we've never met before. Yes, it's her. Kaito nodded with a smile. I just rescued her from the West Blue. She'll be staying here for now. Take her to get settled in. Have the logistics team prepare a suitable place for her, along with all the necessities, clothes, toiletries, everything she needs. Then, after she's had a chance to wash up, bring her to the dining hall. I'll be waiting there. He waved his hand dismissively. Got it. Let's go, Robin-chan. Dashigi grinned, grabbed Robin's hand, and pulled her along. As they left, Kuina and the others gathered around, curious. That was Nico Robin just now? Kuina asked. Yeah. Kaito nodded and briefly recounted how he had rescued her. Everyone listened with a mix of emotions, sympathy, sadness. She really had it rough. Kuina sighed. Her homeland and family were wiped out by the Marines. Even though Aokiji let her go, she's been living on the run ever since. She's spent years constantly in danger, dealing with betrayals and schemes every single day. She's been running for 6 or 7 years like this. If it were me, I don't think I could have survived. Not everyone could endure being hunted and persecuted from the age of 8. Yeah. Mikoto and the others nodded in agreement. Kushina, in particular, couldn't help but reflect on her own past. She had once thought her life had been cruel. But compared to Robin, she realized she had been much luckier. And now, with her fate completely changed, she had nothing to complain about. We should take good care of her. Kushina said firmly. Help her move on from the past. Agreed. Mikoto and the others all nodded. But they knew it wouldn't be easy for Robin to lower her guard. Anyone who had been hunted for 7 or 8 years, especially someone who had spent time with criminals, pirates, and all sorts of shady groups, would have a hard time trusting people again. But they were confident in themselves. They had no ill will toward her. They didn't want anything from her. They truly just wanted to help. After that, Kaido and the others trained for about an hour. Then, when lunchtime arrived, Dashigi brought Robin to the dining hall. Everyone welcomed Robin and ate together. Throughout the meal, they all showed kindness toward her, making an effort to help her feel at ease. Robin, ever cautious, still picked up on their genuine goodwill. Being so perceptive was precisely why she could tell they weren't trying to manipulate her or deceive her. That realization allowed her to relax just a little. With her years of experience surviving in a cruel world, she responded to their kindness in a way that was polite and friendly. That said, her interactions remained somewhat superficial, more of a polite courtesy than genuine connection. Of course, everyone here had sharp senses. They could tell. But given her past experiences, they chose not to push her. From that day on, Nico Robin officially settled into her new life. During the day, she trained under Kaido and the others, focusing on basic taijutsu and swordsmanship. As for Kaido's more advanced techniques, unfortunately, those were off limits. Without a contract, even someone like Robin, who Kaito sympathized with and saw great potential in, wasn't granted access. There was too much risk of these powerful techniques leaking to outsiders. 3 days later. I did it. After another cycle of Sage Chakra refinement, Kaito had successfully enhanced his own Sage Chakra reserves. At this point, he had officially refined the technique to a minor mastery level. He could feel it, his control over the technique had reached a stable point, allowing him to integrate natural energy absorption seamlessly into his chakra refinement process. Opening his eyes, his face lit up with excitement as he murmured to himself. Now that he had reached this level, his ability to absorb and refine natural energy into Sage Chakra would greatly accelerate. However, given the sheer volume of his chakra and the fact that it was still constantly growing, completely replacing his regular chakra with Sage Chakra would take a long time. Perhaps when he refined the technique to the major mastery or even perfected level, it would finally be possible. Then again, by the time, his primal chakra refinement jutsu might have already advanced to the next stage. When that happened, He would likely integrate Sage Chakra refinement into the Primal Chakra refinement jutsu, breaking past another limit and creating an even stronger technique in the process. At that point, this Sage Chakra refinement method would become obsolete. Of course, even if that were the case, the technique would still hold immense value for others. After all, the stronger a technique, the higher the requirements for training it. Even if he developed a superior version, others wouldn't be able to use it unless they first mastered this foundational technique. Just like how the Life Force technique was a requirement for the Eternal Life technique. Bringing his thoughts back, Kaito noted that it was still night time. Instead of rushing to teach his mother and the others, he chose to continue training for another 2 hours. Only when his body reached its daily limit did he finally stop and get some rest. The next morning during breakfast, Kaito shared the exciting news with his mother and the others. What? The Sage Chakra refinement jutsu is now at a level where we can start training it? Everyone was thrilled upon hearing this. Amazing. Finally, I can start training in Sage mode. Humphrey, just wait. I'm going to thoroughly humiliate Jiraiya, pay him back tenfold for all those years of mockery. Tsunade exclaimed, clenching her fists in excitement. Kaito gave her a speechless look. Tsunade, have you forgotten? We can't let Jiraiya, or the great Toad Sage of Mount Myabaku, find out about this just yet. Tsunade froze. Oh. Damn it. I really did forget. So that means I can't get my revenge just yet? She let out a frustrated groan. No choice. Kaito shrugged helplessly. Until we have someone at Six Paths level strength who can stand against the Sage of Six Paths himself, we have to lay low. Just bear with it for a few years. By then, your training will be far more advanced. Wouldn't it be even more satisfying to crush Jiraiya at that point? Tsunade mulled it over. Wait. Are you telling me to not take revenge on Jiraiya? No way. That idiot deserves to be humiliated. Besides, frustrating Jiraiya a little might actually work in their favor. If it made him more eager to improve his relationship with Kaito, it could push him toward forming a contract. Without a contract, Kaito would never fully trust him. And without that trust, Jiraiya's fate was sealed. He'd eventually be left behind, completely outclassed and irrelevant. Yeah, you're right. Let's go with that plan. Tsunade smirked. After finishing breakfast, Tsunade and the others eagerly urged Kaito to begin. He obliged, raising a hand and lightly tapping each of them on the forehead. Streams of light entered their minds, transmitting the full training method for Sage Chakra refinement along with some key insights. Everyone present had already spent 2 to 3 years practicing the Primal Chakra refinement jutsu and meditation techniques. Whether it was their spiritual strength, experience with energy circulation, or chakra reserves, they were all more than qualified. So, after digesting the information, they immediately began attempting to train in Sage Chakra refinement under Kaito's supervision. The first to succeed was Naruto Uchiha. Shortly after, Tsunade followed suit. It had only taken them half an hour and an hour, respectively, to grasp the technique. Chapter 194, Kaito's meeting with the daimyo. So this is Sage Chakra. Incredible. The quality is insanely high. No wonder ninjutsu enhanced by Sage mode is so powerful. If I could replace all the chakra in my body with Sage Chakra, my strength would skyrocket. I can even faintly feel the nourishing effect Sage Chakra has on my cells. Unfortunately, I don't have much Sage Chakra right now, so the effect is barely noticeable. If my chakra control and understanding of my body weren't so refined, I might not have even noticed it. Tsunade opened her eyes after sensing the small amount of Sage Chakra in her body. She had been experimenting with it and couldn't help but marvel at it. Haha. The fact that you noticed it so quickly means you're already quite talented. It seems like you've reached at least the minor achievement level in life return, right? Naruto Uchiha, who had just finished his own training, smiled and asked. This level of perception and analysis wasn't something that could be achieved without at least a minor mastery of life return. Even with Tsunade's extensive medical knowledge and deep understanding of the human body, detecting such a minuscule change was no easy feat. That's right. I feel like life return and the Marine 6 styles are a perfect match for my combat style. I also have a natural talent for them, so I've been focusing my training in that area. Right now, I've already mastered the 6 powers, and I've been at the minor achievement level of life return for over a year now. Give me another year or so, and I should be able to reach full mastery. Tsunade nodded and smiled as she replied. Once she fully mastered life return, she felt that her control over her body would undergo a qualitative transformation. At that point, she might even gain some unexpected benefits. Not bad. Keep pushing forward and aim to break into the Super Kage level as soon as possible. Naruto Uchiha nodded knowingly. Tsunade's talent had never been in question. Looks like they're going to take a while. I've got things to do, so I'm heading off. Kaido, keep an eye on them. Naori Uchiha checked the time and realized he had a busy schedule. He turned to Kaido and instructed him. Got it, Mom. You go ahead, I've got this. Kaido nodded. He was multitasking anyway, keeping watch while simultaneously refining Sage Chakra. His current minor achievement level in Sage Chakra refinement allowed him to train continuously even while maintaining awareness of his surroundings. This was a huge advantage, accelerating his Sage Chakra refinement process significantly. Of course, he had already split off several shadow clones over an hour ago to handle various Hidden Leaf Village affairs and continue different training sessions. Particularly for the Edo Tensei reanimation jutsu, he made sure to dedicate 2 shadow clones every day just to increase his proficiency. Alright then. Naori Uchiha nodded before leaving. I should get going too. There's a lot of work waiting for me at the hospital. Seeing Naori leave, Tsunade bid farewell to Kaido and also headed off. An hour later, Minato successfully grasped the basics of the Sage Chakra refinement method. He was soon followed by Mikoto, with Kushina being the last to complete it. With that, everyone had finished their Sage training. Kaido then sent them off to the One Piece world to continue their training there. As for himself, he went to find Uzumaki Mito and spent over half an hour teaching her the Sage Chakra refinement method as well. And Nawaki? That kid hadn't even reached minor achievement in meditation or the primal chakra refinement jutsu yet. He still had a long way to go before he could even attempt Sage training, so he had no choice but to bury himself in practice for now. Sage techniques really are amazing. But if we could fully integrate the primal chakra refinement jutsu with the Sage Chakra refinement method, that would be even better. It would save a lot of trouble and truly perfect both training methods. I can feel it, these 2 techniques merging is the true path of the chakra system. After getting the basics of the Sage Chakra refinement method down, Uzumaki Mito shared her thoughts with Kaido. Yeah. Kaido nodded in agreement. You're absolutely right. I've already made some progress in that direction. Give me a few more months, and I should be able to complete this step. However, when the time comes, it'll require a high level of proficiency in both the primal chakra refinement jutsu and the Sage Chakra refinement method. So until then, you should focus on raising your mastery of both techniques as much as possible. Unlike life force techniques, this wouldn't necessarily require her to reach the highest level of mastery before transitioning. But at the very least, she needed both techniques at the minor achievement level. Got it. I won't slack off. Uzumaki Mito nodded with a smile. A few days later, in the Land of Fire's capital 10 days had passed, and all the nobles and wealthy merchants summoned by the daimyo had finally arrived. Senju Dobirama also arrived as promised, meeting with the daimyo to discuss matters with the assembled figures. They distributed copies of the investment and economic development plan that had previously been presented to the daimyo. Once everyone had read through it, a buzz of discussion filled the room. Reactions were mixed. Some were highly interested and eager to participate, most of them were major merchants. The nobles, on the other hand, were mostly hesitant. Some voiced opposition, while a small portion agreed. Those who agreed were primarily individuals who had already been in contact with the daimyo and stood on his side. However, even the opposing faction didn't dare to openly object with Senju Dobirama present. These people weren't fools. Most of them had personally witnessed Dobirama's power and decisiveness when he was in charge. Going against him head-on? Not a wise move. Besides, even if this plan ended up strengthening Hidden Leaf Village too much, the daimyo himself had already accepted it, so why should they worry? No matter how strong Hidden Leaf Village became, even if they eventually replaced the daimyo's government, they would still need the support of these nobles. Otherwise, governing the territories would be impossible. So, in the end, with most people agreeing, even the hesitant ones could only follow suit. Good. Seeing this, Dobirama nodded in satisfaction and stood up. Since everyone is in agreement, let's move to Hidden Leaf Village and finalize the details. As he spoke, Dobirama took out a Flying Thunder God short sword and activated the technique inscribed on it. In the next moment, Kaito suddenly appeared in the meeting room with a swift whoosh. He first looked at Dobirama, and after receiving a confirming nod, he understood the situation. He then nodded in acknowledgement toward the daimyo before scanning the room and speaking up. I am Kaito Uchiha, the 4th Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village. Thank you all for your support. Now, I will take you to Hidden Leaf Village to discuss and finalize the investment agreements. Please wait a moment. With that, Kaito formed a hand seal and created 4 shadow clones. They swiftly moved to the corners of the meeting room and placed their hands on the floor. In an instant, intricate sealing patterns spread from their palms, rapidly forming a Flying Thunder God group teleportation array on the ground. What is this? The daimyo turned to Dobirama and Kaito with a questioning look. The other nobles and merchants were equally puzzled. This is a Flying Thunder God group teleportation array. Kaido explained casually. It allows me to teleport all of you directly to Hidden Leaf Village. Rest assured, I've mastered this technique completely, there won't be any problems. You'll arrive in Hidden Leaf Village instantly, saving a lot of travel time. What? Flying Thunder God? Group teleportation? Is that even possible? Even ordinary people can be teleported through space? Incredible. This fourth Hokage is amazing. The room was filled with astonished voices. Obirama observed Kaido's calm demeanor and the rapidly forming teleportation array, his eyes narrowing slightly. He was very familiar with this technique. The upgraded version of the Flying Thunder God that Kaido had taught him included detailed records and training methods for this ability. But even with his talent, mastering it in a short time was difficult. The technique required an extremely high level of sealing expertise, spatial awareness, and chakra reserves. Even if he managed to learn it, Tobirama estimated that, with his current chakra reserves, he could only teleport around 50 people at a time. That would be his limit. After all, the farther the teleportation and the more people involved, the greater the chakra consumption. I have no idea how this kid managed to develop such advanced use of the Flying Thunder God technique. He's truly taken it to the next level. Obirama glanced at Kaido and couldn't help but admire his ingenuity. Still, I'm the one who created it, so all credit goes to me. A little over a minute later, the teleportation array was complete. Kaido dismissed his shadow clones and scanned the room before addressing everyone. Please stand up and remain still. Also, Daimyo-sama, please inform the people outside and make any necessary arrangements. Once everything is settled, we can depart. Don't worry, this won't take long. Since everyone has already agreed, I believe we can wrap up the investment contract discussions within an hour. After that, I will personally teleport you all back. He then looked toward the daimyo. The daimyo nodded, immediately giving instructions to his guards and advisors before sending them out. Once everything was arranged, he walked up to Kaido's side and said, I've taken care of everything. We can depart now. There was an excited expression on his face. It was clear that he was eager to experience this miraculous space teleportation firsthand. At the same time, the other nobles and merchants also stood up as instructed, looking at Kaido with various expressions, some excited, some nervous, and others skeptical. All right then, let's go. Kaido formed a hand seal. Whoosh. In the next moment, the teleportation array beneath them lit up with dazzling runes. With a flash, Kaido transported himself and over 100 people out of the meeting room. In the next instant, they all appeared in the open space in front of the Hokage building. This particular 1,000 square meter area near the Hokage building had been cordoned off by Anbu Shinobi to prevent anyone from entering and causing a teleportation accident. However, because of this, many curious villagers and even some ninjas gathered nearby, wondering what was happening. And then, in the blink of an eye, they saw Kaido and the daimyo appear out of nowhere with over 100 people. Whoa! The crowd erupted in shock and excitement. Chapter 195, a 44.3 billion ryo investment is that. The Flying Thunder God Jutsu? Looks like it. Since when could the Flying Thunder God Jutsu teleport people? And not just a few, but this many at once? Yeah. You must be out of the loop. This move was developed by the fourth Hokage. Back in the war, he used it to teleport an entire force of over 3,000 ninjas at once. Compared to that, this is nothing. True, but the distance back then wasn't as far as this. I see the daimyo among them, which means the fourth Hokage must have just transported them all the way from the fire capital. That must be it. I also recognize several high-ranking officials from the Land of Fire. I saw some of them when I had a mission in the fire capital. The fire capital? That's at least 200 to 300 kilometers from Hidden Leaf Village. He teleported that many people over such a huge distance? Just how strong is the fourth Hokage? Haha. Super strong, obviously. You know why Hidden Stone's village surrendered to us back then? It's because they were terrified the fourth Hokage would teleport our entire army straight into their village for a surprise attack. Wait, seriously? That explains a lot. The fourth Hokage is invincible. As the discussions grew louder, those who had participated in the previous war in the Land of Rain confirmed the story. The crowd erupted into cheers, their admiration and respect for Kaito skyrocketing. Seeing this reaction, Kaito smiled and waved to them. He discreetly checked their affinity levels toward him and noticed that quite a few had reached the contract threshold. Looks like once this business is wrapped up, I should start recruiting these qualified individuals, along with those from the previous battlefield. Expanding our numbers and influence in the rogue stronghold is crucial. He made a mental note. He had been too busy to deal with this earlier, and since shadow clones couldn't handle this particular task, he had to do it himself. Contracting 2,000 to 3,000 people was no small feat, it would take time just to summon them in batches. Meanwhile, the daimyo and his entourage felt their vision blur. In an instant, their surroundings changed dramatically. Looking around in shock, they saw that they were indeed in Hidden Leaf Village. The disbelief on their faces was evident. I recognize this place. This really is Hidden Leaf Village. We were just in the fire capital, over 200 kilometers away, and in the blink of an eye, we were teleported here? That's unbelievable. The fourth Hokage looks ridiculously young, but his power is terrifying. With a technique like this, doesn't that mean he can appear anywhere he wants with a large force instantly? Absolutely terrifying. With a Hokage this powerful, I think we should consider increasing our investment in Hidden Leaf Village. Agreed. With such a strong Hokage leading, Hidden Leaf Village's rise is inevitable. Their previous doubts and arrogance vanished, replaced by deep respect and caution toward Kaido. Even the highest-ranking officials secretly vowed not to make an enemy of this man. One wrong move, and their lives could be forfeit. Not even their military could guarantee their safety against someone like him. Everyone, follow me. I've prepared a detailed miniature model of Hidden Leaf Village's reconstruction and expansion plans for your review. Once you've seen the plans, you can decide whether to invest in the overall project, specific districts, individual streets, or even particular buildings. The choice is yours. Please, come this way. With that, Kaido led the still-dazed dignitaries into the Hokage Tower, guiding them to the conference hall on the third floor. There, a massive urban development model was displayed prominently. Nara Shikayama and his team were already waiting, ready to present the plans. As the investors took their seats, Shikayama and his team began explaining the intricate details of the reconstruction, from urban planning to architectural improvements. They also answered any questions the guests had. Everything went smoothly. Soon enough, the investments started rolling in. The daimyo and other high-ranking nobles opted for a large-scale investment in the overall development, aiming for influence over Hidden Leaf Village's future. Business tycoons focused on commercial areas, streets, and prime storefronts, securing valuable real estate. Mid-tier nobles and officials invested in commercial districts, residential zones, and luxury estates, with some even pre-purchasing properties outright. As the final investments were confirmed, an overwhelming flood of money poured into Hidden Leaf Village's treasury. Once the numbers were tallied, Shikayama reported the final results to Kaido, Lord 4th Hokage. The total investment amount comes to 44.3 billion ryo. The daimyo alone has contributed 10 billion toward the overall project. The general has invested 5 billion. The president of the Merchant Association has put in 500 million to purchase the front half of District 1's main commercial street. And so on. Hearing Shikayama's report, even though Kaido had been prepared for it, he couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. Haha. With this much funding, Hidden Leaf Village won't have to worry about money for a long time. We'll have enough resources for reconstruction, expansion, research, education, and healthcare. We can finally push our reforms forward without financial constraints. Although the reforms had already started, the funding had mainly come from civilian investments and loans from the Uchiha. Now, those debts could finally be repaid. As for the financial holes left behind by the third Hokage's administration, those had already been accounted for. The Sarutobi and their allied clans would be working for the village to repay their debt. Hidden Leaf Village was merely covering for them temporarily. Indeed. Nara Shikayama nodded with a relieved smile. Only he knew just how much pressure they had been under lately. The execution of reforms and government affairs all fell on the shoulders of the administrative officials, with him leading them. These days, they had been working like crazy, exhausted beyond belief. There were just too many areas that needed funding. Kaido's reforms were massive, and the deadlines were tight. But despite their exhaustion, they actually felt satisfied. Because they could clearly see the benefits these reforms brought to Hidden Leaf Village. At the same time, they also enjoyed the sense of power and accomplishment that came with their administrative roles. A little fatigue was a small price to pay. Compared to the third Hokage, the fourth was so much better. Since the investment contracts have been signed, your administration department should draft a financial expenditure plan as soon as possible. I want to hold a full high-level meeting tomorrow to discuss and finalize this plan. Make sure your department notifies all relevant sectors. This way, we can quickly decide how to allocate the funds. Once the money is received, we need to distribute it efficiently so that we're not left holding a pile of cash with no idea how to use it. Kaido instructed Shikayama firmly. Understood. Shikayama responded immediately and quickly left to handle it. At that moment, Tobirama, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. I must say, your administration department is doing a great job. It significantly reduces the Hokage's workload, allowing them to focus more on important matters like governance and training. More importantly, it ensures that the various clans see the benefits you bring while making the village run more smoothly. Problems can also be addressed more efficiently. Why didn't I think of doing this back then? If I had established an administration department, maybe Hiruzen and the others wouldn't have been able to mess around so easily. Obirama had to admit that Kaido, despite his young age, had a natural understanding of governance, power structures, and the delicate balance of authority. More importantly, he wasn't power-hungry or obsessed with control. He was willing to delegate power while maintaining the Hokage's authority and core interests. That was truly impressive. It wouldn't have worked. Kaido shook his head with a helpless smile. Even if you had set up such a structure, as long as the third Hokage wanted to, he and Danzo would have still found a way to gradually take control of the administration department's authority. Little by little, they would have pulled all the power back to themselves. At the end of the day, the Hokage's absolute control over the military forces ensures their power. But if you take away the Hokage's military power, their authority is severely weakened, and they could become nothing more than a puppet leader. That would create an even bigger problem, causing internal chaos and intensified power struggles. That would be even worse for the village's development. So while dividing power is important, having a wise and capable Hokage is equally crucial. In his previous life, history had already proven this countless times. Compared to the history of Earth, the political power struggles in the ninja world seemed rather immature. Obirama was momentarily stunned, then sighed and nodded. That's true. Damn it, Hiruzen and the others truly deserve to die. He now fully realized how blind he had been back then, actually trusting those bastards. Worse, he had been completely deceived by them. Power was truly a poisonous drug,